right. Hello, angels. I hope you're all doing incredibly well. I just need to take a moment to cleanse the decks because I'm a little bit unprepared, or not quite fully prepared, let's say. What's up? I am Millibeth. How are you? So just give me 1 second to do that real quick here, and I'll just cleanse our space as well. How have you guys been? You're smoking, getting ready for this reading. Nice. Yes. Who knows? Is it going to be that type of reading? Are you calling it already? I'm going to go down a certain direction here. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. I guess I'll just go over the need to knows. We're on a need to know basis here. So the important things, basically all of the normal tarot things. So yeah, I understand. This is a good reading for wanting to understand. So hopefully we can get you some insight. But what was I just saying? Oh, I have the attention span of a brainfish today. A brainfish? What? What's wrong with me? I have the attention span of a goldfish. My brain has the attention span of a goldfish. What's wrong with me, you guys? Let me just ground in. You love how I read? Thank you. See if we can get my head on straight before we start. That would be preferable. But yeah, the main rules, not that there are rules to tarot, but the main sort of themes that everybody always says exist here on this channel as well, which is if the roles sound like they're reversed, that is totally normal for a general reading, for the roles to sometimes be reversed when there's more than one person prominently in the reading, okay? So don't worry about that. If it sounds like I'm talking about you when I'm talking about them and vice versa, then wow, it's really smoking. You guys in some toxic shit right now? What's going on? Let me give you a little extra smudgy smudge here. But yeah, so you can reverse the roles if you need to, if it sounds like I'm talking about you when I'm talking about them and vice versa. I don't read for one particular placement in your astro chart, so you can watch for your sun, your moon, your rising, your Venus, stellium chart ruler. Go wild. Just do whatever you want, you know? And yeah, we're going to start with Aries, go down to Pisces or through to Pisces. Okay, let me put these decks in some sort of order. Or should we just go with the order that they're already in? I feel like I want to make a couple changes here. Is there anything else? But yeah, you can cross watch as well. So if you like, let's say you're an Aries sun or something, you watch that and it doesn't resonate, but you're dealing with a Libra, then you could always go watch the Libra reading. That's what I mean when I say cross watching. You can kind of watch for somebody else that you're dealing with and still pick up messages and get what you need out of that, hopefully. So how have you guys been? I feel like I'm gonna blame all the Gemini energy on my scatteredness. Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. And also, since it's light enough, I'm not going to turn my ring light on right away because it's hot as hell outside. Oh, and also then I won't have that annoying glare that you guys are always saying, I want to see your eyes. And I'm like, they need to make something for people with glasses that is like a ring light, a glare-proof ring light or something. I don't know. They need some, or just glare-proof glasses. Don't know how that would work, but I'm putting out the request to the universe right now. And if you yourself are a genius, feel free to make that a thing and I will purchase your invention. All right. But yeah, we do have that. We have a Gemini new moon tomorrow, or today for some of you, depending on where you're living and what your time zone is. So that's exciting. Yeah, Jupiter is already in Gemini. Yeah, and it's kind of amplifying everything that it touches. So the only thing I really want to say about that right now, and I might go live tomorrow and do a little bit of like a new moon ritual, basically just do the ritual that I normally do on a new or full moon with you guys, because some of you expressed being interested in seeing that, or involved in that at some point. So I might talk more about the energies tomorrow if I do that, but it's really important that you focus on what you want to call in, because with Gemini being Mercury ruled and much about communication, and then with Jupiter blowing everything up and amplifying stuff, the direction of your thoughts and the theme of your thoughts, the meat of your thoughts, that's what's going to be amplified. So whatever beast you feed is going to be the one that grows. So just keep that in mind, okay? You were alone at work. Everyone came to talk. Oh no. Well, you can rewind a little bit and go back. Even though I'm live, you can still skip back, I think, if you need to. Okay. So let me quickly put these decks in order here. So which one for Pisces? What do I want to use for Pisces? I usually just let my pendulum pick what deck I'm going to use for each group, because I always use a different tarot deck. What if you've been in a negative space all day? No, you can fix your energy at any time, like literally any second you can change what you've been going through. You're the only one who can ultimately determine how you're choosing to feel, right? So even if there are shitty situations going on around you, you still ultimately have control to kind of like take a moment, ground yourself, claim your energy as a sovereign, kind of like, I like to just say, my energy is my own, my power is my own, no other energies that I have not specifically and consciously welcomed in and allowed have access to me. So I return to sender with love and peace, and I just ground into like my individual energy, some variation of that. It doesn't have to be crazy, but I usually start by just making sure that I state that my energy is only mine, in case I'm picking up on collective or someone else's energy. And then after that, I just focus on just grounding or rooting my energy, and I just feel delusional when you're trying to center yourself. You know what? It's been a little bit of like, am I delusional kind of time, basically the last like month or two, basically since the eclipses. I've kind of felt that way, so you're not alone. And grounding will still help, so still do that. Grounding will never not help you feel more sane. What's up, Paula? I think everyone is going through changes. Okay, but I'll let the people answer for themselves. Okay, Aqua. Okay, just give me a second to focus on this so that we can really get started. I'm a Scorpio rising with Pluto and Scorpio conjunct, so like triple Scorpio signature in my first house. So might as well be a Scorpio sun. Yeah, and then I have my moon in my 8th house with my Chiron as well. I got a lot of 8th house stuff. Yeah, me too, Paula. And everyone that I've talked about too. Like everyone that I've talked about is going through stuff too. Oh yes, all the Scorpionic energy. Represent bad bitches in the house. I love it. Okay. Right after I say I'm gonna focus. Goldfish brain goes back to not focusing. I'm just calling myself out here before anyone else can do it. Okay. Next one. Just see. Okay. Why does my laptop sound like it's already overheating? Unacceptable. Also, I'm literally just using a necklace, like a crystal necklace that I have as a pendulum right now, because I don't know where mine is. So in case anyone is like confused by that. Okay. A deck that I ordered just literally came in the mail today, and I just picked up and took it out of the box earlier. I think I'll use it for Gemini because it's the birthday season. By the way, before I forget, happy birthday, Geminis. I'm going to say it again in your actual reading. But happy birthday to my crazy Gemini family, whom I adore. Let's see. Okay, there we go. I think we're ready to actually get into things now. Thanks for being patient with me, you guys. I was outside like gardening and had a bunch of dirt under my nails that I realized was there when I came in. Had to clean that out, get myself cleaned up a little bit, and then I had to get my shit together. So, all right. So now that we've taken a moment to just kind of drop in, get everything cleansed, let's start with Aries. And if you guys want to know what sign we're on while I'm live still, before the timestamps are up, you will know by this little GIF in the top right hand corner of your screen. Okay, so check that. You'll be able to see which sign I'm currently on, and then when the reading is done, I will put timestamps for you in the pinned comment and the info box down below so that you can just skip to wherever you want to be. Okay, so that's what's going on with that. So with this reading, the spread, I'm doing it slightly different than I've done it in the past, but basically we're just going to look at the current energy between you and this person on your mind. So hold the person that you want more information surrounding the situation. Hold them in your thoughts, in your mind, not any specific type of thought about them, but just like keep them kind of in the peripheral of your mind. Stay somewhat connected to or thinking about their energy so that it's easier for me to tune into that for you. And we're just going to look at the current energy between the two of you, your truth of the situation, their truth of the situation, and then the truth of the situation. And by the truth, I just kind of mean like from Spirit's perspective, from an objective perspective, because obviously all of us are going to experience a situation differently, right? So everyone based on their own, we're all predisposed to thinking certain kind of ways. We all have our own assumptions and conditioning and all that jazz. So we'll look at the objective truth, what is happening or unfolding most likely in the near future in this situation, and then a little bit of advice, okay? So I hope that sounds good. And we're going to start with Aries. So let's see. How are you, Aries? I'm going to say hi again after I timestamp, just so that you can actually hear me. But yeah, if you guys are wanting to hang out with me more live, I also scheduled another stream on Saturday. And it's just going to be general messages, not general, but like what you need to know, what your higher self wants you to know most right now, I think is the topic that I chose. So if you're not dealing with anybody else and you want to check that out instead, then hit me up on Saturday, and that starts I think at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And then like I said, I also might do a live tomorrow night for the new moon in Gemini and just do a bit of like a vloggy type of ritual hangout session with you guys. So if you want to catch me in a different live, then those are what is coming up. Okay, so let's get 6 cards for Aries. Can you guys see me shuffling? Every day I'm shuffling. Do you guys remember that song? I just remembered it now. All right. Thanks, Paula. Whoa. Yes, I can absolutely do that for you. That's going to be at the end, but I'll timestamp it. So sometimes my readings go pretty long, but I'll timestamp your reading at the end. And I'm just going to write it on my thing right now so that I don't forget. But then you'll be able to just skip right to it if you're not still here. Okay? Okay, sounds good. Sorry you've been going through a couple difficult months, though. Well, it's nice that you're moving into a new house. Okay. Oh, okay. How I want to put these on the table. Okay. The truth. The truth. This card. Advice. Well, it's an interesting story coming out with this, that's for sure. Not bad. Either, necessarily. Okay, let me just grab a couple oracle cards here to clarify this. I feel like I want to take one from here. Clarify Aries truth. Okay. And their person's truth. You and your person, Aries. I'm gonna have words with you in a moment here. Okay, final card. Thank you. Okay. Oh my. Let's see what is shaken here. Let's see what's shaken, babes. Alright, so let me put Paula here and timestamp you. Okay. Hi, Aries. How are you doing, babes? I hope you're doing well. So, I already pulled your card, so if you want to watch that part, just skip back a little bit, but I'm just time-stamping where the reading actually starts for the people who do not care about that. So, the current energy between you and your person came out as the High Priestess. This is the card that is associated with the moon. I know it's confusing because there's a moon card too, but the moon card is associated with Pisces. So the High Priestess is actually the moon card here, or the one that's associated with the moon. This is the overall energy between the two of you. I feel like there's a lot happening. So if you can watch for any placement in your chart. I don't read for a specific one, so just if it resonates with you. But let's see a little bit more. I feel like there's a lot happening and shifting in this connection, whether or not you may be able to feel it. I don't really feel as though you and this person... There's a lot of mental activity, so I'm not totally sure. Mental and intuitive activity is what I'm seeing. There's also a lot of emotion. But there are no pentacles here on the table. So I'm wondering if the two of you aren't in physical contact right now. Yeah, but I do see that there's a lot shifting and taking place. I think that may have happened through a little bit of, I don't want to say love lost, but like, it's not that love has been lost. It's coming through more as like, at one point in time, you and this person may have had a specific idea of what love is. And you may have realized through this connection that part of that was a little bit toxic or maybe slightly codependent on one or both of your behalfs. So I'm seeing that there's movement through indecision surrounding whether something was toxic or not. And I'm seeing there be the decision to break away from anything that causes fear, stagnancy, unhappiness, instability, or just like lack-based mindset. I see that you and this person are both kind of trying to tune into intuitively the best way to get into a tempered state. And whether that is like on your own or whether that's together, I'm not totally sure. But tell me more about the High Priestess here. Okay. The Hermit. And the Lovers. The Ace of Swords, the Ten of Cups, the Sun, the Ace of Wands. Okay. So there's a lot of major arcana. So we have the Moon, we have Virgo, and then we also have Gemini here. Just going to cover the titties on this card. Can you see them? No, you can't. Okay. They're lovely, but YouTube is a prude, so unfortunately you cannot see them. So there is definitely a sense of isolation that I'm getting here, but there's a lot being revealed to you in this state of isolation, both of you. I really feel that strongly. There's a lot being revealed. And isn't it interesting? Sometimes we think that we're going to get someone to see our side, or someone's going to have a revelation if we just show up more and we try to prove it, or we just have a conversation and we talk and you know, just tell them and explain something a million different kinds of ways. It's interesting though, because sometimes when truth that will break someone's stubborn way of thinking and have them actually see the truth of the situation or more of it, sometimes that happens in silence. Like sometimes silence speaks the loudest because things come through intuitively that are less easy to just brush off and be like, well, they just said that, whatever, they were probably full of shit, right? It's like your own intuition is now telling you something, and it's not so easy to just ignore. So that's usually when big truths that are like divine truths that really integrate in and hit us in a deep place, I feel like can sometimes happen in silence. It could be that the two of you are realizing that you want success with one another. And you've already put a lot of work into something. You've already put a lot of work into working through some defensiveness and fear, I feel like, with this person. But there's still a level of insecurity that has been getting in the way, despite the fact that the two of you bring each other a lot of happiness and you're both passionate about one another. And keep in mind with this reading too, it doesn't always have to be a romantic partnership. So take it how it resonates for who it is as well. Yeah, it could be someone like family, but I'll try to point out if I am getting romantic vibes. And with the Lovers here, it doesn't necessarily have to be, but it could be. The Two of Cups is also here, and the Six of Cups. So that's kind of three cards that talk about, at the very least, someone that you feel very connected to, kind of on the same page with in a lot of ways, on a soul level, like they see you. But the High Priestess talks about kind of being internal, and the Hermit also does, in kind of different ways. The Hermit is more internalized because you are looking at your whole past experiences and gaining deeper understanding of yourself through seeing how far you've come, how much you've healed, where you used to be, who you used to be, and where and who you are now. in contrast. But the High Priestess is more tuning into that like esoteric, intuitive element of yourself and gaining wisdom from there. So both are very internal processes, just a little bit different. And the Lovers tells me that the current energy between the two of you, although you're both sort of separated right now in your own internalized, even if you're in physical contact, you're both still going through a very internal process. You're still feeling this love between the two of you. Okay, so let's get into your truth. And keep in mind again that if this sounds like the other person, just flip-flop it. Honestly, the two truths are looking a little similar to me right now. But, okay. So your truth is coming out as the Two of Cups in reverse. And then this card came out, which says, I don't care, with the little rock on symbol. But it came out in reverse. Okay. Acting like you don't care and let something go is not the same as actually not caring and letting something go, Aries. I know. Aries Venus, don't worry. I understand. I understand. Aries placements and the urge to say, fuck it, I never cared, and just keep it rolling. But you are only fooling yourselves, my friend. This I don't care in reverse is loud. What's the Two of Cups in reverse, though? This person, they care a lot. They might care more right now than they have. Like, they might be more... No, that's not the right way of saying it. They might be more aware now than ever of how much they do care about something, about you. Under the Moon is the Empress and the Lovers and the Wheel of Fortune, the Fool in reverse, the Emperor in reverse. Okay. Holy Major Arcana, Batman, in this reading. We started with 3 Major Arcana. We're ending with another one for your advice, and this is 6 of them in a row. And this deck has 2 different versions of the Lovers, and they both have come out now. So I'm going to maybe go out on a limb and say perhaps this is someone that you are in that kind of connection with. Again, take it how it resonates, though. This side is coming out as a masculine energy, so whether it's just someone who out of the two of you is more in an assertive or masculine energy, or whether it is an actual like male, you can determine that. This person feels a deep connection between you and they care a lot, but they also feel a chasm between you, and I think that there's this sense of that distance growing. Yeah, because I'm seeing like the Grand Canyon, but it's like splitting further and further apart. The walls are, so the canyon is just becoming wider and wider. And I think a lot of that has to do with what this person is hiding under their moon. So the moon can talk about sometimes what is hidden in our subconscious or hidden underneath. It's like we bury things, repress them because it's our fears, it's our worries, it's our doubts, it's the things that we don't want to look at, you know. So sometimes it's easier to just push those things away or push certain things under the moon so we don't have to look at them. But what this person is saying, and so I'll talk like as if it's you. You're kind of telling me that you're aware that this person is very high value, or this could be you being aware of your own value, but I don't think that it would be hidden under the moon if that was the case. So that's why I'm leaning the other direction. This feels a lot more like someone recognizing someone's worth and how much they truly care, and perhaps what they lost or what they're feeling distance from. It's like they're recognizing the value and the warmth of that thing they've been separated from. And then this is the second Lovers card. So in the first one, it's got this woman with her titties out and this little alien. And this is the second one where they are split up. They're in like these separate pods or whatever this is, right? There's a hopeless feeling to this person, and I don't think that it's because they're hopeless about their feelings surrounding you, but I think it's that they feel, again, this chasm and they don't know what to do about it. They feel like there is maybe even like an invisible walls kind of holding the two of you apart in some way. But they can't really get beyond it because they feel as though with the Wheel of Fortune, this is something that was meant to or still is meant to play some role in their life that's important. But then there's the Fool and the Emperor both in reverse. And the Emperor is Aries energy. So you could be seeing this might be reversed for some of you. This could be the other person that you're dealing with, but take it how it resonates. But it feels like you're seeing the value in somebody else and you're feeling as though you maybe fumbled something, or like you're not prepared to take the leap that would be necessary to meet them where they're at. And so now there's this chasm that's kind of growing a little bit because there's the Empress, the Lovers, and the Emperor in reverse. And the Lovers is the Empress and the Emperor. But there's a misalignment, and that is what is keeping this separation. But yeah, this person, they care a lot. They're very aware of your value, or you. Let's talk like this is you. I keep getting pulled into it not being you, so that's why I'm thinking it might be reversed. But this first person, let's just say, they're aware of the depth of the connection. They're aware of the depth of their feelings. They're very aware of your worth and value, or the worth and value of the other person, and aware of how much they care. They also feel this distance though, and they could be really in this internal state exploring themselves to ask whether they have it in them essentially, or whether they want to exert themselves in such a way to close that gap is kind of what that feels like. Essentially, like if how much they care is bigger than whatever is keeping them away. They're kind of weighing things is what that feels like. It's coming from a heart space too with all this pink and green. So the other truth here, the other person's truth came through as the Six of Cups. And it's interesting because this is why I feel like the two of you are kind of similar, and you're not fooling me, but it came out with this card. I'll show you it in the upright. So it's this book, and it says, can you help solve the mystery of who gives a shit? Nobody cares. But it came out in reverse. So this person, the first person, is like, I care. And you are also like, I give a shit. Because if this had come out in the upright, it would be, if both of them had come out in the upright, it'd be like both of you are like, fuck you, see you never, find something tall and jump off of it, you know, like, I don't give a fuck. Very much like, I don't fuck with you, Big Sean vibes. But this is like the opposite of that. This is like, I do in fact F with you, and I do in fact care very much. And with the Six of Cups and the Two of Cups, both people on both sides are recognizing some sort of soul connection and possibly like a soul contract. The Six of Cups can talk about the past, someone that you've known since childhood or from a past life even, or just when you meet them, you become very aware that they feel very familiar to your spirit, to your heart. They feel safe. You feel seen and held by them without them really doing anything in particular. It doesn't really make sense, you know? It feels different. And so you take note. I want to see a little bit more why this person is, they might be thinking that this is in the past, right? It's like, I do very much care, and that's no mystery. It feels like this person has made it known that they care, and the first person that I spoke about has hidden a lot more internally underneath that moon energy, and it's like they're scared to admit how much worth they see in the situation in the other person, how much value they truly give it internally, and their fears surrounding maybe being inadequate or having already lost something, or something just being beyond mending. With the Empress in the upright, though, the Lovers, and then the Emperor in reverse, and the Wheel of Fortune, it's almost like this person feels like fate came to them and delivered their perfect counterpart, or something that is very much for them, and they weren't ready. they feel as though they weren't ready, which is a misconception on themselves, because the universe will never give you something that you're not ready for. Things only align with you when they are aligned with you, right? Which means that at one point this person was in the energy, probably of the Emperor, to pull in the Empress, but they may have questioned themselves, doubted themselves, and thrown themselves out of that energy and into an untempered space. So the second person, it's like their truth right now might be that this is in the past, because again, with that Six of Cups, like, there's a lot of love here. There has been no love lost. However, the Six of Cups is a card of the past. I'm getting a sense of forgiveness though here. This second person is more at peace with the whole situation overall. That doesn't mean that they want things to be the way that they are between you, but it does mean that they've done a little bit of healing, a little more healing, I feel, in terms of maybe getting beyond the really frustrating emotions of the situation, blame, resentment, anger. It feels like they have been through that and they wore themselves out and they're tired and they're like, fuck it. I care. I give a shit. I love this bitch. However, I don't know what I can do about it. So I'm just going to kind of preserve the fond memories that I have from the past and move forwards, not denying the fact that I care. Yeah, moving forwards, the Six of Swords, justice in reverse. Something wasn't balanced or fair here. Now, whether one specific situation or experience between the two of you happened, that where like an injustice was blatantly done, or whether this was the whole vibe of the situation was thrown off balance. Like I was saying, this person, they only know that they cannot go back to that state of things. So if this is the Empress person, they're like, I don't fucks with the Emperor in reverse. I can't do it, can't do it. Because he can't run I can't run a kingdom with that guy, right? That guy doesn't even know that he's the Emperor. So this person is moving, but they're not so much trying to move away from the other person. What they're trying to move away from is the imbalance and the current energy, or the energy that has been slightly toxic, it feels like, and stressful in the past, or even just recently between the two of you. Okay, let's look at the ultimate truth. So the ultimate truth came through as the Nine of Swords. Why are these cards so hard to get off the table? With this card, you guys are so, I feel like the two of you are not okay. You're not all is not well, because this card came out with just like, I'm fine. And then it's like her behind being like, oh, I'm not fucking fine, And then the Nine of Swords is quite a bit about not being fine either. It's about being really stressed out and being very in your head, to the point that you feel kind of backed into a corner by your own anxieties. You don't really know what's true anymore, because you may have turned things over so much in your own head that reality is now elusive. You don't really know. When you think about something so much that you no longer really remember where you started, what you were hoping to achieve through like looking through it, and you don't really remember the truth, like where you came from initially, because you've gone over it so much. You've kind of skewed your perception, but you've also confused your emotions at that point. That's what it feels like the current energy or current truth is between the two of you. And this is just the current absolute truth between you, because obviously this truth is not going to stay like cemented. The energy is not going to crystallize, and this truth will be forever the truth. But this is where you're at right now. You're both in a state of anxiety over this, and it's shared. And it's because I feel there is a lot of feeling that's not being expressed, and there's regret, and there's a yearning or a longing to make sense of something. It feels more like to make sense of to help someone else understand your actions in the situation. I feel like both of you are feeling that. Both of you wish that the other person understood more where you're coming from or why certain things happen the way that they did on your side of things, it feels like. But there's just kind of a bummed out energy. Can you tell me more about that ultimate truth? The Five of Pentacles. You guys. I'm seeing that there could be success between you and this person. There's currently something, though, energetically that's unfolding, and it's holding the two of you back from either being ready to come together and have this conversation, or like maybe the energy hasn't shifted just enough yet for things to be different. Overall, though, there is the potential for you to work things out with this person. But right now, it's looking a little desolate here, the landscape. The first Pentacles card to show itself is the Five of Pentacles, which is about being like scarcity, lack, having lost something and being kind of out in the cold, not really knowing how you're going to make that back. So if it's like a financial loss, it's like, how am I gonna, you don't know how you're going to make up for that yet. And if it's a relational loss, again, it's, you don't really know how to approach. And a big part of the reason is because there is anxiety. But I feel like there needs to be a bit of an admission. It's okay to be like, I care and I am not great with where the situation is right now. It's okay to admit that you're not fine, because again, it's not going to last forever, but it will last longer if you're telling yourself you're fine when you're really not, because you're just not being honest, right? And the only way we can transform the energy is by at least being real about where we're at, because through that awareness, that's kind of how the transmutation process starts. So I feel like both of you, to some degree, you're aware that you're aware that you care. But I feel like you're still kind of like, this is fine, I'm fine, this is great. But it doesn't really feel that way. There is healing that's taking place. It's kind of happening as a purge of those difficult emotions, though, is what that feels like I initially said. And that could feel a little bit heavy and difficult in itself. So in the near future between you and this person, the 10 of Swords in reverse, and then your advice is strength. Leo energy. I like this. I feel like there was a little bit of bad blood here for a hot second, and it could have just lasted like a very short time. One of you could have maybe held on to that. One of you could have more like anger issues than the other. Maybe one may have held on to that a little longer. But I am seeing some energy of resentment, blaming. Again, it's just kind of like the more immature handling of those heavy emotions and hurt. And that's very natural, honestly. Like when something really painful happens, it's kind of natural for the less evolved handling of those emotions to spill out of us just as humans, right? Very few of us are like completely regulated and held together in the optimal and most positive and healthy way, like all the time. So it feels like maybe there was a bit of a blow up here, anger, or even like if the two of you didn't direct that right at each other verbally or physically when you were together in each other's lives, then it feels like that's been mental. So you might flip-flop back and forth between being anxious about anxious about there being distance between the two of you, and then you tune into the pain and your feelings, and you kind of don't want to indulge too much in that because you're still trying here to like be like, I'm fine, I'm good, and maybe that's just to get through the day-to-day. But it could have been that when you thought about it, you were like, actually, F that person, like you've had your moments where the two of you have been like, you know what? Go to hell and enjoy eternity there. you suck. So, but I think that that wasn't coming from, it was coming from a superficial place. It wasn't really meant. But especially around this Gemini new moon time, don't focus on that kind of thoughts around, well, anyone, but specifically this person and each other, because that will amplify the energy quite a bit. So try to think happy thoughts, try to think more positive thoughts, hopeful thoughts, because the truth is, in this phase of distance between the two of you, you are flushing out grief, pain, anxiety, lack-based mentalities, low self-worth stuff. Like, there's a lot that's coming to the surface between the two of you, and it's coming up to be released. It's kind of like the poison's getting sucked out in this space of silence. So your advice being strength. Let's just clarify that a little bit before I let you go. You're already aligned, I think, though. With all this major arcana, it really feels like the universe is kind of like having its way here. Like, there's something that did need to shift. Yeah, the Magician in reverse. Hold tight. There's something that's coming to fruition here, I feel like. But it's not something that you can control necessarily. You might be able to control your response to it and how you feel. Like, I would strengthen into your truth and make it a more positive, lighthearted, hopeful truth if you can. Obviously, if that's just delusional and this person is like an abusive piece of crap, then that's not what I'm talking about. And this isn't that connection. But, like, don't lie to yourself is what I'm saying. But focus on the silver lining of the situation. Focus more on the positive parts and the truth of how you feel, because both of you are showing me you do care deeply about each other, but just some shit has gone down that needed some cooling off time, it feels like. But this is not something that you need to manifest. It's something that it's about getting into alignment with your core self and your beliefs and values and morals. Because the 8 of Cups in reverse and the 9 of Cups with the 3 of Swords in reverse, again, something's being purged out. I don't feel that either of you have disconnected emotionally, because you bring each other a lot of emotional fulfillment. And I think that there's still this sense of you guys being a bit of a wish for one another. And behind this chasm of the Lovers, there is the King of Cups. So again, it's like there's a whole lot of emotion and love for one another, but it's not necessarily being expressed right now. And I do actually feel like even that is for a reason, because there's some sort of healing and awareness that's happening for the two of you now that is needed, it feels like. So that's what I see for you, Aries. Okay, we're going to move on to Taurus. Okay, let's see what's going on for Taurus. Let's see. Taurus. All right. These cards down quickly. Tap me into the truths here of this situation and the current energies between Taurus and the person on their mind. Taurus, what do they need to know? Give them more insight and healing into the situation. What do they need to know? Taurus. Hi, Taurus. How are you doing, babes? Let's get right into your reading and see what is going on with you and this person. So, it's coming up. First, also, you could be dealing with an Aries. Just there are some similar cards and themes. So, if you have Aries in your chart or if you're dealing with one, you might want to watch that reading, but only if you feel called. So, the current energy between you and this person came out as the Eight of Swords. Here. So there is some fear in the situation. It's mostly self-imposed with the Eight of Swords. It's usually just something that has not been like verified as being needed, right? So the fear is coming from somewhere that is valid within you, but it could be more due to past experiences and less the reality of this situation, if you know what I mean. My foot is cramping here. Let me see more about this Eight of Swords for Taurus. Tell me more about the current energy. The Four of Swords in reverse. Dang. There is a lot of overthinking happening here for whatever between the two of you. I think it's because there's a strong energy of potentially someone being committed to a bit of a lack of movement here, and I'm not. Yeah, we'll see who that is. We'll get more into that, but it's almost coming through as though the ego is like ramping up the overthinking surrounding the situation. You could be having sleepless nights or just have an uneasy mind or unrest in your mind. It almost feels like one or both of you as well are kind of like waiting on each other, but at the same time you're both holding back. So it's like they're coming forwards. I'm not making the move, but both of you are like in that energy potentially. So there's a lot of waiting. There's an awareness of there being a new opportunity that could be available between the two of you. However, there is also a commitment to like not moving or not communicating. And this feels quite stubborn, and this is your energy. So this could be you, Taurus, that is the person that is more in this energy, but I do feel like it's kind of both of you. You're both sort of in a single energy right now, really focusing, it feels like, on stabilizing yourself, maybe stabilizing your health, your finances, just trying to look good and feel good, and potentially balance out your thoughts as well, because I am seeing there being a lot of overthinking. So that's the overall energy currently between you. So your truth here, and keep in mind the roles could be reversed. So if this side sounds like you, or if this side sounds like the other person, and vice versa, then flip it. Okay, so your truth came out as the Fool in reverse with this card, Vervain Everlasting, which says spellbound, soul alignment, release, and protection. Spellbound, soul alignment, release, and protection. I'm going to go open my blinds a little more so it's a little lighter in here, but soul alignment, release, and protection. So is this Taurus that basically put the Fool in reverse into action here? Was that their decision primarily? Yeah, okay. So if it wasn't you that chose to be indecisive and not take a leap into something out of like sort of a protection, self-protection mechanism, then you might be the other person, okay? So reverse it if you need to. But the Two of Swords came out telling me that I'll talk as if this side is you, right? Basically, there was a decision made because of a lack of decision being made, right? So it's like no decision is still a decision. If you're not choosing something, that's choosing to not choose it, right? So you're saying something very loudly still, just like silence still says a lot. Like if you run off and ghost someone like a coward, like that says a lot. Oh, that says a lot. The silence says a lot. The ghosting says a lot. Like you just, right? You just told the other person, I'm terrified and now I'm running away, because no one runs that isn't scared. So for instance, right? So there's something that was loudly said through a lack of decision being made here. And that trickled down into something not moving into a new phase, it feels like, with the Fool in reverse. There was a shift energetically that wanted to take place, a quite large shift in this connection, and the universe was working with the energy with you, because the Fool is Uranus energy, and it's kind of like an unexpected like surprise energy, something that you don't really see coming, but you also have to lean into the unknown in order to receive that energetic shift and the support. So someone, it feels like, was a little bit more afraid. This is coming through as you, but that's okay if it is you too, right? There was fear, and that fear came from somewhere, even if it wasn't from this situation specifically. Spellbound, soul alignment, release, and protection. It's almost like somebody, it's coming through as being under a spell of your own overthinking, like kind of like creating a delusion in your mind about something that's based off fear. So it could have just come from the repetition of being like, I can't trust this, I can't trust this, I have to protect myself from this. Releasing myself from this person or this situation is what's going to keep me safe, right? And then just repeating that without really knowing whether maybe the situation actually is safe. Like for instance, if you were repeating that belief based on past experiences, things that weren't safe in the past, but not like kind of projecting it onto this situation. But there was like an inconsistency here. The Knight of Wands in reverse, and then there's the Knight of Cups and the Four of Wands in reverse. Yeah, there was forward motion, but it's showing me that one person was very inconsistent and more connected to their ego and their masculine energy, and one person was more consistent and connected to their heart with the Knight of Cups there and their feminine energy. But because these two are not aligned and in balance, then so the Four of Wands could not be in balance, because this structure has four equal wands holding it up. That's what makes it safe. That's what makes it stable. That's what makes it feel both liberating and freeing, but also solid and secure, right? But that was not the case because of this imbalance. And I feel like fear is what kind of threw off the consistency or the it feels like whoever this first person is here, it almost feels like they couldn't be taken seriously necessarily in the situation because they were not really taking themselves seriously. So if they made promises and then didn't keep them, right? It's like, well, how do you keep taking someone seriously when their word doesn't mean anything, right? It's hard. And I'm not saying that your word doesn't mean anything or this person. I'm just using it as an example. But the thing is, I don't feel like it's that the promises were not meant. If that's the case, I feel like it's the fear got in the way of someone actually following through or upholding the things that they said. So there's a push-pull energy, and that is very much the Two of Swords. It's like you're between a rock and a hard place, sort of. So it feels like someone here, they felt pressured maybe to leap into something that they didn't feel prepared for, or it just seemed scary and unknown to them, which is fair, right? And then the other option they determined was like, I'm going to release myself and protect myself. But this was coming from a spellbound place, it feels like. And actually it was meant to show them insight into their own soul's alignment and calibration, and the reason why things were not calibrating in the connection and why they were feeling so afraid to move forwards, I think. Because that wasn't coming from like a clear, discerning place. It was coming from this place. So that's what I see for your truth here on this side of things. Someone still feels like you, if you're on the side, you still feel indecisive. But you are aware that there's been a choice that has come from that indecision. And you're back and forth about whether or not you're still on the fence. The thing is about whether or not that releasing this opportunity was actually for the highest good of yourself and maybe the other person involved as well. But I feel like you're struggling to be able to see that clearly just because that fear is messing with your discernment, it seems like a little bit, or this first person's. Okay, so their truth, the other person's truth. It came out as the 10 of Cups with this oracle card drawing down the moon, which says divine feminine, source, channel, and stillness. I love that together. That is beautiful. Divine feminine. I think that this is the person that was in the Knight of Cups energy. And the first person was the one that was more in the Knight of Wands in reverse. Because this is more feminine and that was a little more masculine. This person is very connected to some sort of higher power, I want to say. It literally says source on this card. So it's not just their intuition. It's not just the universe or whatever. It's like source, like God, the ultimate source from which all things came and all things will return, the seed of the divine that is in all of us. This person is quite connected to that source of that. And they're channeling that in some sort of stillness. And it's interesting because the truth that they're finding there is that there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love, there's a lot of hope, and there's like a dream. I don't want to say fantasy because it feels a little more grounded than that. Like this isn't something that this person just goes off into daydream land and like fantasizes about the 10 of Cups, emotional fulfillment with somebody else. It feels more as though this is something that they meditate, they tune in, and they channel that is in fact possible, and that their feelings align with that possibility as well, is kind of what it's coming through as. So this person in the stillness is really finding peace, and they're almost like cementing their feelings, it seems. Can you tell me more about that 10 of Cups? But they are also aware that that is what they desire and deserve. The 10 of Cups, and the 10 of Cups is balanced. The 10 of Cups requires commitment. It requires investment, reciprocity, balance, right? And it feels like there is a cycle here where that was not a thing. Again, with that, the 4 of Wands in reverse, and then there's the King of Pentacles in reverse, which is someone who does not give their energy freely or in like a reciprocated way. They're more likely to be inconsistent, sometimes selfish, sometimes use other people even, and they might not recognize they're doing it. That's the thing. I'm not saying that this person's a bad person, the first one, right? It usually comes from a space of feeling insecure and afraid, and then feeling like you need to be in control, and feeling like control is power, and then grasping for control and power through like withholding your energy and taking more than you give is kind of what that is. But there's a cycle of that has not closed out yet, and this person is aware of that. So it's kind of what they're saying is like, I see the potential in this situation. I have the feelings as well for Taurus that go along with it. But at the same time, that is not the reality of the situation between us right now. There's too much fear for there to be balance, and therefore to build into this like deep emotional fulfillment based on trust and reciprocity, and vulnerability and intimacy, right? And so they're sort of saying like, I know what I desire and deserve no matter what. I know that I would like it to happen with you, but at the same time, if there is no equal investment, or if the cycle that we're in now that's more based on fear doesn't close out, it kind of feels like this person's truth is that they're gonna get that 10 of Cups one way or another, because they know that's what they want, and they know that that's what they are worth, is what that feels like. So the ultimate truth between the two of you came out as the Empress in reverse, with this oracle card, Hidden Familiars. It says allies, natural assistance, divine support, and comfort. Okay. Here comes Luna. Hi, Loons. Probably see her tail going back there. Tell me a little more about the Empress in reverse. I just want to get a clarifier before I say too much on that. The Six of Pentacles, yeah, and the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. The energy's been put on ice by the divine. The energy has been put on ice, is what that feels like. There is the ability to have success here in this situation, but there's like some sort of suspension that's happening, and it's happening for a reason. It's happening so that certain things can come into the two of your awareness at this time, it feels like. Because there is a joint mutual lesson that wants to be learned here for both people, not just one or the other. Because the current theme between the two of you, or situation, is all this overthinking and fear, right? And that is showing up to me as a lack of like faith, a lack of trust, and a lack of belief in maybe yourself, the other person, the situation, or even spirit. And the reason that I say that that's what that is because we don't stress out over things that we believe. Like, if you have the belief, I know that what is for me cannot pass me by. I know that what is aligned with me will align with me, because that's physics, that's energy, that's the universal law, period, point blank. So therefore, I can move forwards with faith without worrying. And this is easier said than done, right? But it's like, I can move forwards and I can get rid of the middleman, which is my mind, the overthinking. You know what I mean? That's not necessary when you have the faith and the belief in yourself. And then the thing is that even if this person, the other person, doesn't end up following through, you still have that faith and belief in yourself that's coming from a space of self-worth and self-value and having self-respect. So you will still carry on and get the thing that you know you deserve. It's just, if this doesn't align with you, then it was not the thing that was meant to align. But it feels that the energy's kind of put on ice right now, and it's because there isn't an overall vibe of abundance between the two of you. And I do feel like there is direct divine support that's happening here, because this person, they have like this soul alignment energy that's happening. You, or the second person, they have this divine feminine and source energy that they are connected to and channeling. And then the connection between the two of you, the truth between the two of you, there's this natural assistance and divine support, right? So it feels very much like, it almost feels like Spirit wants you to see yourselves more clearly. They want you to see your own worth. They want you to focus on that right now and giving to yourself in accordance with what you believe you're truly worth, rather than waiting for someone else to give it to you to validate that, validate yourself, right? So believe that you are the Empress, whether you're a man or a woman. This is just a card of abundance. And knowing that you don't need to overdo it. You don't need to grind, grasp, sweat it out, like put yourself in an early grave to get the thing. You are innately worthy of the thing. You just have to believe it. And then take steps towards it, but you don't have to kill yourself doing it, right? Just give what you can. But you're meant to be giving to yourself to both enrich this energy and flip it into the upright so that this situation can expand. And I think the universe is helping you do that, or spirit, your guides, your higher self is helping you do that through their divine support. That right now you're meant to be giving to yourself here until you get back on track and balanced. And I think both of you are being asked to do that. But until then, the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, it's feeling like there's not a lot of action or movement. It's not really even able to happen between the two of you, because it's almost coming through as one step forward, two steps back. And the 2 steps back is happening because of fear. So you might take one bold step forwards and then get a little scared and take a couple steps back. And that will keep happening until this realignment or calibration happens individually between the two of you. So in the near future between the two of you here is the Page of Wands in reverse, and then your advice is the 5 of Wands in reverse. Tell me about the 5 of Wands in reverse. The Queen of Swords. There needs to be very clear discernment and perspective on this, which again you can't really have while you're drenched in fear. It's almost though like seeing that there is no real tension here that exists outside of yourself. It's like there is no real tension or conflict that exists outside of yourself. So everything is a mirror, right? The conscious person sees the world as a mirror, and when they are projecting something onto someone else or judging or blaming someone else, they flip that and they say, why am I doing that? What is it in me that I'm afraid to look at that is causing me to project that thing onto the other person instead, right? So if there's something where you're like, this person is non-committal, or this person is a little bit of a hoe, is there a part of you that feels like, that fears commitment, or fears that you are not truly capable of being in something long term and showing up consistently and investing and giving what that would take? Like, what part of you is triggered by that thought about someone else, essentially? Because I feel that the fears that you have about one another, they're kind of fears that you have about yourself. And it's stemming from internal conflict that's kind of being projected onto one another. But it's the true tension or conflict in the situation is actually just coming from an imbalance of energy being given, or indecision, really, which is still an energetic imbalance. It's not like a solid investment. So there's something here that's causing that, and it's causing disappointment and a bit of a lack of forward motion. The Page of Wands in reverse in the near future, though, is usually the Page of Wands in reverse talks about not hearing good news necessarily. It doesn't mean that you're hearing bad news. It just might mean that you're not hearing anything, or it can also be about not having a super hopeful attitude or outlook. So my foot is asleep and it's very tingly. All right, what's this Page of Wands in reverse here in the near future for Taurus? Temperance in reverse. It's the same thing. The Ace of Wands in reverse. There's a way of approaching this person and this connection that is not balanced, it's not tempered. So either you're giving more than they're giving, vice versa. Or both people are scared and indecisive because of their fears. But there's a lack of hope, a lack of faith, and that needs to be kind of reinstated, because right now it's causing an energy drain. And that needs to be walked away from and released. And it's saying, like, the wheel will not move until that happens. It can't. Literally the universal law. You cannot come into alignment with something that you're not in alignment with, right? So you got to do the work. There is no, and it might be annoying. It might be annoying. It might suck. Life sucks sometimes. That's how it is, you know? I'm not saying it's easy and it doesn't suck. I'm saying that is just how it is. So there's no cutting corners and expecting to still align with the thing when you don't do the work. And it kind of feels like maybe you guys tried to approach each other and just hope that the fears would just, that you two would validate those fears away, you know, or that the more time you spent together, that those would just dissipate. But I do feel like it's something that you're meant to work through on your own and release, because I feel like those fears and stuff, they were within you before this situation, before this person, and they're yours to work through and release. And when you do, if you are in alignment with this person, in a place where you can truly discern, commit, invest, and be in a space of equality and reciprocity, then you'll come into that with them, but only after you do this work. That's what that feels like. And it feels like the universe is helping you do that work currently. Like, it's happening right now. It's just how conscious and involved you truly are in it, because that will help speed it up. Right? Sometimes things come up and trigger us and cause purges, and they cause soul alignment, like a tower moment or something like that. We don't necessarily have to put it into play or motion. We sometimes just respond to it, right? Like, there are certain things that happen in life that we can't control. We can just choose how to respond to the thing. Are you confused, Neo? Do you have a confusion about something? Is there something I can help you with? But yeah, we're gonna move on to Gemini, okay? Gemini. Let's see. Gemini. Okay. Okay, this deck is brand new. I think I just opened it right before I went live, so let me give it a decent shuffle, because all the cards were like in perfect order. What's up, Victor? You've been taking 1 hour naps since my reading. Nice. Doing the work. We love to see it. We love to see it. Exhausted in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, there's been a lot of energy just going. It feels like a lot of energy working in the background too, like having a bunch of tabs open but not necessarily doing the, I don't know. It's like we're doing the work on ourselves, but then the work is also being done on us by spirit, is what it has felt like. Okay. Let me open my blinds a little more as well. This is a square deck, so it's going to be weird to shuffle because I don't have any other square decks. Let's see. I gave Gemini the weird deck because we're weirdos. Highly recommend getting a reading. Thank you, Victor. But yeah, if you guys do want to get a personal reading, the info for my Etsy shop is in the info box down below, along with social media stuff and how to donate to the channel and all that. Whatever you need, it's most likely down there. All right, let me open the window and we're gonna get into Gemini. I think that's enough of a shuffle. Let me see. Open the window and get a little breeze action if that's going to be too loud. Only if someone decides to start like lawn mowing right outside. All right. It's better, I think. Why is this pillow like not giving me lumbar support? There. All right, let's get 6 cards for Gemini. Yeah. It's weird. What's up, Eunice? See? You're from Portugal. Aw, lovely. Thanks for joining. I'm glad you can be here too. I'll have to do more different, like more afternoon reads so that some of you guys that are in different time zones can make it, because I love you too. I gotta make room for you guys too. Thanks for joining. Okay, let's get 5 more. Anticipated. Okay. Their truth. Okay. Interesting. Get a couple oracle cards to clarify. Tell me about Gemini's truth. All right. Nice. Tell me about their person's truth. Okay. And the ultimate truth. Okay. Yeah. Just want to see, because these cards are square, see if they want me to read them sideways too. So this one was in the right. Okay. This is in Libra. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Let's timestamp. Hi, Gemini. Happy birthday season, my badass babes. I hope that you guys are doing well. I hope you're adding to the chaos and enjoying it and just living life, living your best life. So, the current energy between you and this person is coming out as the Chariot. These are such cute cards. This is Cancerian energy. The Chariot. Okay, so let's see. So the Chariot does talk about there being a lot of energetic movement, and specifically coming from people recognizing or getting more aligned with their emotional truth. I have to move this lamp back so you can see me a little better. With their emotional truth, and then being able to take their willpower and align it with their emotional truth in order to propel them in a specific direction. Okay, so let's see. Tell me more about the Chariot. Why is this the overall current energy? So the two of you could be moving towards each other, away from each other, forwards, not connected, but parallel to one another. So we'll get more information, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit like moving in separate directions here, though. A little bit. Okay. So, yeah. There's a massive transformation that's happening for the two of you. It feels like Death and the Empress came out to clarify the Chariot. Hi, you want to come up? Want to go on the bed? Come here, come here, come here. I know I'm in your way. Luna, it's Luna. Right away. There you go. My little furry familiar. So Death and the Empress. What up, gangsta? I know there's cards that are preventing you from being close to me. But I love you from this minimal distance away from you. Gemstone Reiki, hello. Oh, you're amazing too. Thanks for joining. I'm glad that you're here. It's nice to see new names pop up that people that I haven't talked to before or like seen as much. So I appreciate you guys being here and saying hi. But yeah, Death and the Empress, Scorpionic energy and Venusian energy. So you got a lot of water here between you and this person right now. There's the feminine element, and then there's Scorpio and Cancer. Just missing Pisces. So there is a massive transformation that's taking place with Death. It's a transmutation of energy, and the energy is being transformed or transmuted into something more abundant, into something that is more energetically expansive, something that can pick up speed and grow and be fertile in that growth. So it's not like planting seeds into hard, cold ground. This is like finding the most nutrient-rich soil and then planting seeds there. But it is happening through some sort of massive transformation that is taking place, and there is a lot of energy moving with that happening. Like the Chariot is a lot of energy moving, Death is a lot of energy moving. So there could be this element of being quite receptive energetically right now as well, with the Empress being the yin, and maybe being in a state of rest and almost just internal observation of the energies and the ways that they are emotionally and intuitively moving you right now before actually taking any major physical actions. I just got like full body goosebumps for no apparent reason. when I said that. So I don't know what's up with that, but all the hairs on my arm just stood up. All right, so Gemini, your side of things I'm going to start with. But if this sounds like your person's side of things more than you, then feel free to just reverse the roles, okay? So it came out for you as the Two of Swords in reverse with this oracle card that says approach. And it says advancing, a warm reception, prosperous conditions, increased influence, hopefulness, lightening up, and an arrival. Yeah, there's been a very clear choice made on your behalf. This is what the Two of Swords looks like in the upright. I'm just going to try to show you closer up because the artwork is kind of delicate on these cards, it feels like. So this did come out in reverse for you, but you guys have made some sort of choice based on, it's like you had two truths, right? And you had to choose, you got to choose between them. It's almost like two equal truths, and that's why sometimes the Two of Swords can be about feeling between a rock and a hard place, because it's like it's not an easy choice. It's not an easy choice. There is two choices that could very easily be the choice that you make. It just kind of depends on how you are thinking about it and coming at it. So I do see you having made a choice, and I think that this choice is to soften yourself, to warm yourself, maybe so that you can be more open and receptive, but also so that you can move forwards with that energy. Like, I don't see you just waiting. Your truth is that you're recognizing your own prosperity, and the more that you recognize that, the more hope you have, the more warmth you hold, the more everything that would go against that belief in yourself is kind of being shed. So you're witnessing and experiencing this lightning energy. And you're also gaining increased influence. You're stepping into this Empress energy very much. And from your side of things, I see it being a very conscious, intentional choice. And again, you're not necessarily taking physical action. I see you more, you are making up this decision in your mind with absolute clarity. And the more that you do that, the more your reality shifts around you to embody what you've decided, essentially. So you made a choice, and it sent out ripples energetically. Tell me more about Gemini's energy here. It's interesting. It's a quite receptive energy, but you're also, so you're open, but you also know what you want. You've made that decision. You know what you're worth, and you know what you want. The world and the sun. Yeah. The Nine of Pentacles. You could be on a very solo dolo energy, very focused on yourself and personal fulfillment and happiness right now, Gemini. I mean, your season with Jupiter there is a great time to do that. You could really call in the life of your dreams right now, the partner of your dreams, if you are coming at it from that perspective. But I see you having made a choice to close out an old cycle and to move into something that feels, again, much warmer, much lighter, much more abundant, and just softer. But you're starting with you. It starts with you, with that Nine of Pentacles. It's an individual kind of energy. You got a lot of major arcanas here in your reading too. Okay. So this other person's truth, let's look at that. Yours is very clear cut, honestly. You know how you feel about something. You made a decision that was not easy to make, but you made it. You're clear on it now. It's pretty black and white. You are actively receptive and moving towards, especially in your own thinking, just the acceptance of a whole new reality and different kinds of opportunities that come through that new reality. That's what that feels like. All right. It's kind of like the internal shift is taking place first. Like you are recognizing that you've timeline shifted, or you're recognizing that you went through a portal, or you're recognizing that you have shifted your reality. But it's almost like your mind has to you have to wrap your head around that before you can really fully engage with that new reality in the physical, because you need to kind of know what you're looking for, right? And you need to believe it. You don't need to always believe things to see it, but it will help you be grounded and rooted into that new reality if you do believe it, right? So that's what I see you doing, kind of finishing up, working through the threads of an old cycle, and you feel something new approaching that feels much lighter and more hopeful. So this other person's truth is the Knight of Swords in reverse with gathering together also in reverse. I'll show you these cards in the upright first, and then I'll turn them back over just so you can see the visuals. So gathering together says massing, converging, unifying, assembling, combining forces, and the sum is greater than the parts. But they are both in reverse. All right. It's interesting. I kind of feel that you and this person are somewhat in like opposing energies. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're in opposition to one another. Because honestly, I see this person a lot more focused on you, and you are facing away from them. Like your back is to this energy, and you are focused on the life that you're creating, the life that you're releasing yourself from, and the life that you're creating, or the one that you're stepping into as a natural energetic flow from that ending. This is the way that the cards are on the table. This way. So your back is to this person when they are like still riding sort of in your direction. It's mental though, energy mostly, not physical. And you have a lot of clarity though, and this person does not. They still have quite a bit of confusion in their mind. And that's not saying like one person's doing better than the other. It just, this person hasn't worked through maybe their confusion surrounding you and the connection in the same way that you have in order to release. Or maybe you didn't even really, I mean, who knows what your process was in making this Two of Swords in reverse decision, right? All I know is that you are quite clear on it. It's pretty black and white for you, cut and dry. So it could be that this person on this side, their truth is maybe a little bit more complex, or they're making it more complex. Like they could be taking more things into consideration in their pursuit of truth, for instance. And so that could be why it's taking them longer to work through things. But there's something where their truth is that something is not coming together between the two of you. You're not combining forces. Things between you are not being unified. They're not really expecting or anticipating alignment between the two of you. And I would say that's probably pretty accurate at this point, just based on where your focus is. Windy outside. Windy. Let's clarify this person's truth a little bit. But they seem a little confused and maybe on edge mentally. This is kind of the energy of someone who they're aware that they need to think about something to get through it. The Seven of Swords, exactly. They're aware that they need to think about something in order to get through it. But there's something that also feels quite dense. Like when they look at it, they can't really see through it. I'm seeing like water, like clear water with nothing in it that you can just kind of wade through, and you can see right through it, and it's simple, right? You know what's in the pool with you, kind of thing. And then I'm also seeing a pool that's full of like molasses. You can't see this far in front of you in the pool. It's hard to wade through. So I don't feel, how can I explain the way that I'm seeing the difference between the two of you in my head? It's coming down to a difference in mental processing, it feels like, and just how much self-awareness maybe there is, how many details are being taken into consideration. And that could be good or bad, right? Like, I'm not saying that this person on this side is better because they're taking more information into consideration. That can sometimes not help. That can sometimes overcomplicate and keep us stuck when we need to move forwards, right? So there are always pros and cons to every side, but this person right now, they're kind of a little held up a little bit here by their thoughts. And there is some confusion for sure. That I think that they're aware of it and they're working on it. It feels like their truth is there have been things that I have not seen clearly. There have been times when I perceived the 10 of Cups. I perceived something as the 10 of Cups, and then I came to find that it was a lot more like the 10 of Wands. Something I expected to be fulfilling and light and free, and it ended up, you know, kind of feeling super, super heavy or dense. So this person's sort of trying to sort through their experience and weed out the things, the places where they feel that they didn't see things clearly, where there were misunderstandings, and maybe what led to those misunderstandings within them. Yeah. It doesn't feel like they're blaming you for those misunderstandings, which I like. They're taking some level of accountability. They're not in denial about things not coming together between the two of you. Although I don't really feel like they would be totally against that. Maybe not like coming together relationally or romantically, but like for more clarity or closure, I feel like they would be open to speaking to you, but they don't need it. They're not waiting on you. I'm not getting a negative attachment to you. I'm just getting this person, their truth is that they are still sorting through that pool of molasses with your name on it a little bit. But it goes much deeper than just you with this person. It's almost like you were just the tip of the iceberg, you know? And you kind of, or this connection guided this person into a deeper place where now they are unraveling some things within them. So the ultimate truth is coming out as the Six of Pentacles in reverse with this card of deliverance, which says release, relief, a fresh approach, liberation from obstruction, finding a solution, and exhilaration. There's the Six of Pentacles. What song is that? I'm channeling a song. I think it's called Phases. You and I go through phases. I can run to you. Phases. What are the lyrics to that song? Let me look that up. I feel like I wouldn't have channeled that very specifically unless it was important. But the ultimate truth is that you've both been delivered from something through the closure of this cycle. And that doesn't mean like they were a toxic piece of crap and I was delivered from them when this fell apart. That's not what I'm saying. It's something deeper than that. There was something that was meant to be shown to both of you in this connection, it feels like. And I think that it was, or it is still being removed or shown to you. Hold on, let me go into my liked songs. I don't know where this is. That did happen, or it is happening. It's in the process of happening if it hasn't fully already. Yeah. Is this it? Yeah. It's called Phases by Toki Monster. So, no, it doesn't even have the lyrics on here. Let me just Google it. Okay, so it says, most times you want to be controlling. Did you ever stop to focus? Did you ever try to hold it? Don't know why you always claim you know me. Don't want to take it deeper. Got me laying down beneath ya. If I sacrifice my love, would it ever be enough? Tell me what you see in us. I just want to know. You and I go through the phases. When I get around to you, I feel it blazing. Don't say you're coming over. I don't want to be with no one. I don't care who you're involved with. Why the hell you on my shoulder? You know you're too contagious. We've been in and out of phases. I've been running in your rear view. Why you always play with danger? Well, this feels kind of like two frustrated people. I think it's just one person in the song singing, but it kind of feels like two people both sort of at odds with themselves in a connection. And again, it doesn't really feel like it's at odds with the other person. It feels like it's more at odds with the way that the connection has manifested or expressed itself. And that can suck, honestly. Like when you come together and you genuinely have the desire to love someone well. You care about them, you want to love them well, you want to show up, you want to offer them what they desire and deserve. You want to make them happy, and you want to be happy, right? And then it's like the universe had other plans, right? It's like, oh, actually, this is just a heavy karmic relationship, and you both were meant to trigger each other and learn lessons. So that's fun. But it can be hard to walk away from those connections, because it's like you genuinely did want something to go well, though. You didn't want to end up being at odds. And there can be this feeling of like, if I sacrificed myself, like, would it ever be enough? Literally, would it ever be enough? You can end up getting this sort of pent up sense of frustration. And I think that that's ultimately what you were released from, or what you were delivered from in this connection. It's almost giving me the energy that the two of you were meant to teach each other things. You were meant to learn things from each other and have things activated by one another and by the relationship. But you were always going through these same phases with this person that you eventually were always meant to be delivered from. There could have been that there was some control and power dynamics in this connection as well, because I'm seeing like, why were you trying to be controlling? Why are you always claiming that you know me? Why are you trying to push something? So that could have been both ways, or one person is just feeling that way, but it's coming up as the truth. So I feel like there was some sort of element, and it doesn't always, like, chasing control does not always come through that way of being like, let me overtly try to control the situation or control you. Sometimes people can manipulate and try to gain control through like leaning into absolute freedom, right? Like someone could ghost someone to keep that person on the edge of their seat, for instance, or someone could really hold on to their independence in a relationship as a means of maintaining control or power. So it doesn't always look like trying to micromanage the other person. That's not the only way that people can. I feel like it was on both sides is what I'm kind of saying. You may have been more the one leaning into like pushing someone away and really focusing on your freedom, and someone else may have focused more on like genuinely really wanting to try to understand, seeking the answers from a more mental or masculine place, though, which could have felt a little bit suffocating at times. But I feel like they were just as frustrated, and they were kind of just trying to understand and make peace. They did want to bring things together with you in a peaceful way. But with the Six of Pentacles in reverse, it feels as though there is no give and take, or at least the energy is not reciprocated right now. And I do feel that that's kind of, coming through, because I think that you are maybe focused more on other things, whereas this person is a little bit more in their head about things still. So mental energy is still energy. But in the near future, you have the Lovers in reverse, and then the Ace of Swords is your advice. Okay, tell me about the Lovers in reverse in the near future. Let me see. The Seven of Cups and the Five of Cups. There's a lot of cups. There's a lot of confusion as well. What's the Seven of Cups? That was at the bottom of the deck. It's the Six of Cups. King of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Okay, there's a lot of emotion still between you and this person. The Tower is underneath that. The Ace of Wands, the Queen of Wands, the Star. It's interesting. There might be a plot twist in this connection, but it's not coming up in the immediate near future. There is still confusion that needs to be worked through, and there is still realizations that need to come about, it feels like. But I'm almost seeing that, you know how I was talking about how this person is doing a more complete or thorough job of like working through what they didn't understand, what this brought up in them, specifically the ending, but also the connection just as a whole. I do feel like there's more of that for you to do, Gemini, and you will be kind of faced with that. And it may come somewhat out of the blue in the form of fear that you're not expecting. Maybe it's fear surrounding completely losing this person, and you weren't really feeling that because you were focused on other things or yourself. But I'm seeing that there could be a situation where both you and this person feel the full weight of emotion from the past and the grief. And it might just be coming out to release, but it's also bringing up an awareness, because we don't grieve this heavily over things that we don't care about. We don't feel intensely over people that we don't care about. But there is this big rush of emotion, this 7 of Cups. It's like confusing. All these cups are in little bubbles just floating away. These fish are like, what the fuck is going on? You know? There's something from the past that was not emotionally processed, I feel like, and it's going to be in the near future here. And it's because of this Lovers in reverse. When something is stripped away, something is able to be seen very, very clearly. And there is this deliverance that's happening. So maybe this deliverance is completed. This release is kind of fully completed in the near future. And then there's the ability to see things from a new perspective or a fresh approach. I don't think that you know what that is yet. And I don't think you'll know until after this emotional purge from whatever this is that you're still holding from the past. But that's what I see coming next for you. So what's this Ace of Swords? For Gemini's advice. The Hermit. The Devil. Okay. The Ace of Cups in reverse. The King of Cups. Okay. So I love what you're doing with the plays here, Gem. Don't get me wrong. I love that you are looking in another direction. I love that you are advancing, that you're opening yourself up, that you're moving towards prosperity and hopefulness and something that feels lighter. I do still feel like there's something you haven't considered when you made this choice, though. And that doesn't mean that it's going to throw off the direction you're moving in. It just means that there's something that still wants to come up to be processed. And it may change your trajectory. I don't know. But I am seeing it shift something. There's a truth internally that you haven't completely uncovered yet, and it's going to be coming up. This is Virgo energy with the Hermit. But it talks about this very internal process of going through and seeing the journey so far, how you got from point A to point B, what impact something had on you, who you were before the influence of this connection or relationship, who you are now, you know, the work that you've done, the changes that have happened, where you want to go from here. So maybe it's something like you just kind of decided, I know that I don't want to be with this person anymore, but you didn't really work through you didn't clear up the confusion surrounding, well, what do I want then? You know, it's more like you might just be jumping into similar situations because you haven't defined that. And there's something with the Devil that is coming through, and the Ace of Cups in reverse that's coming through as a little bit of like a toxic holding pattern, or you may be being drawn to things that are not totally aligned with you, or that you maybe connect to things, and I'm feeling this is a pattern, something that you do. You connect to things that there's a very strong pull, maybe very strong passion, lust, attraction, chemistry, but you almost overcompensate in that, or you allow that to pull you in, and then there's a lack in the heart space in some way. You could lead with that, like sensual element, because you're actually scared to open up the more tender, vulnerable parts of yourself at times. And all of us are at times scared to do that because it's not easy, right? And there's always a risk involved. But I'm seeing that with the Ace of Cups in reverse and the Devil. It's like kind of being addicted to that because there is not that much risk then, right? If you know from the beginning on some subconscious level that you're choosing something that is not going to be the Lovers in the upright, the Ace of Cups, you know, that could be just because you are choosing to not let it be that, or it could be that it doesn't even have the potential to be that. I feel like this did have the potential to genuinely be that. You just kind of decided that it wouldn't be through the way that you approached it. But I'm seeing that despite that, still love grew and still love is there, the King of Cups. And you may be realizing that with the Tower somewhat suddenly. So with your advice being the Ace of Swords, it's be open to the truth, be open to yourself, because there is still more truth to be revealed to you here, okay? And your advice is to be open and self-aware and radically accepting of yourself so that you can integrate that truth and allow it to influence you. Okay, because it's not a negative truth. All right, that's what I see for you, gems. So again, have an amazing birthday season. I love ya. Love you so hard. And I hope that you have an amazing season and an amazing year. We're going to move on to my Krabby Cakes, Cancer. Let's move on to Cancer. Cancer. Luna looks so cute. Oh, the Krabby Risings. What's up, Rach? And Rochelle, you're welcome. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so Cancer. My little sister is a Cancer rising. Well, she's a triple Cancer, actually, if you can imagine someone being a Cancer sun, moon, and rising and still surviving this life. That's her. And every day I'm like, I have no idea how you do it. And that is coming from someone who's a Pisces with their sun in the 4th house and a Scorpio rising. Like, I got my fair share of watery energy, don't get me wrong, but triple Cancer just seems a little bit intense. You dated a triple Cancer. Wow, how was that? She is like the most loving person that I've ever known in my life. What's up, gun guy? So, yeah. She is an incredible being, and you would have to be, honestly. I feel like you'd have to be. As long as they were able to emotionally regulate themselves, I think that would be a very loving person, but yeah, definitely intense. And if they were dysregulated, then Lord help you. Lord help you. Okay, Cancer. Let's see. She was in a bad place. Oh yeah, that's probably not the best. 6 cards for Cancer. Tune me into the current energies between Cancer and their person on their mind. I'm going to close that window because the wind is just howling and it is annoying me. I don't think you guys can hear it, but I can hear it. I also actually have to go to the washroom quickly. Aww. But the Ace of Cups and the Queen of Cups is at the bottom of the deck when I stop shuffling. All right, I'll be back in just one moment, you guys. I'm just going to close the window. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to go pee really fast, too. Okay, hi. I ran upstairs and got some iced coffee to fuel this reading in my mom's massively huge queen bee coffee cup. Ooh, it's like a workout just to lift that. We love it though. Okay, Cancer. Cancer, Cancer, Cancer. My beautiful crabby cakes. Let's see. 6 cards for Cancer and the person that they are inquiring about. Cancer Sun, Aries Moon, Aqua Rising. I like that. I like the spicy little Aries Moon in the middle there. Okay. Cancer. Okay. Oh. 3 more. Ooh. This feels intense. It's not bad, but you are nearing a breaking point, aren't you? Oh, yes, you are. If this is your reading, then you are. Okay. Let me grab some oracle cards. You can hear my Rottweiler outside my door. This big, heavy breathing. Django. Jangs. Love you. He is cute. AF. I got both my little fuzzies here. Well, that is a lot of... That's a lot. 2 more cards. Okay. That's one. No, it's like 5 cards. You just need 1. It is a lot of shuffling, and it's interesting because the other cards, or the other signs, I was pulling cards out while I was shuffling. But with you guys, I feel like the cards want to fall themselves. That's why I'm letting them fall themselves. Because he knocks everything down. It's named after like a jazz singer, apparently. I don't know. My stepdad is really into jazz. And I guess there's like a famous jazz singer that was named Django something, so. He does knock a lot of shit down though, because he's huge. And he thinks that he's like a lap dog, and it's like, no, buddy, you're not. You're not. You're a 5-year-old Rottweiler, and you're massive. Okay. Let's get into this though. Hi, Cancer. How are my sweet and spicy little crabby cakes doing today? I hope you're doing well. So, we're just going to dive right on in because you know me and how I do, and I'm just taking my time as per usual here. So, the current energy between you and this person is coming through as the Ten of Wands. I just want to say, first of all, there is somewhat of an explosive energy here with this connection. It doesn't have to be negative, but it's like very much coming through as a breaking point. You have the Ten of Wands, which pretty much talks about a breaking point, an energetic breaking point where something is just so heavy you can't really carry it anymore. You also have the World that's coming through as what's happening in the near future between you and this person, which is Saturnian energy and also talks about the closure of something big, usually karmic. You also have Justice as your advice, which generally talks about the ending of something so that something can come in, so that something balanced can come to you, or so that karma can come to you. And then you also have this energy of the volcano, which we'll get to in a moment, that's tied to your truth. So the current energy, yeah, he thinks he's little, but he's freaking huge. We had a Bichon Shih Tzu that thought that he was like a big dog on the scene, you know, and it's like he was like this big. And then there's Django who's like, "Ruh," and he's like, "I'm just a little puppy, like a little teddy bear." The backwardsness of it. Tell me more about the Ten of Wands, please. Okay. There's a lot of cards here flying out. What's that Ten of Wands? There's been an energetic buildup, though, and something has felt like a strain. It could have been that there was a lot of energy moving between you and this person not that long ago, like a lot of communication or a lot of fast or rapid movement between the two of you, even just like energetically speaking. I'm kind of seeing it like two people with a lot of energy, and then there's like a kind of like a cyclone or tornado of energy between them that's created of movement, even if there wasn't direct contact with one another. There's still been some sort of energetic buildup, it feels like, and like a gaining of speed almost. So hitting one domino over and then like everything else is following suit in some way. And now you're at the Ten of Wands, which is where something breaks, something ends, and then you have the Ace of Wands again. So then you become more energetically balanced. You have energy to be inspired again, passionate again, creative again, and to set off in a new direction. So it feels like that does need to happen, and it feels like it will happen soon. The Emperor. Someone may have set this in motion because they knew that it actually needed to happen. Like they knew that something needed to change. So they could have created a situation where, I don't think that they created a situation on purpose to create tension and conflict, but I think that how can I explain this? So this would be like if you know that someone, let's say you tell someone that something has to change if they want to still be in your life, right? Like let's just say this person has really bad anger issues and they fly off the handle and they say things that they don't mean, but those words still hurt, right? And so you told this person like, look, I love you, but I need you to balance out. I need something to change. Maybe nothing changed. And so you just put distance between the two of you. Now, with that distance or in that silence, there's an energy that's building up. There's a tension that's being created. And I think that that was always the point. It's like you were putting your money where your mouth is, and you're showing this person if change doesn't happen, right? So now it's like because of your actions and you standing on money, standing on your word, there's been something that has been amplified. But I feel as though you are in dominion over this, or someone in the situation's in dominion over this. Almost like they were the ones that put it in motion, or they are okay with and aware of the situation, it feels like. And it was for a purpose. It had a specific purpose. There could have been something rooted in insecurity that was very reactive and painful. It could have been rooted in insecurity, unresolved pain and grief of the past, emotion that this person was carrying. And so I'm seeing it almost be like the way that they were reacting and what they were projecting onto you, let's say in those moments, if they did have anger issues, it maybe didn't have anything to do with you. It was unresolved stuff coming up from within them. So it's almost like you are getting caught in unresolved stuff that this person was projecting a little bit, or one person was projecting onto the other. It could have been you too. And don't get me wrong, it's okay if that was you. Like, I've been this person, you've been this person, everyone's been this person at one point. And we don't mean to do it usually. It does come from that place of feeling wounded, having been traumatized. Hurt people, and we've all been hurt at some point. And sometimes without enough awareness into that woundedness, it can spill out onto other people, or it can come out in insecurity and then complicate our relationships, right? So that's kind of what it feels like. But the current energy between the two of you is... Tell me a little more about the Emperor, though. I feel like this is really only one of you that's in the Emperor energy, and the other is feeling a lot more energetic weight. I don't feel that both of you are in the Emperor energy. So take it how it resonates, which one is the person who kind of more intentionally maybe set something into motion. It could be the more masculine person, whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. It's just an archetype and an energy. Okay, so we're going to look at your energy first. If the roles are reversed, if this sounds more like your person that you're dealing with, then just take it that way, okay? So, this person's truth is the King of Wands in reverse and the Volcano. There's a lot of fire. And it's not really super well contained, self-contained or regulated. This is kind of like walking through a minefield of a person. And not knowing if you take one wrong step, you're gonna blow, you know? It's like hidden mines in a minefield. Do you guys remember that game? It's just like a big gray square on like an old computer. And you just had to try to not get blown up. There is something very real, though, that is simmering under the surface for this person. And it has a lot to do with the wounded parts of them. And I feel that their ego has tried very, very hard to protect them by keeping people away, maybe. I want to dig a little more into that. But first of all, is this King of Wands in reverse? So this is meant to be you. I keep reading. I might just change the spread and do their truth first and your truth second, because I don't know why, but I keep reading the first person as them and the second one as you. Like, my brain just wants to do that automatically. I don't know why. Okay. Is this King of Wands in reverse? How Cancer is viewing themselves, like the truth of themselves. Yeah, okay. So whether this is you or the other person, I'm going to speak as though it's you. But I think with starting Leo, I might switch those two. So you have the Death card, which is Scorpionic energy. This person is aware that something needs to change. You are aware that something needs to change, and it's because you feel the consequences of your actions. Maybe you feel the energetic weight or density. You feel something bubbling up inside of you that is gaining the ability to, like, it's like you can't control it, right? It's like a volcano. You can't really control when that thing is going to blow. And if you're holding all of that inside of you, especially like with the King of Wands in the upright, maybe they could hold it down, but still, this is a force of nature, a violent force of nature that's going to express itself when it wants to, regardless, right? But with the King of Wands in reverse, it's this is like there has not really been enough awareness or self-regulation in some sort of way. And I feel like you're recognizing that there needs to be some sort of transmutation or shift of that energy that's been penned up, because it feels like it's expressing itself in more of a negative way, or in more of a harmful or violent way, in a less regulated way. So there are healthy ways to deal with anger and resentment and regret and all of these things that we could be holding in, other than like repressing them and then them just exploding all over people, right? And it feels like you or whoever is on this side, they're aware that something needs to change. They're looking at their past behavior and it's not who they want to be. And it's not who they are either at their core. Not really. This is a very powerful individual, a very fiery individual. But also they have a lot of depth. They have a lot of intense emotion with that death card there. And they know the power of transforming feelings, transforming emotions. And they're aware that that needs to happen. They're not seeing some sort of truth, or they weren't seeing some sort of truth about how they'd been committed to. I wonder if you were kind of committed to manipulating a situation, but you weren't really aware that you were doing it. And again, that can happen through like us trying to protect ourselves because we do feel insecure, or we do feel scared, or we feel like something might not be safe, or it's like a trauma response, right? And trying to gain control or maintain a level of control or power in a connection, that can manifest many different ways based on the person. But sometimes it does happen through emotional withholding and repressing and not putting out our true feelings. And then things do. Then there are misunderstandings. Then there are things that bubble up and out that don't seem to make sense to the other person because it's like we never really expressed them initially. There's a lot of things that can be problematic that can come from that. But I feel like you didn't see it, and now you are seeing it. You're seeing the insecurity. You've shone light on it, and you don't want to be that way. You don't want to feel that way. You want to feel good about yourself. You want to feel clear-headed. You want to feel healed so that you know that you are accountable. You're not taking your hurt and kind of like bleeding on other people and causing conflict where it doesn't need to be, essentially like extending a painful cycle and carrying it forwards with you. So I'm reading this side as you, but yeah, again, reverse it if you need, but it looks like you are realizing that that's happened and you just don't feel totally empowered. So you're very aware that something's bubbling under the surface, and it looks like you want to make a drastic shift and transmute that energy into something a little bit more supportive. So their truth, the other person, they have strength, which is Leo energy, and it's with this visions card. It's very interesting. This is someone that does have a very clear vision of what they want. Sometimes they could come off as like being a little starry-eyed, a little bit unrealistic, or I mean, I think they're a dreamer. I think they have a big heart, and I think that they're a dreamer, and they see through eyes of love. And there is strength, and there is a very strong will behind that is pushing their vision, right? That is like fueling their vision, just like Leo energy. They rule the heart, but then they have that fire that pushes them and gives them the strength to actually go for what they want to. So this person, their truth is that they're quite calibrated with themselves. They have a pretty clear and inspired vision surrounding you that has not wavered and is still intact, it feels like, with these cards in the upright. They may not be expressing it right now, and they may also have regrets over the ways that maybe they didn't fully express themselves, because strength can be also a card of like withholding a little bit. It's more though controlled. It's more you're doing it in a way of kind of like, we're on a need to know basis. You're aware that you're doing it. It's not like emotional withholding coming from a subconscious or egoic place as much. It's more like conscious, intentional, and with a purpose. But tell me more about this. You and this person do have quite a bit of common energy though. Spiritual energy specifically, because there's a lot of fire here between the two of you. The King of Wands and strength. The Hermit and the Moon in reverse. Okay, so there's been some time that this person has spent on their own, and they've received a hell of a lot of deep internal clarity in that time. There's a lot of major arcanas. I think for like every sign there's been tons of major arcanas. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the table. Out of 22 total in the deck. I mean, that's quite a few. There's only 8 cards on the table, 10 total. So yeah, only 3 of them are minor arcana. That's pretty big. There's something that has been shown to this person about their own fears and insecurities. It's been really highlighted, and this happened through an internal, individual journey. There's something about it that does feel pretty isolated. But it's shown this person a lot, and I feel like they were forced to disarm some part of themselves to be really real with themselves about what their vision is, what specifically the vision of their heart is. What does their heart want? And it feels like something about that forced them into a state of grieving as well. Maybe they didn't realize, or they hadn't fully admitted even to themselves, maybe they had withheld this vision of their heart to some degree even from themselves. Maybe they didn't feel like it was safe to share with you just yet as well, because there's a bit of instability. But it looks like they let down their guards, and letting down their guards brought in some grief, because they, whatever the truth of their heart is, there is grief attached to that they're now trying to balance and temper out. It's kind of coming through as putting a lot of work into something and then feeling like it didn't go, not that it didn't go anywhere, but it didn't go where they wanted it to go. It didn't reach that success and recognition, even though this person feels like they made sacrifices, they made decisions based on considering the other person. But it's like, as hard as they tried to cooperate and as much as they tried to sacrifice, they still feel like they just kept on hitting a wall for some reason. So I'm not entirely sure why that is. But that's their truth. Their truth is they have a very strong vision that comes from the heart. It involves you, and it came from a vulnerable place that they had to access through a phase of isolation and internal reflection. So the optimal or ultimate truth, not optimal, the ultimate truth between the two of you at this time is the Ace of Pentacles. And then it's with this card. It says, no one is yours but you. This feels like surrender. One of the dirty words of the spiritual community that nobody really, low-key, nobody really likes to hear. Along with divine timing and, you know, all those triggering phrases. No one is yours but you. This feels like it has to do with that power or control struggle, and just realizing that it's reminding me of Breakfast at Tiffany's, where they're in the cab near the end. Audrey Hepburn is in the cab with the main guy, And he says something like, I love you, you belong to me. And she says, no, people don't belong to people. People don't belong to people. No one is truly yours but you, in terms of I own you, right? And I feel like there's something here where maybe like insecurities that you both had, or fears, or even just blind spots, it could have caused you to grasp for, again, false control or power in the connection. And that could have come through trying to control one another in ways that maybe you didn't even realize that you were doing, like adding structure or trying to dictate the path or the timing of the connection unfolding or something like that. But the truth is, with the Ace of Pentacles, that this was a divinely offered opportunity that definitely has the tangible ability to truly come together, like to manifest in the physical as something that you can touch, like it's real. This can be manifested through this connection, but there needs to be a different approach if you want to get there with this person. It needs to be an empowered approach, and I feel like that's why there's this breaking point. There's a breaking point that's pushing both of you more into the Emperor energy. And the more that I get into this reading, the more I feel like maybe both of you are equally, kind of in an equal place as you move towards that Emperor energy. Initially, it seemed more like the second person here that I spoke about was closer, but it's the more that I've tapped into their energy, it doesn't really feel that way. It feels like they have had a period of isolated reflection just like you have, and that was necessary. And through that, the two of you have the choice to transmute your current energies and your blind spots, and sort of shift your individual trajectories to a more sovereign and empowered place where you're realizing that true power comes from recognizing the power within and not needing to dictate someone else. True power comes from sovereign control over yourself, which is all that you really do have control over. Because when you have that over yourself and you're at peace with that, you don't need to dictate the outcomes of situations. You don't need to dictate the actions of other people. You can just let things be. You can let go. And that doesn't mean that you don't care. It just means that you can love unconditionally because you can allow that person to still be completely free while you love them. And that's pretty, that's important, right? So it feels like there is a situation now where you have an opportunity to reconnect with this person, but it has to be sort of a fresh slate. Is there anything else you want to say about that? I feel like it will come through in the advice. Yeah. So in the near future, you have, like I said, the World, which is Saturn energy, and then your advice is Justice, which is Libra. Heavy karmic energy. Heavy karmic energy, especially with death here, Scorpio energy too. And keep in mind, karma is not positive or negative, it's neutral. It's literally just the universal law of action and reaction, right? Every action has a response because that is how the universe maintains balance. And so when you do something, there is always a ripple effect from that, and that ripple effect, or essentially the consequence of your action, is karma. So whether it's a positive or a negative consequence, it's really just the universe's response to your behavior. So I feel like there is a big karmic cycle that's closing out, and it's ready to close out, and it's happening in the near future, not just between you and this person, but something deeper within both of you as well, and the way that you've been functioning within yourself. Okay. The Five of Cups. Yeah. This Five of Cups, this unresolved grief has stopped you from really being cooperative in connections and letting people get super, super close, like in a truly vulnerable and intimate way. It feels like when that happens, something is provoked within you that, again, I feel like existed before. I don't feel like it came from this person. It could have been past life. It could have been generational, conditioned, traumatic from earlier in your life. But it feels like there's something you've been carrying that's heavy and repressed on both of your sides that is an internal state of grief. Although for the second person, that grief could be highly connected to you, because I was seeing how for them, when they stripped away their blind spots and their true vision of their heart came into being, they were grieving a perceived loss of you because you're very tied to that vision. So tell me a little bit more about justice being the advice. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, and the Eight of Cups in the upright. Know your worth and do not settle. Have your standards, but understand that there's a difference between standards and expectations. A very big difference. A very big difference. A standard is you saying, this is like, I won't accept less than this because I know because of my personal value of myself, how I see my self-worth, and how I choose to respect myself based on that view of myself, right? An expectation is a really fast way to be disappointed, is what that is. An expectation is like expecting somebody to fulfill something, where standards doesn't really have anything to do with that. Standard is more like, if you don't match my standards, it doesn't really have anything to do with you personally. I'm just going to walk away, right? Because you're not aligned with me then. Whereas an expectation is very much based on that other person's actions. So it's different. There's something here about having high standards, but not necessarily a super formed expectation of how something's going to go, so that you can have an openness, but not an openness without standards and boundaries, because that then just anything can flow in, right? So it's like, if you are a club, you have bouncers at the door, okay? You've got bouncers at the door, and those bouncers have standards for who's coming in, but they're not completely shutting you down. But if something is not working, if something is still bringing up insecurity in you, even after you've faced those insecurities within yourself, if the situation is draining you and pulling you back into a state of insecurity or out of a state of alignment, once you've provided that for yourself, then that's how you'll know that this is meant to be walked away from. But it's going to depend, like, whether you invest in this or walk away from it very much depends how you both show up on it, to it. Savage One, we're on Cancer right now, just finishing Cancer. You can see in the top right hand corner where we're at before I get the timestamp. So Leo's next. But it's very much about what you guys choose to do with this energy, because this is available again, but after you step more into your own sovereign, independent energies, right? And that is a choice, a personal choice that you have to make. You both have to make. And again, you can't really force someone else to make it or have an expectation. You can just have a standard, like, I'm stepping into this. If you don't also step into that, then I'm aware that we are not aligned energetically at that point. And in order to align with you, I would have to go backwards, or I would have to devolve in a way into a less secure place. And I'm not going to do that. So that's what that feels like. Your advice is literally choose what is in alignment with you once you get yourself into alignment with yourself. And don't allow for anything to come in that's going to throw that balance off, if that makes sense. But you'll only be able to truly discern what is just and fair for you once you are in that internal state of empowerment and alignment. So that's why that has to kind of come first. That's why that's the prerequisite, it feels like. All right, Cancer, my beautiful babes. We're moving on to Leo, but I hope that that resonated and was helpful in some way. Okay. Okay. Get 6 cards for Leo. In regards to this person that they would like more clarity surrounding. This is coffee. This coffee. Oh, honestly, God bless iced espresso. You know, I'm just gonna come right out and say it. God bless it. When you say alignment, all 3 spaces on a slot machine being the same image, jackpot. Yeah. Yeah. And you know how that resonates really strongly too, because it includes that like mystery element, or like the element of serendipity or fate, right? It's like there's you, there's someone else, and then there is that little like that other element, like the wild card, so to speak. And all of them do need to be lined up for something to work. So that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Leo. Let's get Leo's cards. 6 cards. Hi, R. And all signs from January came up in your feed. Did it resonate? That's interesting. That happens to me sometimes too. Like I'll watch a reading, but the other day that happened to me with Balmy Spirit. I don't know if you guys know who she is. She used to be called Water Baby Tarot, I think. Super dope. I love her. She is also, she's a Scorpio. And she's great, but yeah, Balmy Spirit, like B-O-M-I Spirit. And a reading from like 4 years ago came up on my feed randomly from her, and I watched it because I thought that it was like a recent thing, and it resonated so much. Like it was exactly what I needed to hear. It was crazy. And I realized only after that it was like literally 4 years old. But Spirit works in mysterious ways. Let's see. 2 more cards. I'm hearing that song. Who sings that? I know that Kanye is in it, but murdered my ego when you walked away. You hurt my ego when you walked away. Okay, let's get a couple oracle cards. Get into it. Oh, there it is. Thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me. It's been a while since I went live, and I was going through some stuff. So thank you as always for being patient. I just like, I could not, I couldn't. Wait, is that Robert? Is that Robert? Because that last comment makes more sense if you are Robert, but I don't know. Okay, let's see. It is. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. You don't owe me. You can let me know whenever, wherever. I hope you're doing good though. Okay, give me a card to clarify Leo's truth. Leo's truth. But yeah, I was going through some major, like, gifts opening up and being activated, and like closure of cycles, and lots of just a lot. And I was like, I don't feel like I'm clear enough to be reading your guys' energy right now, while mine is just like, you know, doing that sort of thing. So if I ever pull back, it's not because I don't love you. It's genuinely because there is probably a physical reason why it's not a good time for me to read for you. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Okay. All right. Flexible. It's like, don't worry about it though. It's all good. Okay. Okay. 1 a.m. there. Have a good sleep, Eunice. Sending you lots and love back, all the way to Portugal. Have a good one. I don't owe you either, but I feel like you guys are my... Yeah, that's true. I don't owe you. It's the Capricorn, Mars, and Stellium that's like, you must show up. You guys are always, and I'm so grateful for you for doing this. You're always reminding me that, like, I don't have to be crushed under the weight of my own unrealistic expectations. Bless you for that, truly. You have no idea how healing that has been. Okay, let's timestamp Leo and get going. 2 for 6. All right, what's up, Leo? How are you doing, my brave-hearted beauties? I hope you're well. It's gonna be your birthday season before you know it. Summer, fire, party season, good times all around. Hot girl summer, hot boy summer. Who's ready for it? Who's ready for it? I know I am. All right, so the current energy between the two of you came out as the Page of Wands in reverse. We got to get rid of this energy before hot girl summer can start, okay? I'm just bugging you. The Page of Wands in reverse, though, feeling a little deflated. That's the situation between the two of you right now. The energy between the two of you, sorry. That you're sharing. So tell me a little bit more about that Page of Wands in reverse. The World and the Ace of Cups. All right. Okay. Well, honestly, we're gonna have to get a little more into it here. But it's coming through as you dodged a bullet in some way. And I do not mean that to be disrespectful to whoever you're dealing with. But that is how she coming through. So I just got to say what I see. Give me 1 second, though. Aww. Luna's so cute. She'll be sleeping, and then she just randomly and squawks and, like, does a little movement. It's adorable. Okay. The Page of Wands in reverse, the World, and the Ace of Cups. She did it again. Little squawky soft belly baby. I am that person with my cat, by the way. So deal with it or leave. Honestly, this is feeling a little bit like a sense of relief. but for two different reasons from two different people. So if this isn't your reading, don't take it, obviously. Just check your other placements, right? Don't take on a heavy energy if you don't feel like the energy between you and someone is heavy. Lindsay, what's up? My babe, my favorite Leo. Okay, so yeah, the Page of Wands in reverse is like, though, this was the balloon and it got deflated, and you're telling me that it's like it wasn't subtle either. It's like there was love and then the world. It's like came in like a wrecking ball. I'm seeing someone like just finish like building a house, and then Miley comes swinging in and it's just like demolished. And it's like, well, I guess I'll just go fuck myself then, you know? It's kind of that energy. It doesn't have to be that intense, but that's sort of the way that it's coming through. And there is something did need to close, though, for a new opportunity to come in. So it almost feels like one person, yeah, you're showing up in your power here. So I don't really feel like it's you that's feeling majorly deflated. 10 of Pentacles, believe. Yeah. This is boss bitch energy. I don't feel like it's you that's feeling super, super deflated right now. To be honest, you might be feeling like a lack of faith or hope surrounding this situation, but I feel like there's actually a tangible sense of deflation from somebody else. And it doesn't even completely have to do with you. It's more just like their overall energy in like life. Like this is someone who is a little bit, they are coming through, I'm not gonna lie, very much as an Eeyore, like somewhat victim-y type person, a little tiny bit. What's up, Lisa? Hi. But yeah, I'm seeing that you are aware. So if this is you, you know, like you already have an intuitive awareness that you kind of low-key did dodge a bullet there. And you're showing me it here on the bottom of the deck. The High Priestess, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, the Eight of Cups. It's super clear. It's like, yeah, Lisa, I kind of know that this thing wasn't really for me, and that I needed to walk away, and that was the best thing, you know? And behind that is the Ten of Swords. That's why I was like, you kind of dodged a bullet, and let me show you the rest of that behind there. So I feel like this is sort of what you're dealing with. This feels like a masculine energy that you're dealing with. So whether it was someone with very strong masculine energy in their chart, lots of fire and air, they don't have to be an actual male. But this is the vibe. No. This is not a party that I would attend. Okay? No. I'm hearing that. Who is that? Defended my love for Luna. Yes. I love you. Have a good one, babes. I'll talk to you soon. But that song by Ice Spice where she's like, if the party's not lit, then why would I go? Why would I go? It's like, exactly. You're like, the party's not lit. Why would I go? Deuces, and I'm out. But yeah, it feels like you saw this coming, and you may have experienced like a sprinkling of this with somebody, but it's almost like something needed to end so that you could reclaim your heart and the purity of your emotional energy, and then move forwards towards a new beginning that isn't going to destroy you in some way. Because we have the King of Wands and Swords both in reverse here, which is not the I don't have a nice way of explaining this energy, honestly. This is someone who can be a real asshole, to be honest, you know? And abusive, to the level of being abusive. Now, I'm not saying you experienced that from this person, but do I think that they've got it in them? Yeah, I actually do. And it has everything to do with what they believe about themselves. But because of those beliefs, and because the fact that their ego is so out of whack, that they have had to basically like create illusions to convince themselves that they are something that they're not currently embodying. They hurt a lot of people through the deception of themselves and then others by extension, and they don't take accountability or reconcile the messes that they make. They just leave them up in the air. It feels like there is no resolve or reconciliation that comes from this person. So that's why I'm sort of feeling like you are like, well, that maybe sucked, but I'm glad that I saw it when I did, at least, so that I didn't either spend more time on something that was never really going to go the way I wanted it to, or just wasn't in alignment with me, or could have potentially led me into somewhat of a dangerous situation, or a situation where someone really treated me poorly. And it's because they see themselves that way. It doesn't have to do with you. So your truth in the situation is this message in a bottle card with the Magician. But did you manifest them coming back with some sort of communication or like an apology or something? Let's clarify that. But I think that your truth is you feel as though you are going to receive more communication from this person. But also, you are not necessarily, all of you didn't point your magic in that direction of pulling that in. I feel like some of you, that was part of your manifestation, was like, no, I want this person to show up and provide some form of closure. And they may or may not still. They still may or may not. I'm not totally sure. But your truth is that you have you're letting something crumble. Yeah, you've let something fall apart here, where there was once like friendship and connection. For some of you, this is a friend. It doesn't have to be a romantic partner necessarily. You are sending out, I'm seeing this message in a bottle as you sending out your wishes to the universe here. And it's kind of like, you know that you are very energetically strong, and strong in terms of your own internal power, and therefore your ability to create reality surrounding your worth, your power, and who you know yourself to be. This is mercurial energy with the Magician. And then with that message in a bottle, that's like more energy of expression, communication, and kind of mercurial energy. So what I'm feeling like is your truth is that I feel like you said what you needed to say. You don't feel regrets surrounding that. Like, you don't feel like there's something that was not expressed to this person that needed to be. It's kind of coming through as like, I said what I said. Even if it was maybe a little bit edgy or on the edge of, like, you're basically saying, even if I said something that was a little bit of a hard pill to swallow, where was the lie though? Like, you told this person some sort of truth, I feel, about themselves. I don't think that you were rude, but I think you were honest. And this person is not someone who seems like they can take honesty, or like difficult when it comes to, it feels like they are so frail, like their ego is so frail that they take everything as criticism. And I feel like it's because they're very critical of themselves, that they assume that other people are also criticizing them, when really they're just maybe expressing their needs or communicating how something could be done in a different way, right? They take it very personally. So tell me more about the Magician and message in a bottle for Leo's truth. I think you're also seeing, though, how you did at one point manifest this connection in, and it may have been before you had done some healing and reconciling within yourself, but now that you have, you're seeing that you're not really aligned with this person, or that you are growing, evolving, doing a lot of personal work and healing, and that takes actual investment and intention. It's like you're doing it on purpose. And I think you're looking at this person like they are not doing that. They're not on the same path or journey, or they're just not putting in the same effort. Their attention is not, they don't value that as much as you do, sort of thing. They're kind of more in a loop, it feels like, or they're comfortable with the way that they've always thought about and approached, themselves and the world around them. And that doesn't mean that they can't change, but you're kind of looking at them like they're not choosing to. And you're in an energy where you very much know your infinite nature and power, that anything is possible. If you can dream it, you can create it. This person is in kind of the opposite vibe, though. They feel very like scarcity, lack-based mentality to me. Anything else about that, Magician? You are actively trying to call something in, though, but I don't feel like it's this person. Or if it is, it may be just so that you can gain a little more, like, so you can create more closure or reconciliation of the situation. Not necessarily reconciliation, like making things right so that you can come back together with this person in a relational kind of way, but so that you can sort through the situation more yourself. But I feel like more than anything, you're pulling in something that aligns with the energy that you're in now, which is more empowered and seeing your worth. So this other person's truth is the Page of Cups in reverse with blessed in reverse as well. So see what I mean about the Yori kind of victim-y sort of thing. There is a very wounded element of this person, though. But the thing is, they believe, they're like, I feel like this person's internal voice, their self-talk goes a lot like, good things never happen for me. I always fuck things up. I'm not worth good things. Or like, good things are always ripped away from me if they do come. This person could be someone that's very isolated and defensive. But the thing is, they are, and it's ironic because I feel like this person is like a lover boy or a lover girl at heart. Which is sad, because I don't feel like they're connected to the expression of that part of themselves at all right now. And it's only hurting, well, it's hurting more than them with that 10 of Swords, 7 of Swords, but it's hurting them the most of anybody. They could have Virgo in their chart, they don't have to, or Pisces with that Page of Cups. Strong Virgo and Gemini, though, with the Magician there. But it's like this person, they keep it very internal. They're quite isolated, like I said. And it's because they're defensive. And what they're defensively covering up is this very contrasting space within them that causes a lot of chaotic energy and a lot of inconsistency. So below their defensiveness here, right, the 7 of Wands, is the Devil, the 2 of Cups, and the Lovers. So they literally flip-flop back and forth between the Devil and the Lovers, which is not weird really, because the Devil and the Lovers are two sides of the exact same coin. However, it makes this person incredibly like erratic, inconsistent, not stable, not predictable, not reliable, you know? And it's because there's this pervasive sense of fear and this pervasive, like, poor belief of self that cuts in at the worst times, it feels like. And this is very personal. This is something that it's not you that determines whether you get the Devil or the Lovers from this person. It's this person's triggers and how defensive they're feeling on any given day that determines which side you get. But the Devil and the Lovers are same. They're very similar. They're just different approaches to the same energy. The approach of love, the approach of fear. Being in bondage, being free. Realizing that unconditional love means you are liberated, you're not constrained within that, versus the need for control and power, which really takes away from your true control and power. Because it's only people that don't have it that need to strive after it, right? So there's something here where this person, they have an innate, I want to say, belief though in themselves that really needs to shift, that has not transformed for them. And it could be a belief that they have literally had since they were a child. About, I don't know, Like maybe emotional expression is weak, love is weak, or should not be the top priority. Or like it will only hurt you and leave you less than, or love will only show you how unworthy you are, and love will only pin your wings and lock you down and make you feel lack. It's not something that builds you up and gives and enriches your life and blesses you. There's a part of this person that sees love from a very toxic light. And then there's the part of them that believes in the truth of love. But those two things are very much fighting against one another within this person, is what that feels like. So the truth currently between you and this person is the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, with this yin card also in reverse. So there is a bit of an imbalance and a lack of stability and structure here, as well as a lack of reciprocity between the two of you right now, and receptivity, like even being open with yin in reverse there. So there's not a whole lot of softness between you and this person right now. And I feel like that could be because you feel like you kind of need to protect yourself a little bit. You see maybe what this person is capable of in the state that they're in right now, and you don't want to get caught in the crossfire of that, or you don't want to get hurt by someone who's hurting, essentially, that is not able to contain or manage themselves in a responsible way at this time. Tell me more about the truth here. Tell me about this Nine of Pentacles in reverse. I feel like there has been an energy leak here, though, a little bit. I feel like there has been a bit of an energy leak with that Knight of Cups in reverse. It's coming from an emotional place. But you could feel physically a little bit drained. You could feel like you're not as expansive as you normally are, or that you don't have that truly receptive energy right now, just because you're kind of tired and you need a phase of rest to rebuild up your reserves so that you feel ready to actually accept something that would come to you in that receptive state. But it feels like the draining part has been like a closed down or emotionally unavailable energy. So you could have fought for some time to try to push through this person's like unavailability and kind of break down their walls and help them heal. And you could have gotten quite exhausted by that. And then eventually you just kind of saw the truth that they are just like not committal, right? And you're like, hey, I gotta go. There's something about that, but there's a huge imbalance within this person, and it's like, I think that they're aware of it, but they kind of choose to lean into it rather than affirm the abundance within them. They affirm the fear, they affirm the negative side of things, which is not helping them so much. I don't really feel that their heart space is open currently anyways, or like they're really even super attached to it, because even the ability to like flip-flop between the Devil and the Lovers kind of indicates at least like a partially closed heart space, right? Maybe not completely, but again, there's a big inconsistency. And I feel like that was confusing and draining, because when you're dealing with something that is not like a solid, like, you know how something's going to kind of show up consistently, that can be exhausting. That can be super, super draining, because you're just sitting over there like, well, what am I going to get today? You know? It's very hard to like work with someone that doesn't show up in a way that is certain of themselves, because then they're never certain of what they can truly offer to the connection necessarily. And they flip-flop in and out of offering like all or nothing, or healthy versus unhealthy expressions of self or of love. The Fool came out to clarify that yin in reverse. There is the opportunity to leap out into something with no games, no grief attached, no paranoia, and to move forwards into a new opportunity. Here, I want to clarify that a little bit more though. Actually, I think it will come up with the near future and the advice. This also might be something though that you're not meant to just sit around and wait in a receptive energy. It's not something that you're just supposed to like, I spoke my affirmations, like I did my little ritual. It's like you also have to take consistent action towards aligning with that dream as well. And you can have that manifestation for sure. You can have it. But don't just sit back. Don't just like throw a message in a bottle into the ocean and then just kick your feet up and sit back and think that that's all that is needed. I'm getting that passive and strictly receptive approach is not actually all that's needed right now. There does need to be bold action taken in some way, even if there's still a little bit of insecure feeling here. And that is the truth of the current situation. Something still can have a fresh start, even between the two of you, if you wanted it to. But this person would have to come to a couple of realizations, do the work, and then be able to leap into this from an assertive place where they are empowered, hopeful, clear, and asserting themselves, believing that good things can happen to them, that love doesn't always have to destroy them. You know, they really have to shift the way that they are thinking and feeling about something in order to make that happen. Okay. So in the near future between the two of you is the Three of Swords, and then your advice is the Six of Wands in reverse. Okay. But is this Three of Swords fresh in some way? Like, is it something that's coming or being refreshed or brought up again in the near future? No. So this is something from the past, a past grievance or pain that is still there in the near future. It's wanting to be released so that you can be more in that energy of love. And it's something that both you and this person do need to work through and release, no matter which direction you're going. Whether you're coming back into a direction together where you're both healthy and balanced more so, or whether you are both needing to process this and then move forwards on your own journey in some way. But there is pain that has already, well, I'm hearing long standing, so it's been here for a while already, and it's surrounding the lack of something, some sort of wish fulfillment. So there could have been like the strong desire for things to really work out in this connection, and you both have had to deal with some pain and you both have to work through some deep disappointment and pain, and just the way that you think about that pain as well, from either an empowered or an unhopeful space. And that's going to continue in the near future, but it's happening so that you can release it. The only way out is through. So there's something here that does need to be worked through, and the Lovers is on the other side, but that is a choice. It's a choice to choose love, to open your heart and do that. And there's the opportunity to find that, but like there's the opportunity to leap out into that, and that is like now available to you in some way. But something needs to be released here. So let's look more into the advice of the Six of Wands in reverse. This could be a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So maybe this kind of rubbed off on you from this person a little bit, or maybe this is something that you reckon with within yourself as well. Because I'm seeing that this person, they kind of have a deflated perspective, and they're almost expecting the worst, right? And so then yeah, they don't think that they can have success, and then they don't have success because they project that outcome and make it a reality because that's what they believe. It doesn't have to be true, but it becomes true because that's what they're deciding, basically. But there might be a need for you to look at where you do the same thing in some way, whether that is in regards to this person or another area of your life. Tell me more about that Six of Wands in reverse. The Hanged Man in reverse. Yeah, there's something that you're not quite seeing the higher perspective of just yet. There's still something that wants to be empowered even more in you. I think it's the admission of your feelings and allowing there to be space held for different truths and extremes to actually be true at once, is what that kind of feels like. You can move forwards, for instance, understanding why this could not come together or why it wasn't meant to come together. But you can be at peace. Like, you don't have to deny your feelings and rush to move on from this person to be at peace. There's a hidden factor, and it's that you can be at peace about this. You can recognize the truth that maybe there was like some sort of deep love and feeling here, even if you feel like you kind of dodged a bullet. This can still be true, right? You can see the best and the worst of somebody simultaneously, and that's kind of just reality. But you can move forwards holding this love, having grieved and released. You can essentially still hold space for the love that you have with this person. And I feel like they're saying that that would be a more empowered way to move forwards. There's something that hasn't been totally healed or transformed there for you. So if you're still holding on to judgment, blame, anger, pain, resentment, any of those things, really frustration surrounding this person, or a pattern that may have included this person, but been something cyclical in your life bigger than just this person, then I feel like there's still something there to heal and to address. And that's kind of what Spirit is saying, that you'll move forwards in a more empowered way once you do that. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Leo, okay? I love you. We're going to move on to Virgo. Okay. Virgo. I am picking up a level of flexibility, though, in your situation, Leo. Like, there's almost like something that is not known. It's like there's an unfinished symphony and it's still playing, and whatever you focus your imagination or your thoughts towards, you and this person, if you do end up focusing in the same direction and both doing the work and imagining something, then there could be new life breathed into something. But the thing is, you'd have to be like, there is no, I feel like that's still unfolding, and you don't know if that person is actually going to move in that direction or not. Because right now it still feels like they're kind of in that very much like woe is me sort of state. That's what that feels like. A little bit. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. Virgo, Virgo. All right. So, let's see. clear all previous energies. Oh, I just split to the Queen and King of Cups. What's going on with you? What's going on? One more. Let's get 6 cards for Virgo, please. All right. Oh, they all come out at once. I mean, literally a stack of 6 cards fell out at once in perfect. Thanks, Virgo. Okay. You made that easy for me, didn't you? Wow, something's being revealed. For the best, though. Okay. Some oracle cards, and then we're gonna get into it. Keep on slipping down my face. Clarify. Okay, thanks. All right. That is pretty interesting. Okay, let's get into this. Okay. So, let me timestamp. Hi, Virgo. I hope you're doing well, my loves. So let's get into your reading here. If you want to see me shuffle the cards, you can just go back a little bit, but I'm just time stamping at the actual start of the reading itself. So you have strong Aquarian energy here on the table that may or may not resonate with your birth chart, but you could just be dealing with working through those energies. Maybe this last Aquarius season was significant to this connection or to you, or maybe the next one will be. But the current energy between the two of you is the Star, which is Aquarian's card in the Major Arcana. So there's something healing that is happening between the two of you right now, whether or not it feels like that may be up in the air. Let's get a little bit more. Okay, the Fool and the Knight of Wands in reverse. A choice surrounding what you will hold on to and what you will release for both people. There is, I looked up and all I see is just staring straight at me. Just dead ass. Her eyes like half closed. Luna, how long have you just been staring at me like that? Anyways, I love her. Um, it feels like both people, though, here have a choice at what they want to hold on to and what they want to release. And it's quite clear, the two options. There is an overall energy of like, okay, something's been repetitive and it's on both sides of the equation. It's not a you or them thing, it's a you and them thing. Now the things that you have been battling and working through within yourselves may not be the same things. Like you may have different stuff that you're dealing with, but both people are dealing with stuff that has affected this connection, and I feel like affects your ability to both show up for something overall, just in a healthy sort of way. There's something that was highlighted, though, it feels like, through this connection that is not really something unreconciled within the two of you, that is coming through as like a weak link, the weakest link. And it's an area that maybe you had not seen before, and so you hadn't really been investing time, energy, and effort into healing it. You may have actually been actively choosing, like I'm seeing here that there was the active choice to pick the path of our good friend the devil here, and I don't know if that was a conscious choice, but it was a choice that was repetitively made to lean into something that was more based on fear and something toxic within, or an imbalance. And I feel like choosing the devil for the two of you kind of translated into, for some reason, walking away from things. So this could be like someone who has a fear of intimacy or a fear of commitment. Choosing the devil is like, I always walk away from, like, I always ghost people, whether they're a good person or not, right? Whether they're a potential like partner or not. I always convince myself that I just need to bail. But you're being shown now, whatever that is, whatever the devil tendency was for you, how you've actually been manifesting pain and grief like on a loop a little bit through whatever you've been doing repetitively. So it's almost like you're realizing that you are the common denominator, and you are the one that keeps putting yourself in a world of pain by walking away from stuff. And it could be why this situation is making you realize that, is because this situation is potentially the Lovers in the Sun. But so when you walk away from the Lovers in the Sun, you feel it. You really do. So maybe in the past, there could have been things you released yourselves from, both you and this person, in order to keep yourself safe, or keep yourself small, or stay in some sort of inconsistency that wasn't really serving you, or allowing you to build on your life, like actually go anywhere in a certain area of your life. It's feeling like relationally a little bit. Almost like continually wiping the slate clean, walking away from things and having to start all over again is kind of the energy that's coming up. But the walking away was not happening from a purely discerning place. It was coming from a place of inner woundedness, attachment, fear, a blind spot, a weak spot, something like that, something that needs to be healed. And so right now the current energy is that something is being looked at and being healed. And there's the opportunity, the choice, again, to either leap out into something new, a whole new cycle with the Fool, or to continue repeating this inconsistent, unfulfilling, repetitious sort of energy. Okay, so your truth. And keep in mind the roles could be reversed, so take it how it resonates for you, okay? But your truth is coming out as the Five of Swords in reverse with self-indulgence, which is good. It's a good kind of self-indulgence. So it says focus on self, self-worth, time to heal, shadow work, and self-appreciation. And with the Five of Swords in reverse, this is you not being completely in your head, screwing yourself over with like a cyclone of thoughts that you cannot, the Five of Swords talks about not seeing something clearly, and also feeling as though you need to kind of act in a way that maybe not morally aligned, or maybe out of your character, in order to win something. But then you leave the situation being like, well, I won the battle, but not the war. You know what I mean? Like, I won, but winning doesn't feel good. You're not in that state right now. You're not in an energy where you are going around in your head to the degree that you're getting really confused and sabotaging yourself and other situations. And I feel like the reason that you're not in that space is because you are focusing on yourself. Genuinely, you are healing perspectives surrounding your own self-worth. You have been actually doing the shadow work and doing the work to see yourself from a more genuinely self-loving and appreciative sort of place. So that's your truth right now within this connection. Basically, you're like, I'm not playing any games with myself or anyone else. I am focusing on seeing myself very clearly so that I can make good choices for myself. I can hold on to and put money and time and effort into things that are going to genuinely move me in the direction of true fulfillment. And I ain't playing, is kind of what you're saying. I ain't playing around. Anything else surrounding that? Virgo's truth. I feel like this could also have been your truth throughout the connection as well. Like, your truth might very much be that you weren't playing games, that you know your self-worth, that you've been actively doing shadow work, and that you see yourself clearly. The Chariot, yeah. You feel as though you've been moving from a space of emotional clarity, strong will, direction, not playing any games, not being in your own head in a way that has messed you up or messed others up. You feel like you haven't moved towards things that you genuinely didn't feel were the 10 of Cups. You haven't opened your heart up to things that you were on the fence about potentially hurting you. Yeah. The thing is that anything can potentially hurt you. So when you look at life from that perspective, there is a bit of a blind spot in there, but we'll see how the ultimate truth kind of like talks about that, if it does. Yeah, key. They can definitely be reversed. Any general reading can be reversed. So just take it how it resonates for you. But you do feel like you've put some genuine effort in to work through a challenge, something that was difficult and required a push. And you feel like you're doing pretty good. Like, you feel like you have you've started making more money, you feel better, you have more confidence, you're not playing games. You might feel like this happened from, like, as a direct result of not talking to someone anymore, or like closing out a collaborative or cooperative, not coming together with someone, essentially. Okay, so this person's truth is the 9 of Swords in reverse with healthy choices, which says making healthy choices in love and in life, self-love, self-care, and being happier. The devil just flew out. The devil. All right. The 4 of Cups is here. The Knight of Cups in reverse. The King of Pentacles in reverse. What is the devil then? I think that this person is seeing you as the devil. I'm not going to lie. Because their truth, right? Their personal truth is that they ain't stressed. They ain't stressing. They are not being held hostage or captive by their mind or their thoughts. They feel quite healthy, just like you do. They also feel healthy. They feel good. They feel like they're not in their head. They're making healthy choices surrounding love and life. They could be open to new opportunities. They are focused on self-love, self-care, and just things that make them genuinely happy and feel healthy and aligned with them. So if they are telling you that that's their truth, then I don't feel like this represents them. I feel like this represents you. And I feel like they didn't always see you that way, but then the Tower, it's like something shocking happened, or maybe they feel as though something was revealed that they saw as being quite toxic. So that doesn't have to be you overall. That could be like a specific trait or a pattern that you have, or a way of thinking, or a conditioning, or, you know, an attachment style, or a wound, or something. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be this person overall thinks that you're the freaking devil, and, you know, it doesn't have to be that. It's more likely that it is in moderation a little bit more. But then again, take it how it resonates. Can you tell me more about the devil, though? Why is that this person's truth? I kind of want to know how you see them, too. So I feel like I'm going to clarify that after, because they're telling me how they see you. I'm curious, like, what the other direction of that is. Strength in reverse and the Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Boy. That's a little bit harsh. Basically, it's like you don't got what it takes, is what that feels like. Strength in reverse, the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, quite literally. There is an investment that requires a certain level of strength, or else it's not going to grow. You won't get the thing. It's like something costs a certain amount of money. If you walk in and you open your wallet and you don't have that amount of money, then you're not getting that thing, right? That the cost is the cost. But this is like an energetic thing. It's like an energetic investment that this person is looking like either you just don't have what it takes, or you refuse to pay the true cost or invest what is actually needed to get the thing. And that's why they're seeing you in the devil energy. There's something also about following all of your desires is not freedom, I heard. Following all your desires is not freedom, which is true. That is just weakness and a lack of discipline. But I don't know if that's, you know, that's just what I heard. This is this person's truth. Keep in mind, it's not, doesn't need to be the truth. But that's how they're seeing it. They're seeing that you give a lot to the past and things that keep you stuck, specifically open cycles from the past. They might feel like you loved in the past and then you lost and you never recovered from that. And so you have always since then chosen actively a path of being non-committal, because there's a place inside of you that is still very wounded because of something from the past. How does Virgo perceive this person? What is Virgo's truth surrounding this person? How do they see this person? I'm just curious. Temperance. Okay. You know that there's something to that, if you're being honest with yourself, and you are being honest with yourself. You're not playing any games. And I say that because temperance and the devil are quite opposite. This is about a lack of moderation, things in excess. If it's feeling or attention, then it's like obsessive feeling and attention, codependent feeling and attention, or if it's like the drive to do something, then it's like the compulsive drive that forces you to like follow all of your desires without really having control and sovereignty over yourself, or seeking control and power in unhealthy ways, or validation in unhealthy ways, right? But it's a lack of moderation overall. And temperance is quite literally being tempered. It's moderation. It's taking difficult things within you, those crazy conflicting energies and duality that we all have inside of us, and it's being able to balance it gracefully, quite gracefully. Even like, it's a card of angelic energy even. So it's like being in tune with something higher that allows you to stay in alignment with yourself, even your lower self, right? Well, I'm really proud of you for being honest with yourself with that, Virgo. And keep in mind, the roles could be reversed. This could be your person. But you are telling me that is your truth, is that you see them as this, and therefore I feel like in contrast, like you are aware that the way that they see you, there's something to it. Maybe not to the degree that they see it, but you're like, yeah, that wasn't based on nothing. Their perspective is not based on nothing. And that is why you're part of the reason why you're doing some of this shadow work to heal and to focus on your own self-worth and appreciating yourself, because when you do that, you create temperance and balance within yourself, and then this devil energy is not running the show so much. So I do feel like this person had quite a positive impact on you, and your healing journey. It might have been quite painful, but I do feel like they showed you something that you are aware you needed to see, and there is an element of being grateful for that, which is good. That shows a massive amount of healing. Just moving forwards a little bit. Okay, so the ultimate current truth between the two of you is the Seven of Swords in reverse with this cassette card. Cassette. It says outdated thinking, conditioning, replaying events over in your head. So yeah, the Seven of Swords in reverse talks about being forced to look at something, cutting through illusion. And I feel like what you guys are seeing is that there has been some conditioning or outdated thinking, outgrown ways of thinking that you're ready to release. And maybe some of that has stayed, maybe something has stayed your way of perceiving things, or your perspective has stayed the same because you have been quite connected to the past, replaying events over in your head, like things that really hurt you, things that would keep you, historically speaking, in this energy or this energy, right? And that's ready to go. That's ready to be released, because it's not healthy and it's not helping. And it may have at one point in time, but it's not anymore. And there's an awareness of that. That's like, it's coming through as being forced to see this, though, in some sort of way. So I don't know what exactly it is that cut through that for you, if there was an external circumstance, if it had to do with one another, or if that happened completely individually of one another. But I do feel like you're both seeing this in your own way. Can you tell me what the outdated way of thinking or the conditioning is for Virgo that they are seeing? I want to see what it is for both sides of you. And then what is that for Virgo? The Knight of Swords in reverse and the Hermit in reverse. There you are. Damn. The Queen of Cups in reverse. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Oh, man. It's like I'm better not knowing. I'm better just not putting myself out there because I don't have the answers. Everything is not clear or laid out in front of me in a way that makes me feel safe, quote unquote, even though, like, love is not safe. The best things in life are not safe. And it's actually the safe things that kill you in the end, right? Because they keep you comfortable. I think it's time to turn that on because it's getting a little bit darker outside. You guys are going to have to work with maybe my hat will block some of that reflection. Let me just talk to you like this, you guys. But there's something in the past that was very misleading to you, and it threw you off of your connection, your genuine, authentic connection and expression of self. And this is what's ready to go. And yeah, it's definitely ready to go because you need to be yourself. You want to be you. You want to feel good about you. You want to see yourself clearly. You want to be open to love, not shut down to it. So this is definitely an old pattern or way of thinking that has been replayed, and it's ready to be broken for you. And it's something inside of you that says either you are unlovable or you are not capable of offering the kind of love, good love, that someone else deserves. And so you shouldn't move through it or towards it at all. You should just avoid it. But that is actually not the answer that's in alignment with your true soul. And I think that's why you are connecting to yourself right now, to try to kind of tune into the truth. So what is the outdated thinking or replayed events on this other person's side of things that are being highlighted. The Queen of Swords. Okay. What else? The Page of Wands in reverse. Yeah, that's what I was feeling. The Page of Cups in reverse. This person withholds in their own way as well. It's a little more subtle. But it's not that subtle if you know what you're looking for, honestly. And I feel like you, having this as your past, you know what to look for. It's like someone who is used to being in this energy will recognize this energy because they're cousins, you know, they're family. And so you're used to being in your head, like head fucking yourself over and being confused about your worth and feeling like maybe you have to have the answers or control in order to move forwards and feel safe. And this person is used to overthinking the crap out of things and getting like stuck and chained in by their own anxiety, like being essentially imprisoned in their own mind. And it's not, it sneaks up with this person though. It's sneaky. It's like, it has a sneaky energy because this person could have a lot of air in their chart or mercurial energy as well, or they could just be quite intelligent. They could be very into psychology. They could be very into even esoteric stuff, but from a very intelligent place. Like they like learning, they like seeking, they want to know, you know, how is that made? How does this work? They like seeing what makes people tick and that sort of thing. And that on its own is not bad, right? But it feels like when paired with the Nine of Swords, that obsessive like rumination and anxiety, this causes them to maybe only come at things from a logical or a head-based place. And then they're not offering key parts of their heart and soul. Very innocent parts of their heart and soul that would have really beautiful, like this is like hope and imagination and love, right? So this person, they might get very in their head trying to break things down or understand things or see the answer from a logical perspective. But in doing that, they kind of numb out what their heart is telling them, and they numb out the hope of their soul, or the part of them that wants to just take a risk and see what happens and has hope that, you know, something good will happen. So that's the part that this person is needing to work through. So in the near future between the two of you is the Eight of Swords. Why? We'll find out. And then your advice is the Six of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. You know what? This is coming through pretty clearly without any clarification. It's, what does your fear... How does your fear prevent you from giving to yourself in a healthy and balanced way and providing for yourself in a way that genuinely reflects these energies, but consistently? Being consistently in these energies, because you're both seeing yourself as being in these energies, and I do think that you are to some degree, and you have very much the capacity to show up for yourselves all the time as this, and also show up for other people in a healthy relationship dynamic. But there are ways that the two of you have not been totally doing that, historically speaking, and that wants to be rooted out and released. So it's based in fear, oppression, something that makes you feel tied down, chained, restricted, oppressed, caught in some sort of web, and it stops you from giving to yourself and giving to others the way that you genuinely want to. And so that needs to be looked at, because this fear is still kind of here in a pervasive sort of way in the near future between the two of you. And it's impacting things. Tell me a little more about that Eight of Swords. What specifically is the fear? I feel like it's right there. It's right here, actually, the bottom of the deck. The Ace of Cups in reverse, the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, and the Ten of Cups in the upright. There's a fear of loss, and there's a fear of giving the most valuable parts of yourself, your heart and your soul, to someone, and then realizing that it wasn't love that you were sharing with someone, or losing a very important part of yourself. That's what the fear is. You can never actually lose that part of yourself, though. I feel like it's important to remind you of that. There's a fear of loss here, though. There's a fear of kind of being left with nothing, honestly. And it's a big fear. So it's like, I'm scared of giving to this, giving time, energy, attention, focus, and my heart, and then realizing that it was not stable, not leading anywhere, not, you know, what I thought that it was, essentially, is kind of what that's showing up as. But then the Ten of Cups is there. So it's almost like mistaking everything that you want for something that is going to take everything that you have and leave you empty. And it's kind of coming through as like there is no in between. There is no gray area. It's one or the other. It's either I get everything that I want and I have complete emotional fulfillment and it's stable and solid and I'm happy and this person is who I think they are. We have a family. It's great. Whatever it is. Fantasy is like fulfilled. Or else like I wake up one morning and the house is gutted. All my things are gone. This person stole my identity, my kidney, and they gone. You know, it's like one or the other. Like there's a very deep fear that you are not seeing something clearly for what it is with one another. But I think that that is tied actually to a very deep fear overall that you don't see things for what they are. Maybe in the past you haven't. Maybe that's why this person approaches things from this very logical, like head over heart place. And maybe that is the reason why you get really in your own head over things and question them to death and question yourself to death. Because in the past, something that you leapt into maybe and gave your heart and soul to was not what you initially thought that it was. Let's just say that. And you could have felt as though it did take quite a lot from you, that experience. That specifically, some of you feel that it set you back financially in terms of health, or just like physically accomplishing things in life and getting to where you want to be in terms of physical achievements. You feel as though something affected that. So that's what needs to be looked at. That's what I'm seeing for you, Virgo, okay? I hope that was helpful to you. You and this person are more on the same page than you realize that you are. You're being shown more similar things too, I think, than you realize. It's kind of like I'm seeing your paths running running parallel to one another, but they're not, you know. It's like the same experience running through the same landscape. You're seeing the same landscape out the window of the car on this road trip. You're experiencing a lot of the same feelings and thoughts and working through similar things, but you're not in the same car. You're not on the road trip together, or at least you don't know that you are. Does that make sense? Okay, we are moving on to Libra. Thanks, Virgo. I love you. I hope that you guys are doing well. Libra. Let's see. How are you guys doing out there? You doing okay? You hanging in there? What is this deck for you? Yeah. You've been so patient. Now we're at Libra. In Vedic, I'm a Libra rising. Instead of Scorpio rising. The free dog helped. Yeah. What a cutie, too. I love the picture that you posted on Discord. A good fur baby can solve many of life's problems, I'm not gonna lie. I literally would not to get too morbid, but I don't think I'd be here if it wasn't for Luna, I'm just saying. At one point when I was coming out of that really abusive relationship and dealing with like very hardcore PTSD, she was like the thing that saved my life. Yeah. They're amazing. They are amazing. Okay. Let's get 6 cards for Libra. Actually, just give me 1 second. We're at our halfway point. I'm just going to kind of organize my life, myself a little bit more here quickly so that the rest of the reading can go really smoothly. Okay, which cards do I want to use for this? Let's move this one. I'm just going to decide right now which oracle decks I'm using with which tarot decks for a second, so I can just kind of take a moment to breathe. That's going with that. Ooh. That's going with that one. Progressive horoscopes. The whole 1 day for 1 year thing. I don't know. Like your progressed chart, you mean? I don't know too much about that, honestly. I go to Shauna. Well, my leg looks so weird. It looks like it's just going the opposite direction of my body. I talked to Shauna about those things that are a little more intermediately astrological. A lot of stuff with astrology, like I channel intuitively, or I will pick one very small aspect to focus on gaining more understanding of, because there's just so much to learn. Unless Lucky is a Virgo. You weren't the air sign in the last reading. That's okay. You don't have to be. Anything could always be reversed too. Or sometimes the reading just doesn't even resonate. And that's okay. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna use this one. Got it. We got it. Libra. Are you talking about your personal reading though, or are you talking about the reading, like a reading that I did here on the channel? But yeah, even if like, let's say one side of the reading comes up and it's like let's say you are Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, right? Like that's your sun, moon, rising. So the star, the lovers, and justice could come out on one side, and that could still be your person, not you, right? So never, like, always take it as it resonates for you. You don't have to base it around any sort of indicator, signifier. You just got to really feel into your energy and then know which one is yours. But let's see. The idea of your rising sign changing as I get older. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Confused plant. I like your name. Just listen to the Aries read. It was so healing. You've been in no contact with someone for 9 months, always kind of wondering if they'll come forward. Yeah, I feel you. That's hard. I'm glad that it helped a little bit, though. Libra's like, we're ready for our reading. The cards are going to start falling out. I'm gonna have to look into that more though, because I feel like that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I went through that experience, and I'm even currently going through that experience, confused plant, and it actually is a blessing, but it does take a while for you to see it as such, right? It's like when you're in a state of grief or anxiety or pain, it's really hard to see the silver lining. Even if you know that it exists, it's hard. But once you get a little distance or you get a little closer to yourself again, I feel like your heart and your spirit starts thanking you for giving that, being forced to give that energy back to yourself and that attention back to yourself, essentially, that you maybe wouldn't have if someone had stayed in your life. So I'm really glad that you're going through that process. Even if it's hard, I'm proud of you. Okay. It's not an easy process to go through. Let's see. For Libra. More cards for Libra. Okay. I'm hearing that. What song is that? We cannot be friends. Cannot pretend that this makes sense. One more card. Love to see it. Okay, okay. I missed you, cuties. I missed you. I missed your energy. Man. I'm glad I'm back. I missed you. It's so hard for me to stay away. Like, even when I know that I'm not in the energetic space to read for you, I should still just show up and just chat and just like share what I'm going through with you guys when I go through phases like that. But I have this belief that I'm like, they just want you to read for them. Like, that's what they care about. They don't care about your personal shit so much. Not that you guys are assholes or anything, but you know what I mean. It's like, you come here for the tarot. So, I kind of just like automatically don't show up if I can't offer that, but I should get better at making some more space for that. Okay, clarify Libra's truth here. All right. Good. Love that. Just me accidentally calling you guys like insensitive assholes. That's not what I meant, you know. Okay, tell me more about Libra's person's truth. Whoa. Okay, I feel like this is good. Oh, she's doing the squeaky squawky thing again. Okay. One more. You're not entirely wrong. No, I know, right? Some people genuinely get upset. They're like, why are you... Sometimes if you even talk too much about yourself in a reading, people will be like, why are you inserting so much of yourself into the reading? It's like, could you be more entitled? No offense, but that is very entitled behavior. Like, someone's giving you something free. Move along if you don't like it and find something new. That's just maybe a hard pill to swallow for some people, but it's like, the reader does not actually need to conform to your way of preference. You could just go find another reader. But I do understand, though, when you subscribe to a channel for one thing, it's like, I'm here for that thing, right? So, I think, though, for a lot of readers, though, the way that they channel a lot of time is through personal like they have experienced the same thing, which is why they're a healer or a reader, and they have experienced maybe the healing process of that. And so when they're talking about their personal experience, it's not from a place of like, look at me, let me talk about myself. It's like, this is part of the message, you know, this is part of what is being channeled. And it's just people with very tiny little perspectives, very limited perspective, that don't like understand that. So yeah, do better. But anyways, rant over. Okay, last card, come on. The truth. What is the truth between Libra and their person? But yeah, if you don't like something that's been offered free on the internet, then for sure just move along with your free will. Like, just gracefully move on if you don't like it. You know, that seems to be a little bit like the obvious. But, you know, common sense ain't all that common these days. All right, there we go. Spirit. They just threw out the modesty card. They're like, okay, you can probably stop talking now. You've made your point. Bitch, be humble. Bitch, sit down. All right, I hear ya, and I'm gonna do just that. So, let's get into Libra's reading, though. I'm ready. Hello, Libra. How are you, my beautiful people? I hope you're well. All right, let's get into your reading here. So, keep in mind that the roles could be reversed here. So if I'm talking about your truth and it sounds like it's the other person, then just take it as it resonates, and vice versa. So the current energy between the two of you is coming through as the Tower in reverse here. It's actually coming through as it's not as bad as it seems. It's not as bad as it seems. The Tower in reverse can talk about like you avoided a more violent storm. So there could have been something that maybe could have gone worse than it actually did. But as it stands, it's not the worst. Like, it didn't go as badly as it could have, or it's not as bad maybe as some are perceiving it or afraid that it will be. But let me just tune in a little bit more and get more clarity on that. So tell me more about the Tower in reverse. Okay, the Empress. Yeah. The Five of Swords in reverse, defeat. There's quite a bit of hope and expansive energy surrounding this, actually. It's coming through also a little bit like it ain't over. It ain't over till it's over, you know? The way that this Empress is looking at that tower, she's like, not today, Satan. Nuh-uh. Not if I have anything to say about it. And I'm a bad bee and I have something to say about it. There's something where taking accountability, being honest and humble with oneself, and also having moderation in regards to your thinking. So a lack of assumption, a lack of expectation, a lack of rumination, a sincere, respectable, and respectful of self too way of thinking could save you from, or is currently maybe saving you and someone else from something that could be worse if that was not there. I'm seeing this kind of being like skirted, you know, skirted. I'm seeing someone in my head doing like a roundhouse kick, and then someone being like, woo. You know how like in a movie someone will like woo, like a fight scene and they go like back. You're like, how does their back actually do that? But and then the kick goes over them. That's kind of how I'm seeing. So it could have been a little bit of a close call with this situation. I'm not sure, but I do feel like you were able to swerve it. I also feel like the energy that's currently being amplified between the two of you is not one of competition or seeking control. I feel like it is actually something is being illuminated that could restore a level of abundance and harmony, and if not between the two of you, then for you individually. So this could even be if something has fallen apart between you and this person currently, or things did go poorly, it's like they could have gone worse. So again, it could be like that energy of dodging a bullet a little bit as well with the Tower in reverse, and now you're looking at it from more of a place of seeing and valuing yourself a little more clearly, and you're looking at it like, wow, I am glad that I cleared my own head and released myself from that when I did, or I'm glad that I was set free from that when I was, even if maybe at the time I did not feel that way. Because there's something that could have been more defeating or more damaging to you than it was. So either that's something that's already played out and you're looking back on it, or that's something that is still playing out and you're realizing it now. But let's look at your truth here. Okay, so your truth is coming through as the Three of Wands vision, with this oracle card of dispersion. Diffuse negativity, restore harmony, circulate, revitalize, dissolve divisions, and lighten up. Okay. This is powerful. It feels a lot like as you look towards the future with this fresh set of eyes, where you have looked internally and seen yourself more clearly and sort of restored a level of internal harmony, and again, self-respect, self-worth is coming through. Now you're pointing that outwards and you're creating a vision, and the more that you build into that vision with this hangnail, with this new perspective, which is lighter, it's less conflicted, it's less negative overall and less stale. Like something's been revitalized, some new life has come into this, and those divisions and that negativity is continuing to be broken up, lightened up, and dispersed as you now point that new perspective or that vision outwards and start essentially creating a vision that you want to manifest in your physical reality, is what that's coming through as. So now you're kind of like looking out on the horizon with this fresh perspective, or a perspective that has been renewed or revitalized in some sort of way. There's also something though about this with this person. You're telling me that part of your truth is that you always had pure intentions. You always had a pure vision for you and this person. You always wanted to dissolve the division between you. You always wanted to diffuse the negativity. You never wanted to, you always had this part in you where you wanted to make things better, restore harmony, come together in a positive way, a balanced way. You wanted to let go of the heaviness, and that is your truth. That's part of your truth. So whether that actually happened or not, I'm not totally sure. But you're pointing that out as being something important. Is there anything else about Libra's truth? The High Priestess. The Lovers. Ooh. I think you know what you want. Maybe not the specific like person or thing, but you know that you don't want something heavy. You don't want something that is such a burden that you have to wake up every day like putting yourself in this like Rocky, you know, like training mode where you have to be so determined just to like fight through. It's like you don't want that. You don't want something that feels you don't want something that feels intense like that. You want something that doesn't feel like a burden. You want a love that does feel light and harmonious, which is good, obviously. And intuitively you have a sense of what this vision is, and your intuition is very much aligned with you and a higher part of yourself, a positive part of yourself now, a hopeful part, a lighter part. And it is very much influencing this vision that you're projecting out into the world, which I think is beautiful. So you're in a really beautiful place, it feels. You are looking out for love, though, and you are pretty clear about how you want it to feel and how you want it to not feel. Okay? Which is good, because then you'll know. You'll be able to, like, use that as, like, a marking. Something to sort of, like, judge stuff against, I guess. Not in a super critical way, but just be like, does this align with what I know that I want to feel or not? So this other person's truth is coming through as the Three of Cups, friendship in reverse, with this oracle card that says pushing upwards, steady progress, gaining confidence, accepting challenges, a promotion, or receiving recognition. There's a couple things coming through. For one, this person feels as though you were a confidence booster. Yes, true. You can't love without respect of self or others. That is true. Because you cannot really have trust. You can't have love without a level of trust, and you can't have trust without knowing that you're safe to a degree and having that respect, mutual respect. So, but there's something here where this person feels like you did give them an ego boost. And you made them feel good about themselves. You made them feel confident. They felt seen by you specifically, recognized in a quite deep way. And they don't feel currently like there's something between the two of you that can necessarily be mended. I'm going to clarify that. Three of Cups, friendship in reverse. They could feel like they wish that they could be friends with you. You know, they wish that they could that we could put aside our differences, put aside the past, and just live in the sun, be happy, not need things to be so structured, but still be a part of one another's lives. Essentially, they're kind of saying, though, that they want the best of both worlds, which is not, judgment in reverse. They're kind of saying, like, I don't want to take accountability still, though. This person made me feel, they're like, Libra made me feel really good. I know that for whatever reason, their truth is that there can't be reconciliation between the two of you right now, not even on a friendly level. But they do feel like this connection helped them in some way make progress. And it could be because you gave them a confidence boost. Let me see. Tell me more about this judgment and Three of Cups in reverse, though. It gave them a lot to think about in regards to what they want as well. And so moving forwards from this, it's almost like they feel like they upped their standards. That might seem ironic to you because maybe you're like, they couldn't even meet my standards, but they are now like, I have higher standards. But that is this person's truth. You did touch this person's heart. I'm not sure how much they showed it. But they know that their truth is that they are making more progress and they're able to accept different challenges because of the way that your love made them feel, or because of the way that you forced them to look at themselves. Because there's the Prince or the Knight of Cups, introspection, and the Ten of Cups, harmony here. The Page of Swords, curiosity at the bottom of the deck. Oh, Lord. The Seven of Swords, deception. Yeah, exactly. So this person is like, I'm trying it on for size, but I really don't have a lot of oomph to actually put the effort and investment in to heal and get better to the place where I would truly put that into motion. They're like, but it's nice to think about sometimes, you know? It's a nice, warm, fuzzy thought that sometimes I reach out and touch, and it makes me feel good about myself, is what this feels like. But ultimately, this is someone who they know that they can't. This is not that they could actually physically not reconcile things with you or make things right with you. It's the fact that their truth is that that could not happen, because they are aware that they cannot go back to the way that things were between you, because you would not accept that behavior where you're at now. So they're like, well, can't go back. There's no reconciling that. It's like, actually, there could be a reconciliation of that. You would just have to humble yourself, take accountability, you know, whatever it is. Most likely there is still the potential for something to be reconciled, but this person's truth is that it's not possible. But I'm seeing it not being possible in their head because it would require something of them that they don't want to do, or they're not committed to doing. So in their mind, they're like, it's impossible, you know, but it's only impossible because they're choosing not to, like, essentially do the work or actually invest, I guess. But you have they're like, you really made me think a lot about how love doesn't have to be pain. It can actually be harmony. Love can not have a bunch of heaviness, negativity, and division and drama and stuff connected to it. Love can actually be harmonious. It can be regulated. It can be balanced. It can feel good and fulfilling. But then there's a part of them that still doesn't totally believe it with this deception. And then underneath the moon, when we really look at the crux of it all, there's the Knight of Swords, determination, in reverse, the Two of Cups, union, in reverse, the Star, in reverse. So that's the thing. That's the thing. So underneath the moon, what is hidden with that Seven of Swords and the moon, and it's a lot of energy that they're choosing not to shift, right? It's like, it's not possible, not because it's really not possible, but because you are not determined, because you're not asserting yourself and making it possible, because you're not aligning yourself with it. There is a lack of union, and there is division, drama, negativity, and stuff, because you're kind of creating that by not making a change to heal something with the Star in reverse that would need to be healed. And it would need to be a different way of thinking about something, perceiving something, because there's a lot of swords in reverse here. The Star is Aquarius. The King, well, that's the King of Cups. The King of Cups in reverse, control. They're aware that it takes perseverance to nurture love. Yeah, why repair when you can just start something else, jump into something else? Don't get me started on people like that. They stress me the hell out. Because I'm like, do you know the damage that your lack of responsibility is causing in other people? Do you know? I twitch. Stressful. Once you've dealt with enough of those people, though, you know how to kind of like, I see you coming. But when you do deal with a lot of them, you're like, please stop behaving this way. Please stop. Please heal. Please seek therapy, you know? Not that we're not all like that sometimes. Like, there's times when we just straight up don't want to do the healing. We don't feel like it. We would rather indulge in things that we know are not that great for us. This is just a human thing. It's not a good person or a bad person thing. We're all capable of being good or bad people. We're just people, right? But this person is kind of like, yeah, I don't really want to do the work. And therefore, I'm going to tell myself that because of my lack of determination, something's impossible. But it is kind of a cop-out. I'm not going to lie, it's a cop-out. They just don't want to reconcile what it would cause them to reconcile within themselves, to reconcile with you. But that doesn't mean that they're not necessarily making some sort of progress, but they're making it, I feel, in another direction. So the ultimate truth is modesty, moderation, humility, keep it simple, lack of pretension, self-respect, sincerity, and respectability with the Ace of Cups, love. Okay. There was genuine love offered in this situation. There certainly was. And it came from quite a simple place. It feels like it came from quite a pure place, honestly, a sincere place. You knew what you were giving and where it was coming from. Yeah, this could definitely be you filling your own cup and this other person doing the same, like trying to gain more self-respect, and even trying to simplify the way that they've approached things in the past. And then for you, it could very much, if you're not, you're not connected to this person, it could very much be either sort of balancing yourself out, simplifying things, trying to kind of like, also with lack of pretension, that to me is coming through as like clearing any negative residue from the experience you had with this person. So making sure you really flesh out any like negative assumptions or projections or expectations that you could have because of how this person treated you or because of how this went. You're doing that from a sincere place, and you're flushing that out with genuine love that you're pouring into yourself. And it's a preparation for potentially love beyond just yourself as well. But that's like the prerequisite work that needs to happen before, kind of feels like. I think you're aware that something needs to shift in your generosity, not to be less generous, but just to maybe be, it feels like it came from such a tender, innocent place that it wasn't maybe even like taken seriously, which is so weird because it was pure and true. This love, it was very pure and true. It's almost like someone didn't see it as being stable or solid or real or something that they could actually trust and lean on, though, because it came from such an innocent place that it almost felt childlike in some way. I don't think that that's an accurate like perception of it, though. I think that you still very much could have built on this in like a mature way, and I do think that the love was mature. It just, the space that it came from was very pure. And it's like someone didn't connect to them because maybe they're not used to, maybe they've never seen love portrayed that way. Not in their parents' relationship, not in past relationships. There's something about that. Can you tell me more about the ultimate truth between, or yeah, with the situation right now? Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, I feel you on that. Like the mirror for one another's childhood trauma. Good Lord. Isn't it fun when someone directly mirrors your attachment style back at you and all your trauma? It's so great, isn't it? Isn't it? Why is my face red? Okay, so you are feeling... I really clarified that because I really needed to know what the heck was going on with that. So it's important that you stay tuned into your self-love and self-respect at this time. And remember what is yours. Energetically, what is yours? In terms of perspective, what is yours? Because I'm feeling like someone could be sending a lot of energy your way. Just, I'm seeing it being they're thinking about you really heavily at this time. It could be that they feel your energy has shifted and you're in a very full, abundant, and loving place. You have more self-respect, and they felt that shift because there is still an energetic connection between the two of you. But what originally came out to clarify is the Eight of Wands movement with the Queen of Wands vibrancy in reverse. So this is the projection of energy from someone who is a little bit insecure, not seeing their self-respect so much, but they're putting out a lot of energy or towards you is what that's coming out as. Because I asked if this was you. It said no. It's someone who is feeling a heavy energetic burden. And it's kind of coming through as being in stark contrast between their insecurity and lack of vibrancy and then your genuine vibrancy that is building the more you connect to your true self and reframe your vision, your personal vision. And I asked if this is like physically reaching out to you, and it said no. It's not something stable or truly rooted in reality. So this isn't like direct communication coming through from this person. But it's coming through as like picking up telepathically or energetically or something like that. And sometimes that can come through intuitively where you start thinking thoughts that you're like, that's not really how I think about things. So that's not really my perspective. Like it could be a perspective that's more rooted in fear or, self-doubt or, personal insecurity, but you're like, but I am not personally insecure. So where is that coming from all of a sudden? It's coming from whatever this is, this place here. And the shift that they feel in your energy could be really highlighting the reality of where they're truly at. Because remember, they tell themselves this about themselves. This is their truth. So this might be contrasting that and kind of bringing some awareness, uncomfortable awareness to them that is making them sort of think more about you in the situation. And you could be feeling that. So just be aware of that, okay? It's showing me you're picking up on some stuff intuitively, perhaps. But the thing is that there's curiosity, but a lack of dedication behind this person. Again, they keep showing up like, yeah, I'm curious. It's nice to think about, but not actually act on. It's nice to introspect on, but not actually make the change. Because I'm aware that the change would require perseverance and generosity and actually nurturing something, and I'm not willing to do that right now. So in the near future between you and this person, the Three of Swords, sorrow, and your advice is the Nine of Cups, fulfillment. You do you, boo. You go get your 9 cups of individual ecstasy and bliss, okay? I'm gonna need you to marinate in absolute ecstasy and not give this energy, okay? Because you are moving beyond that, and this is what is for you. That is your advice, the 9 of Cups, fulfillment. Be fulfilled, because you already are in a lot of ways. So just keep leaning into that, and you will attract more and more of that to yourself. What is this Three of Swords, sorrow in the near future? I just feel like it's kind of like nothing is really changing, but that's okay because you're already looking at this thing like you're pretty good with where you're at with this right now. Because again, this person is correct in that you would not allow things to continue on the way that they were. You wouldn't allow more dogs. Yes, always more dogs. You wouldn't allow something to drain your energy because it was stopping you from being personally empowered and manifesting for yourself. Like, this was a drain, and you have shifted through internal work out of disappointment. So you see clearly what was maybe holding you back and what was draining you or causing you to even feel differently about yourself than you actually know. Maybe you lost a little bit of self-respect in dealing with the situation because you had to sacrificed parts of yourself is kind of what it's coming through as. Parts that, it's like you compromised on areas that shouldn't be compromised. There's sort of like a give them an inch and they take a mile kind of vibe here with this person. So that could have definitely happened. And by the time you realized how much they had taken, you were like, damn, I really gave a lot. I shouldn't have done that, you know? So you're coming back to yourself. You're pulling all that back to yourself, redefining your own personal vision of happiness and fulfillment. Yeah. And I feel like if there is any deception on your behalf, it's that you can't have this culmination of balance, abundance, fulfillment, all within yourself, with absolutely nothing coming in from the external, because you are in your power and you literally hold the universe in the palm of your freaking hand. You can have whatever you want. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, Robert. That's a shitty thing too, right? Because sometimes when you get to the end of a connection, and he just said I lost self-respect and as a result, love for myself. Sometimes when you get to the end of a connection, you realize, like, you feel so rejected and abandoned by someone else. And then you get to the core of it, the crux of it, and you realize it hurts so bad because you abandoned and rejected yourself. And what hurts more than that? Honestly, what hurts more than that? The only one who is truly, you are the only one who is truly your own at the end of the day in this life, and you are the one who is meant to hold yourself and honor yourself. So then when you do that, even when you have good intentions, even if it's for love, at the end of the day, when you're sitting there afterwards, it's like, well, fuck. Nothing breaks a heart like realizing that I abandoned myself. And most often too, it's the most wounded, tender parts of ourselves that we do abandon, because those are the parts that are really longing for validation and seeking for validation. It's like the childhood, it's like the wounded inner child that we end up abandoning or rejecting, and it just hurts. It hurts a lot. But once you realize that you did that and you work through the grief of that, you come back to yourself. I feel like it's really important then to say, like, to validate, sometimes even daily, I've got you, like, to yourself, say, like, I've got you. This is a lot of mirror work too, can be really helpful. You can look at yourself in the mirror when you're saying this, make eye contact with yourself and tell yourself, I'm not going anywhere. I've got you. I know that there has been some dicey times where I did not hold you, I did not protect you, I didn't keep you safe. And I'm not doing that again. I'm back. I got you. We got this. And we're not doing that again. Because in telling yourself that, you are actually, your cells then are receiving that energy and they are integrating that truth. Like, your body is really integrating that. And that can actually help you flush trauma out of the body as well, by, like, physically talking to yourself, telling yourself, like, we are okay. In the now, everything is okay. In the now, we're not in a space of trauma. We don't have to be afraid. We are not rejecting and abandoning ourselves, and we're not going to again, right? So be there for yourself in that way and speak those truths to yourself so that they can integrate in if you need to, if you feel that helps, okay? That helped me a lot. So yeah, that's what I see for you though, Libra. So we're gonna move on to Scorpios. Where you at? Where you at? But yeah, it's quite emotional. It gets pretty emo when you start talking to your inner child and tuning into those really tender places. That's where really deep healing starts happening, though, and it's all uphill from there, honestly. So let's see, Scorpio. Let's use this deck. Another banger. Another banger. Bangers in the club. Thanks, Robert. No. A lot of people don't chat. It's interesting. I mean, it's interesting. I don't usually chat. And when I'm watching videos either. But I appreciate it when you guys do. You guys are welcome to chat. Say hi. Say what's up. I'll respond to you. I'll chat with you through in the in-between spaces of the readings. But I see you. I see your presence here. I feel you. You don't gotta say nothing if you don't want to. I am grateful that you're here. So Scorpio, things have been a little intense, hey? That full moon in Taurus season. We never do anything halfway, do we? All right, let's get 6 cards for Scorpio. There you are. Isn't this death card dope, by the way? I love that so much. Okay. 6 cards for Scorpio. Can you guys see when I am shuffling? I want you to be able to actually see the cards falling and that sort of thing. I don't know if you can. Okay. So sorry that I'm so fidgety, but my legs get quite cramped when I'm sitting for this long if I don't move around a little. All right. Scorpio. 6 cards. So tune me in to clear all previous energies here. Oh, that's good. All right. No problem. It's interesting. I heard, let me fall. Let me fall. Let's see. One more. The cards want to fall out themselves. So I'm actually going to put the 3 cards that I pulled out. The first 2 fell out by themselves. That's what that download was, they just said. So they want to fall out themselves. They like, let me fall. The Tower. Okay. I guess your cards want to come out there. They want it their way, Scorpio. All right. Who am I to argue? There could be a deeper meaning to that, though. We'll see when we get into your reading. Okay, let's get 4 more cards then, please. fall. Oh, there it goes. Ah! A bunch of them fell though. How many fell down here? Is that 3? Yes, it is. Perfect. Okay. So 2 fell face down on the table, but I'm going to just put those back. 3 fell face up on the floor, and I'm going to use those for the final cards. Wow. Okay. Interesting how that came out that way. Let's see what oracle deck do I want to use here. Use this one. Clarify Scorpio's truth here. Please. Ooh. Okay. Ugh. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. That deck. All right. Hi, Scorp. I hope you're doing well, my loves. So, let's get into this reading. If you want to see how the cards fell, you can just go back a little bit and watch me shuffle, but I'm just starting the reading, or I'm putting the timestamp where the reading starts, okay? So, the current energy between you and this person is the 4 of Wands. This 4 of Wands is quite interesting, though. Hey, babes, you're back. You're back. The 4 of Wands in this deck looks like this. Are you okay? Luna just sneezed. You're back right on time. Tell me more about this 4 of Wands, please. Tell me more about the current energy between Scorpio and this person. The 8 of Cups. It fell out like this and then flipped like that. It's on this card. That was gonna bother me. It fell out and then flipped into the reverse. Come here. Come here. I'm gonna kiss your furry little head. Come here. It's interesting, Scorpio. It's kind of giving, there is a situation here that brought you a lot of joy with someone. It felt like the sun. However, it seems like the current state of things is justice in reverse, or somehow you went from this to this. And there's still an uncertainty surrounding how the hell that happened, you know? how did we go from... Hi, beans. How did we go from something that was, you know, so promising to something that... You're looking like a ragamuffin. You're making me look like a bad cat, Mom. It's really just that you have so much hair. But it's insane. It's insane. The whiskey rubs for doings, yes. The whiskey rubs. She is a Norwegian forest cat, and they are very hairy. This is Luna, for those of you who have not met Luna yet. She makes an appearance in most streams, but yeah, that's my boo. It's my boo. She's such a cutie. Love you. You want some treats just for being cute? Okay, so there is something here where there's something that doesn't make sense. And for that reason, it's kind of like living rent-free in your head, both you and this person. And it feels like you could be moving forwards or, you know, attempting to move forwards, but there's... Oh, I know me. You know me. She's like, but why did the petting stop? I'm working. I'm at work. She always wants attention. It's like, how did we get here? You know, things started off so good, so promising. The Sun to Justice in reverse. The Four of Wands is an energy that feels very, it feels safe. It feels balanced. It feels like unbridled joy. So there is something's not, the math isn't mathing is what this kind of feels like for either of you in some sort of way, because something fell apart in kind of an intense way, it feels like, or something really did feel imbalanced with the way that something fell apart. And it's like, it feels like the relationship between the two of you has somewhat dissolved, at least in its current state. You both are feeling as if the opportunity has been lost, and there is a sense of insecurity around that, because it's like, I thought that something was going to be so good. Like, this is what it's coming out as you originally saw this as, right? You originally saw this as being the Ace of Pentacles, a new opportunity that could lead to the 10 of Cups and the Sun, which is huge. Luna's face just in the background, staring dead ass at the screen. I love you so much. Then there's the Seven of Swords, though, with the Two of Cups behind that. See, there is something that you haven't quite seen yet. Because I don't think that you were totally wrong, but you're like, how was I so wrong? But it's like, what has not been seen yet is that you actually weren't. There was great potential here. There was something that really wanted to come together. And for that reason, the two of you might be having a little bit of a difficult time completely disconnecting emotionally from this, because it's like you still feel like you could be letting go of something where there is a lot of actual like potential and value. Yeah, it does feel like. So your energy, or your truth, sorry, is coming up as the Seven of Pentacles with this oracle card that says someone soon. Someone soon. Okay, waxy ear. I need to work. Whiskey face. Whiskey face, baby. All right. I will spare you guys from, our little love fest, because I'm just going to keep getting distracted by her. You're too cute. I can't handle it. So this is interesting. Seven of Pentacles and someone soon. I feel like you are invested. What's someone soon? It feels like you do want some level of intimacy or partnership, Scorpio. It feels like you feel that you're ready. Yeah, you're ready to put the work in. You know that you're emotionally open or available. There's a level of not being afraid, or you've broken through some sort of fear to get to this place. But you're like, I'm ready to put the work in, the effort. I'm ready to drive forwards. And I am actively putting effort into that from a secure place because I want to call love in, but I want to call true love in towards me. And it feels like you sense that that is actually quite close to you. Even with the Seven of Pentacles, you could have options and you're just trying to decide where you're going to invest your energy, like what you're going to consistently put energy and effort into. Yeah, your energy, the Ace of Wands. Where is it going to go? Thing is, the Ten of Wands is behind that. You have a great deal of energy backed up and you're ready to rock. You're ready to rock and roll. That's a lot of energy though. It is. And it's like you want to make sure that you are pointing it in the right direction because you know the potency of your energy, Scorpio. She intense, right? She's intense, which is good. Wouldn't trade it for anything. Wouldn't want any less either, particularly in love. I'm going to grab her a treat. But there's something also, though, that feels a little heavy. It feels like the beginning of this connection or this relationship with this person, whatever kind of relationship that was, it felt very passionate, very inspiring. There was maybe a lot of chemistry. There was a huge draw to one another, but it was from the heart. Like, look at that pink, that magenta. There was fire and passion in there, but it actually came very much from the heart. More than anywhere else. More than it came from like your confidence center, more than it came from your sexual center, you know. This came from the heart. You may not have totally realized that. Or there could have been like this assumption that because things did feel like super strong chemistry or something like that, that the heart was not as involved as you initially thought that it was. But I'm seeing that it was involved maybe more than you thought that it was initially. So that's your truth. You're aware that you have a lot of energy. You're aware that you have a lot to give and that you want to give it. So I think that you're just trying to decide now what exactly is deserving of that energy, where you're going to put it. But there's something here where you're still trying to figure out how this person and this situation fits into the overall things overall, right? Because there is something about it that kind of confused you. And I do also feel as though you are like, there's this sense of you having put a lot of energy and effort into whatever the situation is because you thought that it did align with, something that you genuinely wanted to be committed to and invest into. And I feel like you did that without regret. It still feels like you don't have regret about what you did invest into this person. It just feels like there's confusion surrounding like, okay, but why did it go the way that it went though? Why did it end up the way that it did? But yeah, your truth overall is that you've got a lot to give. You know who you are. You know what you have to give. You feel prepared and ready to invest and to put solid work into something. And you feel as though you will be connecting with someone or something soon where that can be applied. Okay. So this other person's current truth. The Hermit in reverse, Virgo energy with restlessness. Remember that the roles could be reversed too, Scorpio, and you could also be feeling this way about the other person if you're not feeling this way about yourself. You could feel like the person that you were dealing with, they are getting ready to invest in someone else soon, and that they have a lot of passion and energy that they are going to pour into something or wanting to pour into something. So if you're not feeling that way about yourself, then that could be that could be your truth, in that is what you believe about the other person. The Scorpio more feel this way about themselves. Yeah, it's more about yourself. You're seeing this is more you feeling that you're ready. So the way I initially explained it is more accurate. So this person, do they see themselves as the Hermit in reverse? No. Whoa. Okay. Oh, Lord. Well, I feel like this person is seeing you, Scorpio, as being extremely anxious about them and this situation. They see you as being the Hermit in reverse and you as being restless. So this is their truth, but their truth is how they are perceiving you in the situation, okay? They're seeing this as you. Like literally sitting at home, watching the clock, checking your text messages every day, being like, did they text me? I feel like you're not in that energy literally at all. I feel like you've moved on and you're actually looking at other options and stuff. Like you're not thinking about this person. Not to say that they didn't mean anything to you, but like you're not hung up on it. You're moving towards something else. You're just trying to gain a deeper understanding of why things went this way so that you can understand and not carry the baggage of this with you forwards. But I don't really see you actually focused on them at all. You're focused on someone soon that is coming towards you that will be a worthy investment and a tangible investment that's not just going to lead nowhere. So this person's truth is a little, potentially a little bit skewed, or else your perspective is skewed, but yours wasn't really coming out as that. This person has made a decision. Well, is this them? They also feel like you've made a decision. What is the Two of Swords in reverse? They may think that you're trying to manifest them back in and that you're putting an awful lot of energy towards that intention. Like trying to manifest them being vulnerable or being non-defensive towards you or something like that. It's almost like they're seeing you as having made up your mind that they will come towards you, that they will be this person, someone soon. You just have to put enough energy towards the investment and it will come. I feel like you're not waiting on this person whatsoever, though. I don't really actually feel like you want them to come back. Not to be, I feel like you don't want this. At least, most certainly not in the way that you've had it in the past. You're showing me that really clear. You're like, absolutely not. That's why you are looking in another direction entirely, because you don't really feel that this person will show up the way... You don't think that they'll put the work in to show up the way that they would need to. So you're just kind of like, okay, well, I almost said sucks to suck. Are you a little bit like, well, fuck you then? Like, is there a little tiny bit of that under the surface here? I don't know. You might be making extra light of something that under the surface you still have some feelings about. But I don't feel like the feelings are that you want this person to come back towards you necessarily. Or again, definitely not the way that they have shown up in the past. You would have no desire for that. You're not attracted to that. And you would have no reason to want to call that towards you. Yeah, that has definitely closed out entirely. Cycle closed. Game over. You've transformed. That's the truth. The Seven of Swords in reverse with death. That is you. You're not in the same place this person left you. If they come back expecting to find you in the same place, they are going to be disappointed. It feels like you have a lot more, you're a lot more balanced, self-regulated. Yeah, the Nine of Cups. You are good. Like, you're sitting pretty. You feel good about yourself. You look good. You're taking care of yourself. You're focused on calling something in that will be truly emotionally fulfilling, that will align with you, something that you won't have to convince to put in the effort. So if this is like a romantic relationship you're seeking, Scorpio, for instance, this is you being like, I would like a relationship with someone who knows that they want to be with me, knows that they want to know me. So it's not someone that I have to convince just to give me the bare minimum scraps, just to like text me in a day and be like, you know, show that they actually desire and like me. You're like, that's not my jam. I want actual love, like a real relationship, not a fuckboy. You know, it's like coming through as that. Like, you don't desire what is not on your level, what does not want to be on your level, what cannot offer what you can, and what does not want to openly, you know, graciously and generously give to you the way that you want to give to them, because that is a relationship. Like, that's a healthy relationship. Is when you say you want to be in a relationship, then it's like, that is saying that I understand that a relationship is an investment, is a commitment, and I want to show up. And so you're sort of saying, I don't want to be in something that is fake love, disguised. Yeah. Two of Cups in reverse, Queen of Cups in reverse, Wheel of Fortune in reverse. You're looking at this thing like, well, that was confusing and not part of my path moving forwards and not really what I thought it was, but maybe you're seeing this as something that existed to show you what you really don't want and what you won't settle for. That's kind of what's coming through. This person feels, though, like you've made up your mind that they are going to come towards you, that you're quite anxious and paranoid about that, and that you are like waiting on them. Or they are waiting on you. Sorry. No, you're waiting on them. That's how they see it. Okay, so the ultimate truth. The Moon in reverse, that's Piscean energy, with the one who needs to control. Okay. Something's being revealed here. And it is, who is this one who needs to control, and how do they go about gaining that control, perceived control? Because the thing is, I feel like this person is looking at you as if you are so controlling that you are like, I am going to control this by manifesting them back in. I will have my way. Meanwhile, you are like fully moved on with your life, basically, other than wanting to understand, like tie up the loose strings of not understanding something about this. I don't see you being fixated on it at all. Your back is turned completely to them. Like, you're not even looking. You're looking at whatever you are feeding into now, right? You're not haunted by this. And you're not restless. You're certainly not restless about it, from what I'm getting. This person is sort of projecting their control issues onto you, is what that feels like. Can you tell me more about the one who needs to control, though? Because I'm seeing them as being much more... It's like them actively choosing to not move forwards with you in a tempered and balanced and healthy way, them essentially rebelling against what you offered them or the opportunity between the two of you, is a control move. Because they could have just not invested in it or said that it wasn't aligned with them or wasn't what they wanted, kind of thing. But it feels like there was a specific way that this person kind of went about things. But tell me more about the one who needs to control. I need to know more about that. And it feels like they're the one that is needing, like, seeking control and hung up on that. The 10 of Cups in reverse. See, yeah. There it is. There it is. The 3 of Pentacles in reverse. They sabotage and let go of things because they're afraid of those things. So this person who needs to control, they have the opportunity to build something really beautiful, right? So this is put in front of them. This is why this is so confusing to you, I feel like, why you're still in that state of somewhat being like, what the hell happened? How did we go from the Sun to Justice in reverse? Makes no freaking sense, right? And it's because it doesn't really. This person gets an opportunity like this, but because they are afraid, they seek to control by rejecting. So even though control means that they don't get the good thing, they still feel safer that way because they controlled this shitty outcome. Make it make sense. But yeah, they are the ones who made the decision to end things, and they did it in an unjust way, it feels like. Unfair. They did it because of their own fear and need to control. But they're not getting what they actually wanted out of that. And I think that their own, like, control issues are going to be coming to light right now for them with the Moon in reverse. And I feel like you're also going to see this too. So whether this person sees it in themselves or not, something is being revealed with the World in reverse there. Someone is seeing. And it's because they are confident and moving forwards. And I feel like that's you. You're not afraid. You are moving from a place of genuine confidence. And again, you're not facing them. There's all these cards with the back turned. Like, you're moving towards a new opportunity. You're moving towards these crops that you have planted that have nothing to do with this person and their need to control. This is all you. Right? And you'll find what you're looking for and what you thought this could be somewhere else. No problem, because you're you. And you're dope. And you're also ready to actually put the work in to be in that thing, right? So you'll find it 100%. And this person will be with their created reality that they had control over. I don't know if they'll be happy in that reality, but they will be there with it. So that's the truth, is that someone here has some pretty big control issues, and it actually causes them to see things in a very unclear light, because I don't know if they realize that how much they're projecting their own insecurity onto you, how much they are expecting something from you that is never going to come. Like, you're not restless, you're not concerned, you're not waiting by the phone, you're not turning down other opportunities or offers. You're moving on with your life. You feel good. You have a lot of energy and focused energy, and you're not hurt over this injustice because you've healed. You're just looking for some further, like, make it make sense kind of vibes. So they're not seeing any of that clearly currently. And fear and a need to control and a misunderstanding of what true power actually is will make people act crazy. So I'm not even saying that there's anything like, well, I'm not calling this person a bad person. I'm not trying to shit on them, but they are rather confused. And it's coming from their own fearful need to control. They're also very obsessed here. And that could be because they're so scared of being hurt, scared of accidentally making themselves vulnerable, that they're like constantly, but it's kind of coming through as a little narky, so just watch that. A narcissistic tendency. I'm not saying this person is a narcissist, but it's definitely coming through as that. They have a very big blind spot that they're not taking any accountability for. They're just kind of deflecting. So the blind spot's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah. So in the near future, the Three of Wands in reverse, and then your advice is the King of Cups. You. Yeah. In the near future, you're not waiting. There is no waiting here. You're not sitting there like, when will this ship come in? You're just like, okay, well, I'm jumping on another ship. Or I'm moving in a completely other direction. Yeah, there's no movement or energetic, like there's not going to be any communication. Page of Cups in reverse, you're not going to open up your heart to this person again. You're not coming back around all restless and consumed with the need to make it right, nor are you putting your life on hold, it feels like. What's the King of Cups in Scorpio's advice? And again, it's not because this person's a bad person. It's just that they're very confused, very misaligned. They have, in their current state and perception and willingness to see things and, you know, actually put in effort and that sort of thing, they are not capable, not even close to capable of actually fulfilling like what you're looking for to bring you deep emotional fulfillment. They don't have the capacity at this point in time to build something that way, because they are in a state of deep internal unhappiness with themselves. And they feel like they are not in control or dominion over their own life, which is what causes them to seek to control everything around them, even in this really crappy way that is very sabotagey. But the King of Cups with the Seven of Wands in reverse, it's saying, yeah, keep your heart open, keep your heart soft. Don't be defensive. Move forwards with standards, move forwards with boundaries, but still move forwards with empathy, still move forwards with an open heart space. Just a grounded open heart space, okay? You are very in alignment to pull something that is very much for you towards you. So the only way that you'd get pulled out of that is if you shut down your heart space, if you got into like this need to control kind of energy, or if you started making assumptions, that kind of thing. But stay grounded in your own energy here. Keep that heart open, okay? Is there anything else for Scorpio before I let them go? I feel like you are aware that this person has some thoughts and feelings about you that are just, you're like, you have a right to your opinion, because opinions are like assholes and everybody's got one, but it's wrong. Like, you're like, you have one, but it is completely outrageously incorrect. So you have fun with that. It feels like a part of you is low-key, like slightly insulted, but at the same time you realize it has nothing to do with you, so you're not seriously insulted, but it does kind of rub you the wrong way sometimes, is what it feels like. Just like that someone could get it so wrong. But I think that you're going to start realizing, if you haven't already, that that has nothing to do with you or how you portrayed yourself or showed up, and everything to do with this person and their stuff that they are needing to but not working through. So that's what that feels like. That's a little bit intense, but would it be a Scorpio reading if it was not a little bit intense? Probably not. But don't take that reading if it's not yours. Don't take any reading if it's not yours. But that's the messages I got for you, Scorpio. So we're going to move on to Sag. My gorgeous Sagittarians. My fiery, my little fire starters. Okay. Sag. Let's see. This deck for you guys. This deck. The Rider-Waite. Kind of have to go to the washroom again, though, really quickly. That's what happens when you just drink iced coffee nonstop through a reading, hey? I think I would know better, but I need it to fuel me, guys. Okay, there's a lot of Luna hair just flying around from when I was petting her earlier. Oh my. Okay. Let me go to the washroom quickly. She's probably going to jump up while I'm gone to get onto the bed. Or are you going that way? Okay. I'll be back in just a second though, okay, guys? All right, Loons is drinking out of the sink, so I'm gonna have to go back and turn that off in a couple minutes, but let's get the cards down for Sag. Anyways, Another thing, Scorpio, is if you are feeling a little bit triggered, that could be a lot of that person's energy, because it feels like they're projecting onto you that you are anxious and restless, but I feel like they are actually the ones that are a little bit anxious and restless, and it's because of like the avoidance of self and everything like that. Catching up to them. So yeah, if you do feel triggered and you do feel a little bit of that like F them energy, that's not really coming from a healed place, so that could be coming from them. But if it is coming from you, then just be aware that that's somewhere that still needs a little bit of attention, okay? Yeah. Give me a second here, darlings. My best friend texted me. My bestie. Hold on one second. What? This is the most random text to get from my best friend. He says, so super heavy topic, but my dad is doing his will up, so he's having me do mine up, and I named you as an alternate executor slash beneficiary just in case. I'm like, what? Thanks. Like, what? He's like 38 years old. I'm like, you're not gonna... What? Terry. Anyways, random text to get from your best friend in the middle of... By the way, I'm not even 40, but I'm doing up my will and you're in it. Thanks. Love that for me. Okay. I actually just remembered that I also brought a... I went to my mom's bakery earlier today and I got this. It's like a caramel, what is it? It's like a white brownie with caramel or butterscotch chips, I think. Oh. But I need it in my life. I'll lean back so you don't have to hear the chewing noises because I love you. Tune me into Sagittarian's energy and the energy currently between themselves and this person on their mind that they would like more clarity surrounding. Okay. 6 cards. Okay. Some oracle cards here. is a really interesting energy that I'm picking up. Okay. Back there. Hi, Sag. I hope you guys are doing wonderful with your fiery ass. Hope you're doing good. Okay. Let's take a look at what's going on here. An interesting energy. I need to dive into it more to see what's going on. But what I'm seeing is that the current energy between you and this person is coming through as the Four of Wands. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Tell me more about that. Yeah. That explains why I heard what I heard. I essentially heard you guys being like, okay. That's not the shared energy between us. Then the card that came out to clarify was the Five of Swords. So it's like the card of sometimes confusing, like, it can sometimes be about convincing yourself of something in your own mind, but it kind of comes from like mental, like self-sabotage or self-delusion, or just playing a lot of games within your own mind, like mental gymnastics. It can just be like going over something too much, so much that you kind of like lose the plot. So it feels like something, there's a lightness here that's not being felt or overlooked, although it's being overlooked. It's not being felt. It's between the two of you, but it's almost being eclipsed by, I don't know. Tell me more about that Five of Swords. The Knight of Swords in reverse. Yeah, the Lovers. There's overthinking that's happening around an answer that you don't have, something that you don't know. So it could be like assumptions are being made, or it could just be that you are just really overthinking something because you don't have the answer to it. This could be something that you don't feel like you got closure surrounding, and that's why you're overthinking it. But it is showing me that there's currently an energy where there is a state of balance and harmony that can be achieved between the two of you. And potentially you're more aligned currently with something than you're realizing that you are. But I feel that both of you are in your own heads to such a degree about specifically the things that are unknown about the situation. Excuse me, that it's kind of it's like there needs to be a clearing of the air, a clearing, like it feels like something needs to be communicated directly and with like clear, direct intent. Because something, it feels, is being you're welcome, Tay. Good to see you, babes. Something is being confused that is not actually as confusing. It's being like made more complicated than it truly is what that kind of feels like. These earrings that keep getting stuck on everything because they're a little dangly, but okay, so let's look into your truth. So keep in mind this can be reversed. So this might be your person's truth. Just take it how it resonates for you, okay? And reverse the roles if you feel that that's the way that it is resonating for you. So the truth that came out on your side is the Page of Swords in reverse with this oracle card that says chop wood. So sometimes the Page of Swords talks about, like in reverse, can talk about making assumptions, but I don't feel like that's what this is. I feel like this is, again, you knowing that you don't have access to certain information because there is no communication currently between the two of you. And you're trying, I think, not to make assumptions. You're kind of telling me that you don't know if this other person is doing the work. And I don't know exactly what that would entail, what the work is for this particular situation. It might come up. But you're aware that there's something, that there is an effort that does need to be put in for something to shift and change, or for someone to shift and change, or for something to be healed or set right, or whatever the case may be. And you don't know if that's actually happening on someone else's behalf, is what you're telling me. There's work that needs to happen for something to manifest, and you don't know if that person is actually doing that work or not. You tell me more about this. You might actually feel like this person is quite happy in their ignorance, like they don't really even, you're kind of telling me that you feel that it's more likely that this person is blissfully ignorant and that they are looking in the other direction of the work that needs to be done. Like, doo, 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 doo. Na, 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 I can't hear, I can't see. You know, it's like, this is almost coming through as like, I don't want to grow up. And so I'm going to look in the opposite direction, or I don't want to do the hard work that it would take to shift the way that something is coming together. So I'm just not going to. I'm going to look the opposite direction, and I'm going to sort of say la vie, you know? Can you tell me a little more about that Page of Swords in reverse, though? This Sag seeing this primarily as the other person. Yeah. You could feel like there's a third party in the situation that is like an easier pick, and that someone has chosen that over you because your connection would require work, or because it's not necessarily as simple or as clear cut. And so I think that you're looking at, for some people, you're looking at like they just chose to like, well, let's skirt our obligations over there and just like go and reconcile the ending and just go out and have a good time, or go reconcile with something else that is much more like light, like someone who just wants to, you know, get wasty pants on the weekend and have sex, and then just kind of like not have an actual relationship that requires you to show up and be consistent or something like that, right? It's almost like you're seeing this person as currently being more in alignment with that kind of investment. But I think that you feel that ultimately they know how they feel in their heart. They're quite clear. They actually don't really want another option, but they also are like, I'm not putting the work in. So therefore, I'm going to go back to the horizon and see if something else comes through. Because even if you're kind of saying this person might know that they care deeply about you, they might know that they don't want another option, but they also are like stubbornly deciding to either not take accountability, not do the work, or just not show up. So you're sort of seeing them as sailing in the other direction despite their feelings. And that is your truth currently. So this other person's truth is coming out as the World in reverse, with not for you in reverse as well. Well, I don't know how accurate you are about that. This person very heavily feels that the cycle between you is not complete. Something is not done. And they feel like you are for them. They feel like you're the person for them. Now, that does not mean that they're doing literally anything about it. And I'm guessing that they're not, because you're literally sitting over here saying that you have no idea if they're putting the work in. It feels to me like if they were putting in the work, then you would know, right? So I feel as though this person is not, they're aware that the cycle's not closed, or they don't feel like it is. They're aware that, like you told me, you are the one that they want. You are the one that they feel is for them. What is this person doing about this truth at this time? What action are they actually taking towards this realization or truth? Can you tell me that? Because they're just telling me that they know that very clearly. And you also told me that you know that they're not emotionally confused about that. So you're right about that. They do know how they feel, what they want, and that something's not done, or they don't feel something is done. They are literally just doing them. They're in a very independent energy, focused on themselves. They might be trying to stabilize their energy in some sort of way, though. It's not coming through as insecure or selfish necessarily, with the 9 of Pentacles in the upright. The 8 of Wands is here too. This person, it feels like, is trying to get energy moving and make shit happen in their life on an individual scale. So I feel like they're trying to like balance the scales of justice in their own life. It might actually be so that they can show up correct for you with a higher perspective and a new approach to how to invest. You might not see that coming at all if that is the case. I am seeing them wanting to shift energy and get stuff moving though, but they're focusing on themselves first, which is actually where they should be focused first. Because the change is going to start within, right? No change will be sustainable in the relationship unless they've made that change and solidified it within themselves first before coming back towards you. Or it's much less likely. You can always like create change and work through and heal and stuff with somebody in a relationship together. But if there's already something if there's already an energy or like a pattern that has been created between the two of you, it's usually easier to take a step back and to do that work individually on your own, to come to that place and then come back together and come at it from with a fresh slate after you have aligned yourself. So that's what this person's doing. They're very intentional about their moves right now. They know that something's not over though, which makes me think that they do intend to come back towards you, or they anticipate you coming back towards them. They've literally made up their mind to reconcile something. I feel like you think that this person is onto other things. And I feel like they have not done anything to tell you otherwise, but I do feel like that's not true. I feel like they're actually quite stuck on you and moving. Potentially they've made up their mind to take physical action to reconcile something with you, to reconcile what was not working. But the thing is, they see this as being something that will happen in the future. It's like, not yet. Something needs to shift first within them. There are things that make them emotionally unfulfilled that they know they need to walk away from and root out of their life. And it feels like that is a very independent or isolated solo kind of journey for this person. It's very internal. There's something they want to shift in their perspective so that they can walk away from things that don't fulfill them, and they can heal whatever within them caused them to not reciprocate or not give in accordance with what they were feeling is what's coming through. I feel like this person had deeper feelings for you, but they never gave in accordance with that. Like, you maybe would have never known that they actually felt the way they did. It's like they showed up in a very maybe immature way, or with a lot of passion, but not like very shut down otherwise, or closed off. They always knew how they felt though about you. They just didn't really show it to the degree. And they're looking at why that is within themselves. So the ultimate truth currently between the two of you is the Five of Cups with this oracle card that says here and now, and it's in reverse. It's telling me that both of you are grieving something, but it's also saying that neither of you are in the present moment right now. You're not fully present for some reason. It's like this grief that you're feeling doesn't reside in the present. It resides somewhere else. So that's telling me you're either... I feel like you are in the future and they are in the past. That's interesting. Because what is this, right? This is you kind of trying not to make an assumption about the future, but still sort of making an assumption about the future. You don't have the answers, but like if you had to give it a guess, you would probably say this person is choosing not to do the work. They may be going somewhere else to get their needs met from somewhere that is easier, whatever, right? So you are kind of projecting your fear into the future, thinking that they will not open up in the future. This person, I feel like their grief is coming from being invested in the past, but they are working through that actively in a way so that they can show up differently. They actually are doing the work a little bit, but they're taking their time very much and they are staying isolated. With this person, there's this sense too of like the right time. The time has to be right. They don't want to approach something unless the time is right, quote unquote, because they may have felt like the time was off, or like it was right person, wrong time or something before. And they don't want to approach again until like the circumstances actually feel favorable is what I'm getting. Because they want an actual shot at something succeeding is what that feels like. But you both are experiencing grief right now, but it's also not rooted in the present situation. There's more hope in the present situation than you realize, I think. Tell me more, a little bit more about that truth, if there's anything else there. Yeah, I think they want to share more through the near future and the advice. So, yeah, because this is pretty loud. So in the near future is the Four of Swords in reverse. And then your advice is the Nine of Swords in reverse. It's a lot of swords. It's a lot of this area being overworked, you know? So in the near future, there is a little bit of overthinking and anxiety and perhaps like a sense of restlessness or not getting the rest that you need. It's coming through a little bit as assuming the worst though, so just watch out for that. Or expecting the worst, maybe. Not assuming, but maybe expecting a little bit. Or being more comfortable expecting the worst because you're kind of scared to get your hopes up surrounding something. Tell me about that Four of Swords in reverse. Okay, Sag. I gotta call you out a little bit here because I don't want you to not see this clearly, because I think that this could be something you actually want, and I want you to be prepared for it if that is the case, okay? So take this as a very loving call out. Hey, don't eat my cookie. My cookie, not your cookie. Luna's like, I want to eat this. Like, no, you're not eating that. Okay, so get out of here, Moochie McGee. Moochie McGee. So to clarify that Four of Swords in reverse, the Six of Wands and the Devil. You know, it's interesting because I think that you might feel safer expecting, like I said, the worst. So if there are things that you don't know surrounding this person anyways, this might not be overall in your life in general, but I feel like surrounding this person for some reason, you do have a tendency to kind of expect or anticipate the worst, anticipate them not doing the work, anticipate them not showing up, not matching your freak, you know, or your energy. It's kind of like anticipating the worst case scenario a little bit, but that's showing up as a toxic pattern for you that might actually happen even more intensely when potential success is nearby, right? And what was the current energy between the two of you that you guys weren't really seeing is the Four of Wands. So there is the potential for there to be balance, harmony, success, recognition in all the ways that you want. However, this is going to prevent that from easily coming together. No. Too many swords. So yeah, that's why your advice is the Nine of Swords in reverse. I feel like you could purchase some cuter artwork for the wall. You know, it might be time to take these massive swords down and, I don't know, put a poster of Mac Miller or something cute up there. A kitten. I don't know. Do what you want. Those are my personal preferences. Don't have to be yours. But there's something here where it's like things are actually better than they seem. And it's hard because faith is needed. Because what is faith? A belief in things unseen. You can't see something, but you can still have hope surrounding it, right? It feels like you don't see something. You don't see what's going on behind the scenes with this person right now. And for that reason, you don't really have that much hope. It's kind of coming through as like, well, I'll believe it when I see it, right? But that's not what's needed in this situation. There needs to be a tapping into or a tuning into your true feelings so that you can feel out what is, because it's coming through as this is something from the past that's fueling that in you. The tendency to look at things that way, as maybe like a self-protection mechanism a little bit. Because I actually see this person as going within, gaining a higher perspective, surrounding what? Surrounding you specifically, literally. They're on hold right now, hanging upside down here while they get this perspective, but they still got their eyes on you. And they are letting go of the things that they did not see were blocking them because they genuinely do want fulfillment and they see you as that. So I feel like your past is what is actually causing this confusion a little bit. So something from the past, maybe where you hoped for the best and then the worst case scenario did happen and you were like, well, I'm never going to hope for the best again. I'm always just going to expect the worst because then I'll be prepared. Something like that. Don't do that. Try really hard not to, okay? Anything else about that Nine of Swords in reverse? But that's what I'm seeing for you here. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. Coming out pretty clearly. So try not to create a self-fulfilling prophecy by projecting anxiety or uncertainty onto this. If there's something that you don't know, then understand that the unknown and the unknowable are gifts as well. Those are also gifts, because that's ultimately where we seek and find the truth. And it might come to us over time, or it might not be what we expected, but what we don't know is not always a curse. Sometimes it is a gift. Sometimes we can be pleasantly surprised. It doesn't always have to be negative, okay? So that's what I see for you. We're gonna move on to Capricorn. All right. Capricorn. Let's see here. Use these decks for Cappy. Dry. Alrighty. The sun is just setting, and I'm like, what time is it? Because it just started actually being a decent hour when we lose light. It's like 9:30 p.m. here, and the sun's just going down. I'm like, woo, 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 woo. Summer is here. Summer is here. It's sad, though, because we're not even far from the time when the days start getting shorter again, and I'm like, why? Why? Being in a place that has like a 7 or 8 month winter is like a little bit intense. A little bit intense. Alright, let's clear the energies and tune into Capricorn and their person of interest here. I need to adjust my glasses, like tighten them. I need to buy one of those little kits or whatever that you can use because it's driving me crazy. Hope you guys are doing okay out there. Doing good. Hanging in there. Vibing. So 6 cards for Cappy, please. All right. Okay. Interesting. Cards here, and then we'll get into this. So clarify, excuse me, clarify Capricorn's truth in this situation. Okay. What? All right. So, oh my gosh. Hi, Cap. Hope you're doing well, my loves. So let's see about your truth, their truth, the truth. And it's the truth for right now, not for forever, obviously, because energy is constantly shifting and changing. But yeah, let's get into this message for you. So it's coming through as the current energy between the two of you being the Empress here. The Empress. Tell me more about the Empress. Venusian energy. All right. Justice, the Six of Swords, and the Ace of Cups. Not too shabby. Okay. I do want to clarify, though, this is an energy that you might not be actually seeing yet. Like, you might not have your actual eyes on it. You might not necessarily, even as I'm telling you this, understand how you could get from where you are now to this, but we're going to let Spirit unfold that through the reading, okay? We'll become enlightened to that, privy to that information together, because I don't know either, but the Empress, Justice, the Six of Swords, and the Ace of Cups. Okay. I feel like something has not been just so far, and there has been a great deal of disappointment and high hopes feeling somewhat smashed a little bit. But there is some form of abundant and expansive heart-based energy that is culminating or accumulating now. It is like growing under the surface. And I feel like it's about to break ground, and you're going to see the growth of this above the surface somewhat soon. So this is something where a perspective has been shifting to a softer place. And there is going to be movement into a state of harmony or balance, or there's the potential for that. But justice is going to be served here in the near future, is what I'm seeing. The energy, the energetic landscape is set up for that to happen now. So that's telling me that that's going to happen soon for you guys. Okay. It could be happening very much around the time of this Gemini new moon if you're watching this reading at the time of release, because it is a very communicative new moon. It's also closing out, like the last moon that we had was a full moon in Scorpio, right? Which is very much also about things coming to light, things being revealed and expressed. But that cycle is kind of closing out with this new moon that we're moving into, a new cycle of energy until the next full moon. So there could be something that is in that energy that's still culminating. Yeah, something is coming to light still, the sun. I don't feel like it's happened yet. It's under the surface, and it's also like very much in the hands of the universe. But this is something that has happened because of actual physical action, intentional, conscious, free will choice that you and this person have made. It wouldn't be able to happen just the universe pushing it on you. There's been actions that have been taken to push this into being, is what that feels like. So your truth, and keep in mind the roles could be reversed, okay? So if you feel like your truth sounds more like the person that you're dealing with, then go ahead and take it that way and just reverse the roles. But it's interesting because both you and this person, I'm going to talk about your energies together because you both have a 10. You have the 10 of Pentacles in reverse as your truth, and they have the 10 of Swords in the upright. They're kind of mirroring the same energy, actually, and I also saw the 10 of Cups my earring undid itself and was coming up. There we go. I also saw the 10 of Cups in reverse when I was shuffling. So there's definitely a lot of closure of something going on right now. Like a cycle is for sure closing. The World is also on the table too, so that just like extra signifies that or validates that. But it's interesting because So the Ten of Pentacles in reverse came out for you with this Oracle card of the Boat in reverse. And it says receiving what you need, progression, arriving, moving on, and closure issues. So I'm getting that like you had high hopes for something here. You thought that it could be quite abundant, quite expansive, kind of like legacy, that you could build a legacy with someone here in a way. This could have been a business partner, or this could even be a romantic partner. This heart in bloom. You are welcome. Good job, babe. Proud of you. Okay, I'm glad that I could validate that for you. This is you being like, I expected or desired something and saw the genuine potential for it to be there, but I did not receive what was needed. Ah! Ah! Oh my gosh, that spider is huge and really fast moving. Where did it go? That spider is huge. Not daddy long legs huge either. Like big body, big booty, big booty, big booty. And I don't want you. Why are you so fast moving though? Where did you go? Oh my god. That actually scared the shit out of me, you guys. Wake up one day to his own bullshit. Yeah, we can all hope. Right hand to God, we can all hope. Okay, I'm sorry, Capricorn. You guys saw my extra girliness just come through there. The thing is, I'm okay with spiders. I never kill them. I love them. However, this one is like, and it's not all legs. It's like a big body, and I just don't fucks with it. Okay. Oh, it moved ridiculously fast too. That was a little bit. No. Okay. Let me recompose myself. I'm sorry. That was kind of embarrassing that you guys witnessed that. My bad. I'm embarrassed. Okay, so I'm not down with it. There's something that didn't progress or come in the way that you thought that it would. And for that reason, I feel like you have struggled to give yourself closure or move on. Like there's been some sort of closure issue here. And it's because like you had really high hopes for something, you know? Can you tell me a little bit more about this? I feel like it's under the lamp. Come out. Be a man. But don't come out. I don't actually know why I'm beckoning you to come out. I don't want to see you again. Love you. Please leave. Okay, please leave. Okay, what else do I need to know here about Capricorn's truth? Your truth, though, essentially is that you've been deeply disappointed. You feel as though, yeah, you kind of feel a little insecure about this as well. You haven't fully released yourself emotionally from the situation, because I think that it's something you felt like you manifested in, and it was aligned with you. Like, it feels like initially this thing came in and you were like, yes, score. I manifested this from a confident place of knowing myself. This is beautiful, especially for a Capricorn. You're like, damn, that's my shit right there, that 10 of Pentacles. But then it like blatantly, it threw you off, because I feel like it ended in such a way, or the truth of this maybe was, or a truth of this was revealed in somewhat of a harsh way that you weren't expecting, and you felt very let down, like something just did not come through for you. So there's an insecurity with the Queen of Wands in reverse about that, and you're struggling to release, again, like to move on, because you do have some confusion, fear, and some closure that has not really come yet surrounding this. Is there anything else about Capricorn's truth that you want me to highlight? Can't stop looking. This is the Eight of Cups in reverse again. You are fully aware that, okay, is that just Capricorn believing that or knowing that about themselves, though? Is that Capricorn knowing that about themselves? Yeah, you love this person. You're very aware that you have not released this. That you still have mad love for whoever this is. And that is another reason why you haven't released yet, because it's also, I feel like, a part of your intuition is telling you that it's not over because it doesn't really make sense. So I do feel as though you are sensing this energy shift, the Empress and Justice. I feel like you're picking up on that intuitively, and you're correct. Things are moving, and although you can't see it just yet, like I said before, something is happening, and I feel that it's going to bring in, with that Justice energy and the Ace of Cups and the Six of Swords, it's going to bring in some of the clarity that you're seeking. So just hold on, but don't wait for that, okay? Like, don't put your life on hold waiting for it, but know that if that is something you feel intuitively, you're not off about that. It feels like this love is mutual too, I have to say. Okay, so the other person's truth. This other person's truth, like I said, came through as the Ten of Swords, and it came through with this oracle card of healthy choices, making healthy choices in love and in life, self-love, self-care, being happier. Well, this person's like, I have seen some shit. You know what I just heard? There's this quote that's like, loving you is like going to war. I never came back the same. And I'm hearing that. Loving you was like going to war. This person does love you. Not only that, but you impacted them in an incredibly deep way. They aren't the same because of the relationship with you specifically. It changed them fundamentally in some sort of way. I feel like that was through pain and disappointment with that Ten of Swords, and it could have been that they were changed. It could have been that they were the ones that caused this Ten of Swords, but it also changed them. Like, you know when you love someone, you genuinely love someone so much that when you hurt them, you hurt yourself. It's like when you break someone's heart that you love, you break your own heart. Sometimes you hurt even more than they did because you are not only feeling the remorse of how you treated them or how you caused them pain, but you're also feeling the remorse of, you know, personal regret and the fact that you were the cause of that, or the fact that, you know, you were the one that maybe set that more in motion. It's coming through as that. Someone, I feel like, hurt you, confused you. I don't know that they meant to, but we'll get a little more on that. But you didn't receive what you needed and what you deserved, I feel like, in this. The correct progress, the natural progression didn't happen. And something maybe that was even promised to you did not end up arriving. So someone could have even future planned with you or given you, like, talked the big talk, but then it didn't go anywhere, you know? This person, though, it feels like they are making healthier choices as they move forwards. They're like, what do I truly want to invest in, and what actually throws me off? What have I been investing in that throws off my sense of personal security and does not allow me to then offer that stability and security to another person? It feels like there's somewhere in this person's life that they weren't making healthy choices for themselves. And for that reason, and that could have been anything. They could have an addiction. They could have a bad habit. They could have a bad sleep schedule. They could drink. You know, it could be basically anything, but it's an action, something that they physically invest into, that flies in the face of self-love and self-care. And it doesn't actually make them happy, and it's not a healthy choice. And they're aware of this. They're also aware that it erodes at not only their physical health, but their mental health, their ability to see themselves as capable of truly showing up for someone consistently and in a reliable way. Because it feels like this person fumbled. They dropped the ball in a big kind of way to a commitment, and they are now looking at that very closely. And they want to make different choices, it feels, because they don't like the way that their actions affected you. And the way that they hurt you actually hurt them very much, whether they've shown you that or not. So the ultimate truth between you and this person is, for right now, is the World with this love call card that says someone expresses love, a message of love, thinking of you and letting you know. I'm not seeing this as a final closure, though. I'm seeing this as a cycle ending. And I think the cycle that's ending is actually the one where this person made unhealthy choices, and the cycle where things did not move forwards. I'm seeing that as the cycle that's closing. It's a karmic cycle. There's something that they did not have reconciled, like they hadn't reconciled something internally, it feels like. So paranoid about that freaking spider. Oh. Such a tough bitch until a big spider crawls into my room. And then a baby. You want to make me baby in 2 seconds flat? Just throw a big spider my direction. It's funny because I've literally held tarantulas before, and I'm not afraid of like spiders that are big like that. It's the little big ones, you know? The ones that are little but big. Big for little. For being little, they're big. I don't know if this makes sense. The big hairy like ones I actually find kind of cute. I think that they're kind of adorable, but not the little big ones. They can go elsewhere, and that would be great. Okay, I want to stretch my leg. So, this person could reach out. Can you tell me more? I think the truth is that this, separation in reverse, the coffin in reverse. Separation, sadness, missing you, thinking about you, yearning, unsure of the future, and the coffin endings, growth, change, liberation, transition. This is coming through to me though as like a separation that's not going to last, an ending that is not final, like I was saying before. I think that someone is going to come in and express love. Ooh. I just cut the deck twice though, and this is what it came. Shit's getting real up in here, Capricorn. It's getting real. Runner and chaser, huh? There could have been elements of codependency in this relationship. A fear of intimacy on one hand and a fear of abandonment on the other. Both people listening more to their egos rather than their healthy, confident, genuine self though. And their egos, both of your egos could have caused you to act a little bit out of alignment. So yeah. I'm not saying that you chased necessarily. That's quite a, pretty intense way of putting it. But I do think that maybe you overgave a little bit because you did feel the truth of the situation, the love. You could even feel like now by not releasing, you're chasing, like you're still energetically chasing. I don't think you are. I think you're just tuned into the intuitive truth of the situation. But I do feel like this person ran, and I do feel like they caused pain, heartbreak, pain, separation, deception, a shocking attack, you know. That's a little intense, but this person could have also compared themselves with other options that you had and thought that, like, I'm not good enough for Capricorn. Capricorn has so many options. I feel like they maybe spied on your social media. I'm kind of getting that for some of you. They spied on your social media and they saw comments that people had left, and then they went and stalked those people's profiles. And then they made up the worst, like, case scenarios in their heads about, like, oh, Capricorn's probably, this person's probably sliding into Capricorn's DMs, and they're probably like, that's their real future husband or future wife, and they're so much more than I could ever be. Meanwhile, they know nothing about your connection to those people, or even who those people really are behind their social media mask, right? But it seems like this person's own insecurities cause them to compare with others, compare with you. I think they compared how you were able to show up and offer things to them and commit, and how they weren't able to reciprocate that in a consistent way. And I think they also compared themselves to people outside of the connection. So yeah, but the ultimate truth is that there is a big cycle closing that feels karmic, and it feels like it was a pattern. And there also is love that's going to be expressed from a more pure and clear place. Someone has been thinking deeply about this, and they are going to let you know when they're ready. Yeah. There's something that they're breaking away from, I'm telling you. Some of you, this person does have an addiction of some sort. For some of you, that is just a codependency or an obsession or a need for control or to possess. They're trying to gain restraint over that. They're trying to adapt, change, and heal so that they can come towards you in a different way, in a different energy, that feels like. And I do see them doing that. Okay, so the near future and then advice. In the near future, you have the Queen of Cups. So you have the King and Queen of Cups. And the Ace of Cups. For some of you, it's going to sound a little bit crazy, but for some of you, I actually feel like you're going to end up with this person and you could even have children together. And again, I'm feeling like that might sound absolutely batshit to you right now, because you are not, because a lot of this movement is happening under the surface still and hasn't actually taken place. And based on the current state of things, you're like, ha ha ha, that's laughable. Are you smoking crack, Lisa? Because that's crazy. But I don't feel like it actually is that crazy. The near future is the Queen of Cups, which is mutual, reciprocated, unconditional, deep ass love. And then your advice is the Five of Pentacles in reverse, coming in from out of the cold, allowing there to be abundance and expansion here. Tell me about that Queen of Cups in the near future. You guys live somewhere in the world where you're moving into summer as well? How's that feeling for you? I'm telling you. It's like two people coming together and creating something together. The Three of Pentacles, the King and Queen of Cups, the Ace of Cups. There's something here about that. But there is anxiety over what is not seen right now. And there almost is this kind of like Sagittarius, like maybe a little bit of the assumption of the worst case scenario because you don't see what's happening behind the scenes. And that's, I feel like that's reasonable. But still watch that because it can turn into a self-fulfilling prophecy. So clarify this 5 of Pentacles in reverse for me in caps. Advice, please. The 5 of Cups and the 7 of Wands. That's what's causing you to not see clearly. And it needs to be purged out a little bit. If you want to make space for growth, if you want to make space in this connection for growth, evolution, forward motion, fairness, or the just thing to prevail, and love that is coming from a more balanced and pure place, then there are a couple of things that need to be purged out first. And these things could be remnants of like how things have gone so far between you and this person, so you have every right to be feeling this way. But I feel like you can't have a new beginning if you stay stuck in this. So here the 5 of Cups is grief and mourning. And then here the 7 of Wands is like a defensiveness, being up in arms, being like, who goes there, you know, when someone comes nearby. And both of those energies kind of put you out in the cold or keep other people out in the cold from you. They're not like approachable energies, right? Like, so those are things that do need to be addressed and released as you move forwards, whether you decide you want to let yourself in from out of the cold, and that has nothing to do with this person, or whether you decide that you want to move in from out of the cold with this person and make things work. Either way, that will need to be addressed. Okay? So that's why that is your advice. All right. Haven't seen the spider. So I guess we're not gonna die. I guess we're okay. I'm so dramatic sometimes. It's part of what makes me so endearing and cute though, right guys? All right. Let's see. We're moving on to Aqua. I love you, Cappy. I'll talk to you guys again soon, okay? Go forth and prosper. All right, let's see. Let's see about my Aqua babes. My Aquarians. My baddies from another planet. Let's see. I think this deck wants to be used for Pisces. The moon is at the bottom. I feel like that wants to be a Pisces deck. So we're going to use this one for Aquarius instead. All right. I feel like this light just keeps getting brighter, but it's not. It's really not. All right, tune me into Aquarian's energy. Clear all previous energies. Let me channel the messages most relevant and helpful and supportive surrounding Aquarius and the current energies and truths between themselves and the person on their mind. Tell me, what do I need to know here? Let's get 6 cards. Clarify Aquarian's truth. Mm-hmm. Last one. Yeah, that's what that feels like, for sure. Hello, Aquarius. What up, gangstas? What up, what up, what up? I hope you're doing well. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the current energies and truths and advice and all that good shit that you need surrounding yourself in this situation or this person. Okay. Excuse me, let me just take a drink. My throat's getting a little bit dry. I guess I have been talking for 6.5 hours, so. Stands to reason. All right. The current energy between the two of you is coming out as the Tower. So this, it's in reverse. This is Plutonian energy. No, sorry, this is Martian energy. Mars energy. Judgment is Pluto. So it's in reverse. What I'm getting from this is that, like, nothing is crumbling in a super violent kind of way currently, but also there is no assertive action being taken. So it's kind of coming through as though there's just like, it's coming through a little bit as a standstill or something being put on ice or put on the back burner maybe a little bit. Oh, I forgot to change the thing. There we go. The Queen of Wands. You're not feeling insecure about that, though. You're not feeling stressed. No, you're not. The Nine of Swords in reverse. 80s. Aw. Thank you. I send you love back, my darling. I appreciate you. Aw. Adorable. I'm like, I'm gonna blush now. You guys are cute. You guys are so sweet. I feel like there's the Queen of Cups and the Empress and Justice. Capricorn just got that energy of Justice and the Empress together. And the Queen of Cups, actually. You guys could be dealing with a Capricorn, or else there's something maybe going on with your ruler, Saturn. What is going on with Saturn? It's in the final degrees of being in Pisces. So you guys could definitely be learning lessons about, you know, love and fairness in love. All's fair in love and war. Is it though? You know, there's something there about that. And I feel like this lesson is coming in hot. There's something there about that. So tell me a little more here. The current energy, though, between the two of you, it seems like maybe you're not emotionally open. You're not offering yourselves emotionally to one another in like a physical way, maybe currently. However, I do feel like it's felt. Like you still have warm feelings for one another. This is almost coming through as though you walked away from something before it, like you foresaw it maybe getting to a point that was like not great. It's almost coming through as like something was degenerating and you were seeing it and you didn't want it to get to a point where you acted out of accordance with like your morals and values, or it's like you wanted to honor what this connection, like the good in this connection, by exiting before it turned to shit or something like that. There's something about that kind of sentiment here. It's like I'm channeling that John Mayer song where he's like, my dear, we're slow dancing in a burning room. We're slow dancing in a burning room. But the thing is, I feel like you were like, no, we're not going down violently. We're not going down with the ship. Not this time. Not today, Satan, you know? So feels like you maybe saved, maybe both of you, you kind of exited this before things got as bad as they could, and you exited with some sense of confidence still intact and still a sense of warmth towards the other person, even though, and maybe even a hope for reconciliation, even though that's not currently happening. It's not currently actually taking place. There's still those feelings and a hope for that. There is what that kind of feels like. So I'm going to go into your truth now, and then their truth, and then the ultimate truth. But keep in mind that this could be reversed, okay? So I need to stretch my leg, but I'm like, I'm not putting my feet on the floor after I saw that freaking huge spider. I'm just not doing it. Just not doing it. So you guys get to see my incredibly white knee. Hope you enjoy. So yeah, reverse the roles if you need to. But your truth in the situation is coming through as the Three of Wands with this opening circle card, which says protection, ritual, lessons, and simplicity. I don't know if you can see the writing there. I heard the writings on the wall. I said, I don't know if you can see the writing there. And then I heard the writings on the wall when I said that. So there's something that you do feel like is quite obvious. Like the writings on the wall, that has been like, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do to stop that. That happened. That unfolded the way that it did. And the writings on the wall, it is what it is. I'm also noticing there's 3 threes here, so maybe threes are significant to you right now. Here, this card's 33, and then this is the 3 of Wands. And they're all your energy. which is why I foresee that being significant to you. Let's clarify that a little bit. But your truth is that you're running up that hill. You're still moving forwards. You are, I like this Three of Wands, because it's not just someone standing, looking out at their ships coming in, doing nothing. This is someone climbing the hill to meet their manifestation there, which is more realistic to me, right? It's like, yes, the original Rider-Waite Three of Wands, it still represents that, because the guy had to show up to the port. Like, he had to drive to the port and get off his horse, get out of his car, whatever, and wait for the ship to come in. But this, I feel like, represents a little bit more accurately, like, the work and the effort to essentially, like, the agency that we are meant to take to meet our dreams halfway. So there's something here where protection, ritual, lessons, and simplicity. You could be kind of actively putting up strong boundaries against this person at this time. That doesn't mean that they have to be forever. That doesn't mean like severing ties or anything intense like that. It just means like you're aware that in order to simplify things and kind of keep your energy regulated in a healthy kind of way, it's helpful for you to protect yourself from the energetic influence of this person at this time. So you may have done some sort of ritual or something like that just to kind of call your energy back to yourself into a more empowered place or sovereign place, or maybe you feel called to do that. But it feels like there are lessons that you're aware this connection has taught you. And it's almost like they came to you in kind of a complex way. So I feel like as you move forwards, you're trying to sort of simplify what was shown to you through this connection. You're almost like, if there was a lot of shades of gray, you're kind of trying to make it more black and white. Not even black and white, because you're not taking away from what you've learned. You're just trying to refine it. So if, like, let's say it's like when you're writing an essay, right? You have a paragraph that it's just too long. You have to compact that. So you have to say the same thing in less, right? So that's basically what you're trying to do. It's like refining it down. You're not losing anything that's being said or integrated. You're just making it more simple, it feels like, so that you can digest it more easily. I hope that makes sense. That's your truth. So you are seeing value in this situation. However, you do still simultaneously feel like you need to kind of, I don't think protect is the right word, but like just hold your own space. Hold healthy, energetic boundaries at this time. This person's truth is the Nine of Coins with this oracle card that says Ancient Amulets, Fortune, Protection. Interesting. Both cards say protection. Skills and possessions. That's interesting. There's very few cards in this deck that have repeating words. So that's quite interesting. It feels like the protection that you're putting up is a little bit more in regards to your third eye, like energetic influence coming through psychically maybe, or telepathically, if you feel like you have that connection, that kind of connection with this person. And the reason it feels like you are sort of blocking that or protecting yourself from that is so that you can maintain your own sense of confidence. See all this yellow, all this solar plexus chakra energy? It's not because you want to, again, like dispose of this person or just cut them out, but it's because you're aware that if you want to move forwards with confidence in yourself, then there needs to be an element of energetic autonomy and sovereignty between you and this person, specifically at this time, a little bit of distance. So this person, the Nine of Coins, Fortune, Protection, Skills, and Possessions. So they're focused very much on the physical and the emotional, though. They're realizing how much those are tied together. They're both feminine elements, earth and water, right? Um, hmm. There's something about this person where they're realizing that they're more skilled and they possess more than they recognized initially in themselves. And I feel like you could have helped them see. It's almost that this is someone that didn't really see their potential, or they weren't confident. They weren't confident in themselves the way that they are now. And they have an awareness that you helped them see things in themselves that they didn't see in themselves before. No matter if things ended between the two of you or not, Aquarius, this person is saying that you helped them better love themselves. And that's very powerful. That's a very powerful gift to give to someone, even if you don't end up with that person. Even if a part of you somewhat resents giving them that gift. Which I don't think that you do in this situation, but, just in general in life. Sometimes, something could not go the way that we want it to with another person. Shauna, hi, baby. Hi, my love. I've been thinking about you. Let's connect soon on video call. But I'll message you. But yeah. There's something that this person is recognizing that they possess. And they're recognizing they possess it because you saw it in them. And now they're like, wow, I actually have something to protect in myself that I didn't even see was there before. They're almost saying they see like a fortune, a wealth of value in their own heart. And that is now influencing the way that they approach their life. Like the things that they believe that they're worth, the opportunities that they go after or accept. It's actually quite beautiful that you gave them that. And they're reflecting on that in somewhat of a tender way, but they are reflecting on that in a bit of a, it's independent, it's solo, it feels like, with that 9 of coins. Anything else about that? They feel like they are gaining more personal stability, though, and maybe even like financial stability, and different doors are opening for them, but they're realizing that that's happening through opening their heart and taking themselves out of this state of like emotional numbness and ambivalence, which they may have been in. And they may not have realized that they were in that they were holding back maybe like some of the best parts of themselves, the depths of their heart and their soul. But I feel like you saw through to those parts regardless of them withholding them, because they were withholding them because they didn't see them in themselves. They don't see those things in themselves genuinely, or they didn't. It's not that they saw them and then actively withheld them. And that could have been a misconception in this connection, I'm feeling. Like you may have seen those parts of them and just thought that they were just not sharing them with you by choice. I feel like it's more that this person didn't actually see those things or believe that those things were in them until you showed them. And they're just integrating that recognition now, and that's part of their truth currently. So the ultimate truth between the two of you right now is the 8 of Cups, and it's here with this Salamander card, which says Ouroboros, creative work, infinite wisdom, and alchemy. Yeah, I got really lost in the energy of this 8 of Cups energy I got really lost in the energy of this 8 of Cups when I put it down on the table. I don't know. I was just really sucked into the imagery of it. And I was like, what is that? Because it's not just the normal meaning of the 8 of Cups that was coming out of it. And then when I pulled this and I read the creation, like the alchemical part, I was like, that is it. That's what makes sense. It feels like this is not just it's not just a simple walking away. It's an alchemical process. And I guess that I've never really looked at the 8 of Cups that way, although it is that all the time, really. Because anytime you sacrifice or surrender or choose to walk away from something that is not emotionally fulfilling, that is an alchemical process in itself, because you're opening up through that release and that shift. You're opening up space for what is emotionally fulfilling to come in. So that is an act of creation. Even destruction is an act of creation for that reason. And it feels very deep, like with this. It feels like there is something. First of all, there's very deep wisdom that's coming through this walking away for both of you. But there's also something alchemically shifting, like the energy is being transformed. But the truth is that there is a walking away, yes. I don't know if that means that there's going to be like you're walking away from each other forever, or maybe both of you are just walking away from the parts that were not fulfilling of this connection and you're making shifts and changes. Let's just get a little more. The Eight of Cups isn't necessarily like a final release or walking away. Like you can kind of go and come back and go, and it kind of depends on whether things change, though, whether the state of that thing that was not fulfilling becomes more fulfilling, right? Because there would be no need to walk back towards it if it didn't. Can you tell me more about this Eight of Cups? Like, what is being walked towards here? What's being walked away from and what's being walked towards? So what are they moving away from with this Eight of Cups? What was not emotionally fulfilling? The Hanged Man in reverse. Not seeing some sort of higher perspective and feeling stuck and stagnant as a result of it, despite there being a lot of love between the two of you. That's what was unfulfilling and is being released and walked away from. There's potentially also was maybe like a lack of patience to actually give something time to reveal itself. So there could have been someone who was more interested in rushing something or controlling the way that something unfolded. But this is a creative, like alchemical. What's up, Vince? How are you? How are you? How are you? Okay. Mido, Vince. How are you? But yeah, it feels like that's what's being walked away from. Something was not fulfilling because there was not a higher perspective about the connection seen. And I also feel like there wasn't a lot of patience given for that to reveal itself. So there's the release and the walking away from that. What is being walked towards with this Eight of Cups? Yeah. The Knight of Swords. Okay, what else? It feels more like this walking away is being intercepted in the near future, is what that kind of feels like. Okay. It's interesting. This is the way I'm seeing it on the table, right? So someone walking away and then this person rushing in, and it's like they are going to cut off the person walking away. They're going to intercept this Knight of Swords, right? Is what I'm seeing that as. So it's like, yes, there is a walking away and that is the current truth. But like I said, I don't feel like it's a forever walking away, because there is something coming in quite rapidly, actually. This Knight of Swords specifically, like the Knight of Swords is the fastest moving knight in the deck, but like, look at, he's literally like a blur. Something is moving very rapidly towards you. And I feel like it's someone who has come into a lot of wisdom or knowledge, because the Knight of Swords in the upright is someone who has clarity. They have the answers. That's why they're moving forwards quickly and with confidence. That's why they can move that way, because they have got the information, integrated the information, know how they want to utilize the information, and it's go time, bitches. You know, it's like, then we're off. So they're not waiting around. But this card came out and flew over and landed on top of your cards, and it's the Seven of Wands in reverse, and then the Six of Wands also came out. So as much as you do have some energetic boundaries up, they're wanting you to make sure that you're not defensive. There's a difference between having healthy boundaries and being defensive, because I feel like there might still be an opportunity here for some sort of success and recognition, but you have to kind of be disarmed towards it or open to the possibility of it. So they're kind of saying, like, don't get too comfortable in that, like, meh. Which I don't feel like you really have fully released this person. I feel like you are still in the process of walking away. But again, I do feel like you're having those healthy boundaries from a place of self-respect. They're just not wanting, they're wanting them to be balanced. That's what it is. They don't want you to not have them. They want you to have them, but they want it to be balanced so that it doesn't go over the line into, like I said, a state of defensiveness, okay? So in the near future, and your advice, in the near future between you and this person, you have the Fool, and then the Two of Coins in reverse for your advice. Hello, love. H-bra 13. When I started talking about an asshole. The things that I'm like, should I say this though? And then people are like, I resonated the most with that. God help me. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that it resonated though. Okay, so the Fool and the Two of Coins in reverse. So potentially the Fool that's coming in the near future is maybe tied or connected to this person. I'm feeling like it is, because look at how they're both a blur. Look at how they're both moving forward so quickly and taking a leap of faith. And it's rapid movement. So I'm feeling like that is connected to that. I feel like there will be an opportunity for a new beginning, and it's coming from this person who's intercepting. So tell me a little more. The Ten of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. Tell me more about the Fool. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. This person could be coming in to say, like, I know that the timing was not right before. I've seen a lot of things that I didn't see before. They could also be coming in to say that there's still a lot more that I know I need to see, though. Like, they might be saying the transformation is not complete. However, they've come to a lot more awareness than they had initially. I feel this person's going to be quite honest with you about where they're at, though. If they don't feel like their cycle has totally closed out, or like the timing is right for you to get what you deserve out of the situation, I don't feel like they're going to overpromise, but I also feel like they're not going to let you walk away. Like, they don't want to lose you. They want to at least be real with you about where they're at and tell you the growth and the progression that they've made. And they're still working on that. But they might still feel like they need a little more time to do that, because there's still emotional confusion and heaviness, it feels like, around this person. I think it's more around still, though, the way that they see themselves. It's like they're trying to bring themselves in from out of the cold, but they have had this scarcity or lack-based mindset. Yeah, they're moving quite rapidly, though. The Devil in reverse and the Chariot. Now that this person and the Four of Coins in reverse, they're doing the work. They're doing the damn thing, for sure, though, which is great. They have seen what was toxic and oppressive, what was holding them back, and they're moving forwards with emotional will and clarity surrounding how they feel towards you and how they feel in terms of they know they want to do better. They know they want to feel differently. And I like this because they're taking the physical actions to release habits and different things that get in the way of them truly being solid, stable, and being able to commit and give the best of them. So your advice being the Two of Coins in reverse. Let's just see what that's about. What's the Two of Coins in reverse for Aqua's advice surrounding this? What is that? The Nine of Swords. They want you to be very sure, though. Like, make a choice with confidence surrounding this person. The Empress in reverse. The Eight of Wands in reverse. Hold on a second. Three of Cups, Queen of Cups. Five of Coins in reverse, Devil in reverse. Okay. What they're saying is that this can only happen at the right time. So, yeah. It feels like you do have a connection with this person that's meaningful, and it feels like they don't want to let you go. They're aware of how valuable you are. They're aware of how much you have gifted them and brought to their life, even through just like your own personal insights and the insights that led them to have about themselves. But there is still some anxiety here on your side of things, I feel like, about things not really moving forwards. And I think that that's because of whatever happened between you and this person already. It's like if they already came in, said that they wanted to build stuff with you, you felt this strong connection, and then they kind of just bailed, or they didn't see their own worth, and so they ended up not acting in accordance with what they truly had to offer, but acted more from an insecure place that didn't really offer you, you know, what you deserved or the best of them. As long as they are in that energy, or as long as you are in that energy of being a little bit anxious about this potentially not moving forwards again, I feel like just take it really slow or hold off. Like, what is yours cannot be missed, right? But there is something coming through about it needs to be aligned in perfect comfort and time. So there's something here about like divine timing. Let's just see if there's anything else that wants to come out to give a little more clarity surrounding that before I let you go. Is there anything else they need to know about that, or that I need to say about that? Or is that it? Okay, I guess that was it. There is still some lingering confusion, so that's what they're kind of highlighting. This will be brought, yeah, it definitely, so clarity will come to these places, but it just might need a little bit more time. So don't rush this coming back together. Like, even if this person comes in, intercepts, and says, look, I want a new beginning with you, but I'm not ready, then believe them when they say that. Don't try to force it or rush it. And if you genuinely do want something with this person moving forwards, then find a way maybe to either move very slowly as you move forwards together with this person, or to move forwards with an openness towards potential in the future while also not putting your life on hold to wait for them, okay? But there is something about not getting into it before things are actually ready. Don't eat the cake when it's still, you know, dough in the middle, right? It's not going to taste good. So that's what I see for you, Aquarius. We are going to move on to Pisces, my fellow fishies. Where you at? Where you at? Where my angel fish at? Holler at your girl. I love you, Aquarius. Get on to Pisces. Luna. Okay. Oh, that's so good. Pure sugar. Loads of fat. Just absolute perfection. I wouldn't have it any other way. Gotta say, it's good. I'm just gonna close my blinds because it's now pitch black outside. It's very lit up in my room, and I feel like everyone can just see in. So just hold on one second. The spider. I just remembered the spider. My mortal enemy, the spider. Only that one specific one, though, which is freaking... Like, why are you so big, though? And where are you? Where did you go? It's not under the lamp anymore, guys. You can do this, Luna. You can do it. You don't have to be afraid. I am afraid. Not gonna lie. You know, if you ever wanted to take up hunting spiders, I would not be angry about it, loons. Feel like you want to do that? Love it if you would. Okay. Alright. There's a hair on my shoulder and okay, I need to stop. Just need to stop. Adjust myself here. How are you guys holding up? Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out with me. It's always appreciated. And again, I have another live on Saturday. Starts at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time if you want to come hang out then too. We're just going to do more general messages or look into what your highest self wants you to know right now. So that's on Saturday night. And I might also go live tomorrow night and do a little bit of a new moon ritual. So if you're feeling down with that, then keep an eye, like turn on my notifications or keep an eye on that so that you know when that happens if you want to come be a little bit of a witch. A little bit of a witch with me, and we will hang out. So, what's going on for Pisces? Pisces, Pisces, Pisces. Let's clear previous energies, all previous energies. To what Pisces needs to know surrounding the energies and situation truths between themselves and this person. Okay. All right. Well, oracle cards and get into it. Can you clarify Pisces' truth in this situation for me, please? Relatable though, but yeah. I feel you, baby. Let's see. How about their person's truth? Four out of 6 cards are major arcana. Just letting you know. As well, which is significant. This. Okay. And also clarify the ultimate truth, please. Anything else like that? Well, not that many. No. No. Alright, let's see. Give me 1 second here. Pisces. My Pisces. Okay. Hello, Pisces. I hope you're doing well, my loves. The best possible that you could be doing. Let's dive right into your reading here. This looks pretty interesting. Let's see what wants to come through about what's happening between you and this person that you want a little bit of clarity on. A little bit more perspective. So, the current energy between the two of you is coming up as the Queen of Cups. Okay. So, mutual love and care is what the Queen of Cups represents. Let's get some more information though. I do feel a tenderness between you and this person that's quite deep. It also feels though as if there has been not the rejection of that, but the repression of that, I want to say, at least on one person's side, if not two, to a degree. And that has caused pain and confusion. However, the love is still there, regardless of that. Tell me more about this Queen of Cups, please. Because this is the mutual energy right now. The Seven of Swords in reverse. The Eight of Wands in reverse. It could be that nothing is happening right now, that you are in a stalemate or you're in a stagnant space with this person. There's no communication, I don't feel like, with that Eight of Wands in reverse. And it could feel like nothing at all is happening or moving. Like you could feel like nothing's changing. No new information is coming in. Literally nothing's shifting. Incorrect, though. Incorrect. Actually, a lot is happening, because with the Seven of Swords in reverse, this talks about revelation and what is being revealed in the lack of movement, the love. It's kind of like in the silence, the love is speaking loudly, is what that feels like to one or both people. I feel like both people, just in different ways. So let's get into the truths here of this situation. So we're gonna do your truth first, but if you feel like this is reversed, if this sounds more like your person, then you go on ahead and take it how it resonates for you. All right, my love? So your truth surrounding this currently is the Tower, Mars energy. We also have the Sun energy, Libra, and Scorpio. Scorpio very heavy, as well as Pisces very heavy here, and Cancer, just water, very heavy. So you also got the clarifying the Tower is this card that says, just remember not everyone has the same heart as you. It just feels like a knife to the chest, doesn't it? There's something here that despite the love, and I feel like there's also quite a strong intuitive connection between you and this person, but I also feel that there was quite a bit of love expressed at some point between the two of you, like affection at least. Because there's something, so with the situation, your truth currently being the Tower, you feel like something has drastically shifted. It caught you off guard. It felt violent. I heard it felt violating as well. I don't think physically violating, but there's something where it felt like, okay, it's coming through as like a violation of your, it's like someone disrespecting you is what that feels like. A violation of the trust that you had given someone, maybe, is what you feel. Yeah, it feels like a pretty big breaking of trust. And it has you questioning whether you ever knew this person. If anything, you feel as though their recent actions have shown you that potentially you were wrong about them all along. Or their lack of action potentially is making you feel like you were wrong about them all along. So if there was something crappy that happened or some injustice, then it's like this person's silence or complete lack of showing that they give a shit at all is kind of doubling you down on being like, well, I guess that they don't have the same heart as me and never did, and I missed the mark on that one. Like there's something like that where you're kind of feeling that way. The world just flew out. The world. Yeah. Your current truth, to be honest, Pisces, is like, I don't see how there's any coming back from this. This is like a meteorite hitting Earth and us having another ice age. You know, it's really, there is no survival here. This is your truth, keep in mind. It's not the ultimate truth, but it's your truth. Something feels quite violent and quite final to you, is what that seems like. So this person's truth is the Sun in reverse. It's also coming out with this card here. It says, I like my hair messy, my love wild, and my sex aggressive, but I'm still a sensitive woman, just with passion. It's possible. It's possible. Motherfuckers don't know the depth of duality, but it's possible, okay? It's possible to be all those things, and that is the feminine energy, really, when allowed to be wild, to be itself. So there's something here where, first of all, tell me if this person, is that how they're seeing Pisces? I don't like how that, is this how they're seeing Pisces? Okay, why does it want to not? No. Okay. Well then, is that how they are seeing Pisces see themselves? No. So what? That's how they're seeing themselves? No. What the actual hell? I feel like that is what they're seeing as, yeah, okay. They're seeing that as being like the optimal, okay. This is a little intense, so don't take this message if it's not for you, okay? This person is basically saying that they also were wrong about who they thought that you were. Just like you here, right? You're like, well, I thought that this person had the same heart as me. I was proven to be sorely wrong on that front. This person is also experiencing something similar to that. They are saying that when they first approached you, or when they saw you, like before they knew you essentially, they saw you this way, or they thought that this was how you were. But with the sun in reverse, they're saying that they feel that they were wrong about that as well. I want to see why, like what they feel like is in disparity there. So they're basically saying that they're kind of saying that if you committed to yourself and really grounded in and stabilized yourself, that is who you are and who you'd be. But it's almost like they're seeing you as getting very in your own head. The 5 of Swords and the 5 of Wands. Yeah. They're almost seeing that as your potential, but then they're seeing there being a whole lot of conflict and tension in your mind and in your spirit. It's all internal tension, though, that causes you to not really like root in or ground in or stabilize into that reality. That's how they're seeing it, right? Yikes. I don't like this energy, but let me just there is love there, but this is a projection. Yeah, they're not seeing it clearly. This is a projection. I can tell from the energy that I'm feeling, because it feels like arrogant. It feels cocky. It feels like, oh, I thought that Pisces was like my dream person. Boy, was I ever wrong. Not was I ever wrong, but like they are so far, like they have a lot of work that they need to do to get there, is kind of what this person is saying. In reality, it's coming through kind of like, well, sorry I acted so crazy while you were treating me like shit. It's one of those things, right? Where someone treats you like crap, where they come in and they're completely inconsistent, unreliable, lying out their ass, telling you what you want to hear to get what they want. And then they turn around and they're like, why aren't you showing up as like this perfect, amazing thing that I thought you were? And you're like, because you're literally driving me to the point of insanity. Like, why do you expect me to be the best person or version of myself when you're showing up as the worst version of yourself and treating me like crap? Do you know what I mean? It's like, hello? Like, are you okay in the head? Just went and watched your placements. Great advice all around. Oh yeah, you've been let down many times. Me too, hon. Don't worry about it. I get that. It's hard to have faith and be open after you've been let down a bunch of times. But yeah, this person seems to not be understanding. It feels like they're in their ego, I'm not gonna lie, and they're not seeing, like, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me. They're not seeing something clearly, but it's not that they had the wrong perspective about you. It's that they're not seeing themselves clearly, and the way that they showed up and contributed to you not feeling safe to be who you naturally are, right? If you don't feel safe, then you're not going to be sensitive around someone, most likely. If you don't feel like someone has gained your trust, then you're probably not going to give them your wild love and your aggressive sex and your whole heart on a silver platter. Why? Because they don't deserve it. Because you have to work for that. You have to gain that. You have to build trust, you know? And it's kind of annoying me, I'm not going to lie, because it's very entitled. It's like I just stroll into the place and I just deserve it, doing nothing, and actually probably doing things that make me very undeserving of this. They don't see that, though. I feel like their head, not to be rude, but is so far up there, you know what, that the only thing they can see is the inside of their own belly button. Also, I feel like this person may have just been like, I'm just gonna move on and drop the weight of this. On to the next with their cup of love. However, they have not healed anything, and they still don't see themselves clearly how they are the problem or a big problem. So, a little bit awkward, but yeah, little bit of a big blind spot. It's like they're looking at you like, why is Pisces so crazy? Like, why are they insane? Why do they have all this internal tension? Why are they overthinking? And it's like, because you are a whole bag of drama, because you are inconsistent, because you created a reason for there to be overthinking and stress and anxiety, right? And that doesn't mean that you have to respond that way. But I feel like you had reasons for feeling the way that you did, is what I'm basically saying, and acting the way that you did, because people always do. People always have a reason for acting the way that they do. But yeah, I don't love the entitlement, but there is genuine feeling, and it is being revealed through a lack of movement between the two of you. So I feel like this person might start seeing you more and more clearly as time goes on without any, yeah. I think they're gonna see like the lie here. Okay. So the ultimate truth is justice. Spirit coming in with the justice, with the karma police. Yeah, it's only a bitch if you are karma, right? It's literally neutral. It's just a reaction to the actions that you take. So there's justice clarified by this card. Your largest fear carries your greatest growth. I feel like that's why this person's not seeing the truth, because it's hidden under their greatest fear, and they would have to actually look at that and then create some change in their life to understand what they're not understanding. Can you tell me more about this justice, though? So whatever is happening or has happened, it has been fair. So if this person lost you, that was fair. Because again, they weren't honoring you. They weren't holding you. If something fell apart and closed out, that was also just for you. Why? Because again, this person was not a match for you. They weren't meeting you where you're at. They weren't offering what you had. They were entitled to your energy. They're arrogant. They're not seeing themselves clearly. They're projecting onto you. They're defensive towards their own, like looking at their own shit. So everything that has unfolded has been fair, has been just. And if something was removed from your life, then that was meant to happen because it wasn't in alignment with you and it wasn't treating you fairly. So that was an act of protection from the universe. Can you tell me more about this justice, though, and the largest fear? What is the largest fear? What's the largest fear for Pisces? And then what is the largest fear for this person? Let's see. Let's pinpoint where your greatest growth is here. So, because this is the shared energy, the current, like the truth of the situation. So, Pisces' greatest fear that would lead to their greatest growth. The Queen of Swords in reverse. Cutting this off. Cutting this person off and losing them. Not taking action towards them, even though you feel very strongly for them. The Four of Wands, the Queen of Cups, the Hermit. Could be dealing with a Virgo, a Scorpio, a Libra, Leo, Aries. You don't have to be, though. There's something here that you feel... I do feel like you're looking at this person as they are the Hermit, though. They don't have to be a Virgo, but it's like you're looking at this because the Hermit is someone who is self-aware, right? And this person is not. So, or at least they are, but to like a very small degree, but they think that they are to like the greatest degree. So this would be someone that's kind of a little self-righteous and entitled in that they think that they kind of know everything, right? And reverse the roles if you need to here, it's fine. But there's something that they're just completely missing. And with the Sun in reverse, it's like they're literally in the dark about this and they're being blocked by their ego. So they can't see past their ego. And they're missing some important points here with that blockage. But your greatest fear that carries your greatest growth, you're actually being asked to not take any action or moves towards this and release it, fully release it. Healthy detachment, release it. It doesn't mean that you have to let go forever, but for now, a full release. Do not hold on, do not wait, do not hold space. No. The thing is, you're seeing this person as someone who could be everything if they would just like actually do a little bit of self-improvement, like look at themselves honestly, get their ego in check, grow up, that kind of thing. But there is no movement that you're seeing in that area. So you're kind of like, well, you know, like it's just like boo, boo, horror, not having a great time with that. So yeah, you're kind of being asked to just protect the purity of your heart by not opening up to this person right now because they're not seeing anything clearly. They're not going to treat you fairly. They're not seeing themselves or you clearly. They're just kind of a big ball of projection, defensiveness, blame, playing the victim, taking the easy out, you know, that kind of thing. That doesn't mean that they'll always be there, but right now it's not an energy that you want to get involved with. What is this person's greatest fear that would carry their greatest growth? What is their greatest fear? Like, what is their ego protecting so valiant, like so intensely? Because there's something that they're very afraid of for them to be this in their own ego. There's something that leads people to be that delusional, right? It's like they have to keep on creating illusions to cover something up that they really are scared to look at. And then it just becomes, it's like when you tell a white lie and then it spirals until your whole life is orbiting around this lie. That's what this has kind of turned into. It feels like this person maybe told themselves a white lie at one point and then now they're in the Sun in reverse where they don't know they don't know the sky from the ground. They don't know their butthole from their eyebrow. You know, they're like, they are lost in the dark here. And I don't know what it is that they're running from so hard that's causing that level of ignorance. The heck? There's a lot of cards. The Seven of Wands in reverse. What? They're afraid that they're not enough. Their real fear is that they are not, that they ain't shit, basically. This person feels like they are not, they ain't shit. They genuinely believe that too. It's not something that they're actually at conflict within themselves about. This person thinks actually incredibly lowly of themselves. Just be careful though, because people who think very, very low of themselves and then create like a whole identity around covering that up, there's a name for those people, and it's called narcissists. So be very careful, okay? Because when people essentially hate themselves and feel like they are not enough, and all that they do to avoid that truth that they genuinely believe about themselves is build up an illusion that grows, that builds them into this grandiose thing so that they can really like delude themselves out of the truth. When they could just work on their self-concept, their self-awareness, and grow in a healthy way to become the person that they don't believe they are, right? Or to prove to themselves that they've always been that person. Instead, they double down on denial and they become very entitled and delusional. And that means that they don't have empathy for people because they believe that they're justified in acting the way that they are, because that is how out of touch with reality they are. So just be careful, okay? I'm not saying this person is, but I'm saying that is literally the definition of what I'm kind of seeing the undercurrents of in their energy very strongly. This is narcissism. Narcissistic tendencies, strong. So take it how it resonates, because there will be a broad spectrum of like how intense that is for this person. But the 8 of Pentacles in reverse, the 10 of Pentacles in reverse, the 10 of Wands in reverse. This person is terrified of letting down their guard, choosing a path, and then having all of their hard work go ultimately nowhere because someone just decides that they're trash anyways and then just discards of them as such. And they see that. You could be like, how could they think that I would ever do that? I've never acted that way. It's because they feel like that is what they're worth, though. They genuinely feel like they would not be surprised if someone did this to them. Maybe someone in the past has done this to them. I don't know. And I feel really sorry for them if someone has, because generally with narcissism anyways, usually there is very intense childhood trauma that causes that, which is terrible. It's horrible. Because when you're a child, you don't have the capacity to handle that in a healthy way. It's almost like you don't have a chance, you know? But this person, you know what's crazy? I'm glad you needed it. Good. You're welcome. The thing is here, though, because at the bottom of the deck, right, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the 9 of Pentacles in reverse, the 5 of Swords in reverse, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. The thing is that this person, they feel like they're not worth it. They feel like it's not in the stars for them, and that they may as well not even take action towards it because they are so convinced that it's not for them, what they want, the good things in life. They're so convinced they can't have those opportunities. Why? Because again, they are not enough. The 9 of Pentacles in reverse. And they are not at odds with themselves about this. They are not in a state of mental conflict about this. This is an absolute belief in the core of them. They don't believe that it's written in the stars for them, good things. They don't believe that they will be fortunate because maybe they haven't been. This could be just in relationships or it could be overall. But usually when it's this pervasive, it is overall, like it stems into their whole life. And so then they're just like, why even take a step towards the good thing? Why even commit to it ever? Why even try to prove that belief wrong when I'm so convinced of it. I'm so convinced that I'm going to, the second that I do this, I'm just going to be squashed, let down, abandoned, betrayed in the worst kind of way, deceived, denied. This really, really needs to be healed in this person. They need to find contentment and love for themselves within themselves. And until they do, they'll never invest in genuinely coming together with people that see the best in them, because they don't see it in themselves, and they're gonna label those people as being insane, as being crazy. Or they're gonna come up with reasons to sabotage or like convince themselves that they were wrong about what they initially saw in people. It's really just an easy out so they can excuse themselves from a situation that they don't actually believe they're worthy of. And that's sad. But it's ironic because this person's they also have a fear of forever being, like perpetually being at this crossroads in life and always just observing beautiful things from afar, but never actually making a choice to go to the good things and therefore have them. So they have this like competing fear that's coming up within them. And I don't know, it might actually cause a shift in this person. And I hope that it does, because they deserve to see themselves clearly. They deserve to love themselves. They deserve to be loved. I feel like I want to cry now. I feel like that's this person's emotion coming through, because they don't believe it. They don't believe that they deserve good things, that they deserve love, even their own. They don't. This is someone who's very critical of themselves, but they mask that, they hide it. So, in the near future between you and this person, as well as the advice, I feel like they hide it really well with that narky energy coming up though. So it's not an excuse. I need you to know that. For their behavior. They need to shift, because there is no excuse for acting this way and hurting other people just because you feel like you ain't shit. That doesn't mean that you get to take everybody else down a peg or a few pegs. No. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Not acceptable. Just saying. You can have compassion and empathy for this person, but also be like, out of here with the fuck shit, you know? So those two things can exist at once, and should. Just reminding you. But the near future is death, which is Scorpio energy. And then the overall advice between you is the King of Cups in reverse. It's interesting because you have the Queen of Cups here, right? That came out as your current energy between the two of you, because there is a genuine love and care and endearing energy towards one another underneath it all. But there's no action being taken towards it. And I feel like it's kind of because, to some degree or on someone's behalf, this is just coming to light now. Like they're just having this realization. And I feel like that's got to be this person, because I think that I think you know how you feel about this person. I don't feel like you were hiding that from yourself or deluded about that. I feel like that's more this person that would be having that realization, because they're the ones that are showing me they don't see it. So death talks about a transformation, a transmutation, a massive energetic shift. So I just want to see what that is in the near future. It's saying though that I feel like this, the energy of this connection will go through a massive energetic shift in the near future here. So I'm not sure what's going to be causing that. But it is really like the old is dying and something totally new is being reborn. So I feel like the old dynamic between the two of you is dying. And it needs to. The Seven of Pentacles in reverse. The lack of investment and truly giving to this, or seeing it as something worthy of giving to, that's shifting. The Three of Swords. It feels like there's pain that's uncovering love here, because the thing is, you wouldn't be feeling heartbreak over someone that you did not love or care deeply about, right? It's almost like in the near future, someone is grieving. I feel like it's this person. They're grieving the lack of investment that they put into something that they genuinely did care for, and they're realizing the depths of how much they care for that now, which I feel like is you. So it could be that this pain that they are recognizing is what's causing this massive shift. So what's the King of Cups in reverse for Pisces advice? I do feel it's important that you see this person where they are currently at, though, wherever that may be, if they come back towards you or wherever. Just see them for the truth of who they are. It's like when people show you or tell you who they are or where they're at, believe them. So that doesn't mean that they can't change, but also this is not something that happens overnight. It's a process. Okay? It's a process. So, what's this King of Cups in reverse? Two of Swords in reverse, Queen of Pentacles. Choose your well-being. Choose your own well-being. If something causes you a lot of anxiety and is not moving forwards in a tempered and balanced way, if someone comes towards you and says something, for instance, like claims like, I've realized that you are, like, we are fated or destined, but it still is causing you, like, the Five of Swords to be super in your head, the Nine of Swords, lots of anxiety, if it's just not moving forwards in a natural flow and it doesn't feel balanced still, then yeah, there's very strong energies about you taking care of yourself first and foremost. That doesn't mean that you still can't, like, be compassionate, empathetic, and potentially open to this person in some way, but it is saying put yourself first and have very strong boundaries, okay? So the Nine of Pentacles talks about individual energy, like taking care of yourself, doing what is best for yourself so that you can then show up for others and your own life. The Five of Cups in reverse is like releasing something that causes you a lot of grief so that you can show up for yourself. And then here, the Two of Swords in reverse, making a choice to what? The Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles and the Nine of Pentacles are really similar energies. It's an energy of self-respect, self-care, self-love, in a very practical, grounded way. Doing the things that make you, you. The best version of you. Okay? So do not let anyone's emotional instability potentially throw off the journey that you are on. Yeah, I'm feeling like someone is realizing as they go further inside or they're pushed into themselves that they are actually the ones that were very conflicted and all over the map. And that their actions then probably influenced you. Like I said at the beginning, they were maybe treating you like crap and you were acting crazy, and they were like, Pisces is crazy. I wonder why they're acting this way. I'm so confused about it. It's like, hello? Hello? Take a look at yourself for a second and how you've been treating that person, because generally, it's one of two things. It either has nothing to do with you or everything to do with you, how someone's responding. Like it's usually that they have unresolved things within themselves that have nothing to do with you, and then their action is a direct reflection of what's happening internally. But other times it's like, no, it really is black and white. Like A plus B equals C. You treated me this way, you got the outcome of that. Kind of like karma. Action and reaction, action and consequence, right? You treat someone a certain way, they might meet you where you're at. You might get what you give, so to speak. So yeah, but don't let anything influence you or pull you out of the stability that you're creating for yourself and the love and care that you're pouring into yourself along that path. Okay, Pisces? That doesn't mean that you can't still love this person. Doesn't mean that you can't be empathetic towards them, but don't sacrifice yourself at their altar to do that. Okay? Because that's not love. It's not. Okay. That's what I've got for you, Pisces. I love you. To the moon and back, to Neptune and back. You know, just a full tour around the cosmos and back is how much I love you. So that is your reading, Pisces. I am going to do Paula's super chat question now. If you guys want to hang out, though, come hang out tomorrow night for that new moon ritual, or come hang out on Saturday when I do more another all signs. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. I love you so much, honestly, and yeah, I'm very grateful for you. So thank you for being here, and I'll see you all again soon to the general public. So let's see about Paula's question here. Let me go back and read this. So she wants to know, so Paula, Libra Sun, Stellium, Aqua Rising, with a Gemini for 1.5 years. The last months were rough. You're moving into a new home and licking your wounds. Could I do your truth, their truth, and the universe's suggestion? Yes, absolutely. So, okay, so tune me into the energies here of Paula. And tell me, yeah, let me use this one. Okay. Please tell me what her truth is in regards to the Gemini that she's inquiring about, what their truth is surrounding the situation, and as well as some advice or suggestions from the universe in regards to, I'm going to timestamp real quick so I don't forget. So okay, what's up, Paula? Hello, darling. Thank you so much for your super chat and for being here, supporting me. I appreciate you so much. So I'm just going to pull these cards now for your truth, the Gemini's truth that you've been dealing with, as well as the universe's advice or suggestions surrounding the situation currently, okay? Give me one moment to get those cards down for you. Paula's truth. Her person's truth. Oh. Are all of these like the Gemini's truth though, or just this one? And these are the universe's. Okay. All right, so that all came out at once, basically. Let's just get some oracle cards too, and I'll also clarify a little bit. But you have two aces in reverse. You have the Ace of Cups in reverse at the bottom of the deck, love, with the Tower, and the Six of Pentacles, generosity. And then you also have the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, wealth, that came out under the universe's advice or recommendation surrounding this. So it's kind of coming through as though there isn't a super abundant energy right now, at least in like the current timing, but we'll see. They're essentially very clearly saying, like, open yourself up to opportunities. Definitely don't wait. You don't have to rush into a new opportunity, but put yourself at a crossroads and allow yourself to see what your options are. Don't cut yourself off from your options just because you're hurt, or because you have, you know, you still care about this person, allow yourself to kind of continue healing that healing process, but don't limit yourself, okay? Go back to this. So, all right. Let's get some oracle cards though here. So your truth came out as the Four of Wands, celebration in reverse. So yeah, that makes sense. You feel as though there's something that was tainted, something that could have been a really celebratory moment. To clean it up in reverse. Yeah, imagine. You're exhausted. Time for a nap. I feel mending in reverse. Okay, you're just like telling me how tiring this has been. And I feel like it took a lot for you to like kind of get to this point where you lost hope a little bit in this. And I do feel like you're kind of getting there, which I'm sorry. I know that that sucks. And sometimes when we have a big heart, it takes us a while to get there. So I'm sorry that you had to go through that. But you're saying like there is something that I thought was going to be a celebration, but it ended up being imbalanced. Someone did not do the work that they would have needed to do to make something healthy or able to happen, and for that reason you feel like you kind of just imagined the potential of this thing, because I don't think you imagined it, but it never really came to anything. So now you're like, I just need a nap, I just, you know, need to be in my own zone kind of thing, not get too in my head over the situation. But you don't really have, your truth is that you don't have much hope surrounding this right now. And you feel like you are tired and you just need to give to yourself, which if you feel that way, then I definitely do agree with that. If you're feeling worn out and like you've already given a lot to this, and I did see that with that Six of Pentacles here, right? It's like giving something to, it's like generously pouring into a cup that is upside down. So everything that you put into it is just pouring out of it, right? Aw, hey Mel, you're welcome. I was just in Tulum a couple months ago. So I don't know where you live in Mexico, but I like loved it there. I was like, oh, this is amazing. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Sending you lots of love. I do see that you poured into something here though that kind of was an empty cup or a bottomless cup. It either had nothing to give back to you or didn't want to give back to you, like kind of was stingy with its love, or it just like didn't have the capacity to hold. I think that's more likely. It probably didn't really have the capacity to hold the love or reciprocate it. But I do see this energy of you somewhat overgiving, so just be aware of that and take that rest if you do feel like you need it, okay? This person's truth, let me get an oracle card to clarify, but it came out as the King of Pentacles, power. Let's see about that. Ooh. Message in a bottle, exchanging gifts in reverse, and all that glitters in reverse. With building blocks in reverse at the bottom of the deck. Go the distance. I don't know about this. I want to clarify this message in a bottle a little bit. This person, though, I don't love it because they feel as though they're in a position of power. That's their truth. That is them, right? Or is that how they're seeing her? Okay, that's how they're seeing you. Okay, so that's how they're seeing you. They are not instigating something with you because they are kind of intimidated of you at this time, actually. But it's also because they haven't done the work to be able to actually go the distance, and I think that they're gaining more awareness of what would be required. So your truth is accurate. You're telling me they haven't done the work to clean it up, to make it better, to not just be something that glitters but is really just like a piece of poop with glitter covering it. You know, it's like, is it gold or is it a glittered turd, right? Like, which one is it? The thing is, this person's not currently instigating or reaching out. However, they are kind of like sending out intuitive and emotional energy. So you might be picking up on that. So have healthy energetic boundaries and take that rest for yourself, absolutely, okay? And if you do tune into this person's energy, like if you think about your feelings towards them, when you connect to their energy, maybe it might be helpful to give yourself like a set amount of time where you allow yourself to focus on that. And then when that time is up, kind of close the energy or put your boundaries up again, put your healthy boundaries up again, just so that's not something that is constantly bleeding into your energetic field and influencing you. Because I do see this person sending out quite a bit, and it's because they do have some remorse, but they're also aware that they have not done the work that they would need to do, and that's why they're not coming towards you right now. But I feel like they want to. Like they're seeing you as very attractive. So I actually I have respect for the fact that they are not moving towards you, because it's showing me that they're not just like completely entitled and, you know, a bit of a schmuck. Like they know that they cannot give to you what you can give to them right now. They know that you're the real fucking deal. They know that you're the real deal. That's their truth. They are quite aware. They feel like they got really lucky when they met you. Truth be told, they may have been afraid of being abandoned by you, like it was only a matter of time until you realized that they were not... I don't think this person really sees themselves as being worthy of you. But it's interesting because they believe that you came to them through like a serendipitous way, and that essentially like you are the wheel of fortune. And so if they really believe that the universe kind of brought the two of you together, then you'd think that they would know that that only happens when two things are truly aligned, right? But they're not seeing themselves as being on your level or aligned with you. So the universe's advice or recommendation for you is the Ace of Pentacles, Wealth in reverse with the Two of Wands, Planning in the upright. This came out. Let me clarify that with a little bit more, or with one more of these. And I'm actually going to read you the description for the advice card that comes out from the book, just to give you a little bit more to chew on there, a little bit more depth, and then I will let you go. Okay, well, happy in reverse is what came out. So it's a protection message. Number 26. Let's see what that says. My back is itchy in a place that I cannot reach. So in the upright, the essential meanings of this card is joy and contentment, a sense of fulfillment, and a feeling that all is well. So let's look at the protection message. Okay. So it says, lighten up because this is the time to be ridiculous and silly. See the world through the eyes of a clown, and don't take yourself or any situation right now too seriously. Have fun, be playful, make laughter the order of the day. You will be surprised by how everything just seems to fall into place when humor leads the way. Being happy and lighthearted is a wonderful icebreaker. Life is meant for play as well as work, for laughter as well as tears, for celebration as well as focus. Spirit wants to sparkle through you today. Smile and enjoy each breath and each moment. Miracles lie in the silly things today. They don't want you to be weighed down by this. They don't want you to get stuck focusing on a situation that you perceive as being a great loss, or something that maybe didn't come together and is going to make you doubt yourself. Like, was it because of you that it didn't come together? No, it wasn't. Your truth is quite clear and correct. So they just don't want you to fall into this place where you start questioning yourself. That's why there's kind of this energy of like, keep on moving forwards. Don't rush. Don't push yourself forwards before you're ready. But don't stagnate either, especially focusing on the current state of this or the way that things didn't go how you wanted, okay? That's what I see. I love you so much. Oh, there you are, Paula. Your reading started at like 7:51:30, just so you know. What's up, Tenmei? How are you? Moving back to Puerto Vallarta soon. I've been to Puerto Vallarta too. I liked it there too. That's the only, no, I've been to a couple other places in Mexico. Puerto Vallarta is the first place I ever went. Yeah, it literally I just finished your reading just this second, Paula. So if you go back about 10 minutes, start at about 7:51, and that's where it starts. So yeah. Hello, though. How are you guys doing? How many of you are still in here? Oh, there's still quite a few of you in here. What's up? How you doing? So I just finished, I'm done the all signs. So yeah, I just finished doing the super chat question. And now here we are. But like I said at the beginning of this reading, if you guys want to talk, then chat it up and I'll chat with you for a little bit. But surprisingly, I'm like not tired, and this always happens. I like channel straight for 8 hours, and then I'm like, wow, I feel quite refreshed and energized. People are like, how the fuck do you do that? It's because I'm channeling. I'm not putting my conscious, like logical, my brain is not really applying effort. It's kind of just flowing through, you know? And it's spirit. So spirit is never going to drain you if you're truly channeling spirit, right? Or source, I should say. Because there's a lot of things in the spirit realm that you don't necessarily want to channel. But yeah, I know, it's crazy. When I first started the channel though, like it's been like 7 years, I think. I have to look at when did I, hold on. Let me go into my, yeah, 2019. April 2019 is when I started the channel. So it's been a hot second. But I used to do lives like this, like really long lives. We would hang out for like an entire day or a whole night, like 8 hours. We would just chill, and it was the best time. It was so fun. It was so like wholesome and just a vibe. And I kind of want to get back into, I mean, for a while I got really self-conscious about that because I was like, YouTube doesn't really support long form content so much. And sometimes they'll literally block you from the algorithm. You know what I mean? Because they're just like, we don't want that shit. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want your shit, YouTube, to be completely honest with you. Can you just let a girl hang out? Can you let a girl have an 8-hour hangout? Is that too much to ask without being punished? But I just got to the point where I was like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to show up and do me and show up the way that I do things. I'm not one of those people that is going to like rush and give you like a 5-minute reading, because I'm sorry, but that's just not me. And I'm not saying that there's no value to be had in those shorter readings. I think the people that can do them, a lot of them are great. Some of them are totally full of shit, but a lot of them are fantastic. And that's just not my style. I dive deep. Moon in the 8th house, Scorpio rising. You know what I mean? Like, I dive deep when I dive in, and I gets to the bottom of it. I'm gonna like dig until I get what I need out of the message for me as the reader to feel like I've given you what you need, something of substance. So I'm never gonna cut shit short or be like, oh, my time. It's like, no, I'm here to give you messages. I'm going to do my job. You know, so this is how I do my job personally. And I'm so grateful for those of you that vibe with it. Like, you're my homies for real. I love you. Love you. 8 hours. You're welcome, Paula. Yes, the bad bitches community. Yeah. We love it. It's different from Tulum, but you've got the most beautiful sunsets. I remember them being beautiful. Oh my goodness. And we went fishing and I caught an ahi-ahi, which was delicious as well, and like the biggest fish. It took like our whole family of 4 to like hold this fish up, I swear. But I love Mexico. It's beautiful. It's nice too because it's not so far. Like I'm in Canada, so it's not so far away that if I want to go somewhere where I can be by the ocean, which my Piscean ass always wants to be by the ocean. Yeah. If it was easy to move there, actually, I even would move there and just, yeah, I don't know. Gotta look into that. But yeah, I'm glad that you guys appreciate and that you guys enjoy hanging out, because I very much enjoy hanging out with you. So, if you do want to hang out tomorrow for the, I guess I can say now though, Happy New Moon. Happy New Moon in Gemini. We're pretty much there already. For some of you, it may have already happened because it's either today or tomorrow, depending on where you live. But I am going to pop on tomorrow night and do a low key, just a chill, a little bit of a ritual that I'm going to share with you guys. I'm just going to show you what I do for, what's up, cat? For new and full moons. So there's like a little spread I always do, and then I always journal. So I might pull that spread collectively for the energy, and it's only like 6 cards. It's not huge. It's just like a little energetic check-in. And then I usually do a little bit of an offering on my altar, I usually try to actually get out, even though with the new moon, you're not moon bathing because it's a new moon. I usually still try to get out and go for a little bit of a walk under the moon. What else do I usually do? I usually dress and light a candle and put that as an offering and ask that to kind of like transmute. And then I often too just write a couple intentions, like affirmations that I channel based on the energy. Because I like to look back on those and see when that moon cycle has closed, like if that came to fruition. And very oftentimes it has. It's crazy. I have this like little notebook that I would write. I don't think it's in here. It's in the other room, but I'll just write a couple affirmations down for each moon. And then I'll go back and look and I'm like, holy crap, like you don't realize how much you actually have manifested. And it's powerful to put it down and then forget about it. That is the optimal way to manifest, is not to hold on super tight, but just kind of like put it down and then just like let it release it, right? Because then that allows the universe room to co-create your desires with you. So that's usually about what I do. Sometimes usually for a full moon, I'll do like a salt bath or a ritual bath or something that's a little more cleansing. But yeah, I think that tomorrow night I'm gonna pop on and do something. I'll probably schedule it tonight before I go to bed and just figure out what time. So if you guys don't have my notification, or the notification bell or notifications turned on for my channel, and you want to do that, then you'll know when I'm going live tomorrow, or you can just kind of keep an eye on the channel. And then, like I mentioned before, I'll also be live for another All Signs Saturday night, so we can hang out then too. But I think I am gonna roll. I'm gonna head out now. I love you guys so much though. Thanks for joining the conversation. Thanks for saying hi. Even those of you that showed up kind of just at the end. I love you so much. I'm gonna get these timestamps up. I almost just forgot. I just caught that I need to do that. So, and also I need to clip this off because there is a hangnail that I keep trying to just like rip off the violent way. And it's just getting more painful as I do that. So I need to not do that. But yeah. I love you. All of the X's and O's. All of them. So, all the love from Canada. Mwah. I will talk to you guys tomorrow or on Saturday or whenever your beautiful face, your beautiful soul pops by my channel again. Thank you for being here. Good night. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys again soon, okay? Mwah, mwah, mwah. Bye, babes.